Yo, 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 yo. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Thank you for joining me. My name is Bill, and this is the Bantha Bunch Show with Bill Urquhart. Yeah, that's me. Today is episode 8, and oh my God, do we have something to talk about tonight. Tonight, we are talking about American Conspiracy, the Octopus Murders. That's right, American Conspiracy, the Octopus Murders. I've literally not heard but like one person do a video on this, and it was definitely, about 6 minutes. We gonna talk way longer than that about this tonight. First of all, I want to say shout out to everybody who's watching. Shout out to Film Age. Let's get it in, baby. Film Age is the one who actually told me to look up this show and watch it. It's an insane show. It's a documentary series. Again, it's called American Conspiracy, the Octopus Murders. Man, as y'all know, right here at the Drunk Banthas podcast, we are, well, not the Drunk Banthas podcast, excuse me. Y'all know here at the Bantha Bunch show that we fuck with documentaries, and especially documentary series, whatever the plural of that is. We do it here. And man, we usually do Playboy murders. We usually do the Playboy murders on the Bantha Bunch show. But things have changed up a little bit this week because, one, we changed up the way we do this show. We're going to move it over to Thursdays like it is today. Tonight is the first night is on Thursday. So if you think you missed us, don't worry. We right here. This is the first time we did this. So if you're confused, that's why. We'll be going live on Thursdays because I wanted to get an early start on this show, get it to an hour earlier than normal, because we do have a lot of East Coast and Central Time watchers, viewers, listeners, and we don't want to exclude y'all or keep y'all up too late, even though this is a late night show. This is your favorite late night show's favorite late night show. And you can tell from the views, right? So yeah, we usually talk about all this stuff on Tuesday nights, but no longer will we be doing that. It's from now on going to be on Thursdays at 7 p.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. Pacific time, every Thursday. Shout out to Rachel V. She says, is it about killing octopus potties? It is not about killing octopus potties. It is about killing human beings, actually. It is about killing human beings. I don't know. There's nothing funny about that. Rachel V also says, you are awesome. Thanks again for starting it earlier. You know, I'm going to be honest. I didn't think about changing it to this time because of my personal reasons. I don't even know why I chose Tuesday. I was doing a live on Monday with Alex, and I was just like, well, we're going to go live. We're going to start doing the show. I came up with the idea for the show on that live, and then we just started doing it on Tuesday. So I thought about it because, we stay up way too late, and Rachel V and Morgan and a few other people, Film Age, I'm not going to say y'all were complaining, but, y'all were definitely hanging in there in spite of how long we were going. And I don't want y'all to fuck up y'all's day jobs and shit like that. You know what I mean? Y'all health, sleep is health and health is wealth. So I wanted to get this in earlier for y'all, but then it didn't even occur to me until I did it. Man, this is going to help me a lot, because going back to back Monday to Tuesday, drinking a lot, that's not healthy. And I need the days in between to get prepared for this and revamp, like get my energy right. Sometimes I might not have my energy right on Tuesdays, but I feel like I got my energy right now. And yeah, man, I'm about to do the shots of water. Y'all know we do shots of water on here. I'm trying to keep this show from getting demonetized. All the shit that I do gets demonetized. Like the stuff that I do personally gets demonetized. So hopefully that won't happen this episode. I am a fly by the seat of my pants producer, and I can't help it. I'm going to be like this for the rest of my days. Hold on, y'all. Let me change. I should have thought about this earlier. And like I said, it's producing from the seat of my pants, but I did not put my name on here right. Bam. Let's get it right, y'all. Let's get it right. So before we start talking about what we're talking about, the Octopus Murders, before we get started talking about that, I wanted to talk about some house cleaning things. So yeah, you can find this show every Thursday. Like I said, every Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. Every Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. Now, you can also catch us here on Mondays on the Drunk Bantha's channel and Nerds at Night on every Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific time. 8 p.m. Pacific time. We can't move that one up any earlier. Wish we could, but these things are on the times that they are for a reason, and it mostly is because that's when we actually have time to stop doing jobs that actually pay us the rent money. So yeah, go ahead, like and subscribe if you're fucking with us. If you're at Nerds at Night watching, if you're at the Drunk Banthas watching, or if you're on Twitter, which we got a few people watching from Twitter or X Twitter, my ex Twitter. Yeah, we got a lot of people watching right now, so I would just want to say appreciate y'all for joining us. Like and subscribe. We got the IG links in the bottom, and we got the merch store going. There should be some 20% offs going right now. I don't know if the sale's going right this second. I got to look back at that, but it will. If it's not going now, it will be going soon. It'll have things 20% off on the Drunk Banthas channel. The Drunk Bantha store. And you don't have to have a promo code or anything like that. We try to keep them going like as often as they'll let us do it, to be honest with you. If you hear any noise, it's because producer P is literally just running amok over here. Not doing any work, just running amok. But anyway, I want to talk about some things, man, before we get to the Octopus Murders, man. We've been covering Shogun on the Drunk Banthas podcast every Monday at 8 Pacific time. And we were talking about a lot of it on Monday, and we were all drunk, and I didn't really get to say a couple of things that I wanted to talk about, so I figured I'd just go ahead and use this time to talk about it really quickly. Shogun, the one thing that stood out to me that like I said, I didn't get to talk about on Monday was, I don't know how far away Japan is from Europe. I don't know exactly how far away it is. Somebody put it in the comments if you know. But one thing I do know is that it's far as fuck away. And I do know that neither one of them knew about each other until one of them washed upon the shores of their beautiful island, right? Civilizations are pretty different, right? The cultures are pretty different. People, have a different set of what they would call manners, decorum. But one thing remains a constant throughout history all around the world. And that one thing is that everybody has like a caste system, like a caste system where it's set up for men to be more successful, for women to be underneath the foot of man, and if you grew up with your father being a candlestick maker, then that meant that you was gonna grow up to be a candlestick maker. Go sit down. Sit down, Penny. So yeah, sorry, I gotta talk to the dog. So yeah, we had systems like that, like in Europe, right? When I say we, I mean human beings. I don't mean me. But we as human beings have kings, we have queens, princesses, ladies, lords. How in the world do you think that all of that stuff happened congruently to each other on opposite ends of the world, and they don't even know each other? They don't have a way of communicating. Nobody said in Japan, like, hey, y'all do that over there? Do y'all do that over there? Do what? Like, do y'all keep bitches in line and, force them to marry for political reasons and stuff like that? Do y'all do that? Like, no, man, we don't do that over here. Or they be like, yeah, man, we do that over here. There's not a place that I can think of right now that doesn't have a system like that in place. And maybe you'll say, well, some people just have elders. But isn't that a form of the same thing that we're talking about? Like, excuse me, y'all, my medicine, I'm not feeling that great. But if you just bear with me, I'm trying not to phlegm into the into the microphone. And I apologize if you hear me do so. But yeah, man, like, it's interesting to me, at least. Y'all let me know. Is it interesting to you? Because I think that's like, it should be like an impossibility, right? Like right now, growing up right now, if you're a kid growing up, you might not even have the internet or like cable. Like, you might not have cable, and other people do. The nigga down the street got cable. And y'all grow up learning different shit with different customs. Like, y'all, one of you might celebrate Christmas and the other one celebrate Kwanzaa. And never do you even know about it until you get to elementary school, start involving yourselves with other elements of like other people's cultures. You know what I'm saying? Like, you learn shit. I just don't see how somebody who can live that close to each other and never bump into each other's cultural congruencies and never have anything in common, really. But then back in the day, people thousands and tens of thousands of miles away, I'm assuming, because nobody put it in the comments yet, I'm assuming it's tens of thousands of miles away from Japan to Europe. And these people still got ladies and lords, like emperors, kings, queens. They got forms of this stuff. They got warlords and stuff like that, man. Like, that is crazy to me. I don't know how that shit happens, but I mean, clearly it does. Like, oh my God, y'all, I think I don't have a lighter. Oh no, I got a lighter. But yeah, clearly it did. Clearly it does. I mean, but what do y'all think? Do y'all think that's nature over nurture type situation? Like, is it just something that we're born with to be fucking dickheads? And then we're also born with the ability to realize how wrong that is as we get older. But it's too late because we done already taught it to our children. Is that how this shit works? I don't know, man. Rachel V says, it's been forever since my anthropology classes, but from what I remember, class divides start being seen around the point in society that people settle in one spot and specializing their own labor. Um, yeah, that, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like those caste systems, class divides, they're introduced into our cultures at the very same times around the world, but we don't have any communication with each other. It's crazy. I don't want to get into too many conspiracies about it because we do have a conspiracy filled night ahead of us. We will be talking lots of experiences, okay? Conspiracies. But yeah, just a little food for thought. I don't know, something to ponder on, you know what I mean? Like class systems, anthropology, blibbity blah, blibbity blibbity blah blah. Rachel V says also Japan is 8,550 kilometers or about 3,500 miles as the crow files to whatever. Oh, as the crow files to whatever point in Europe they picked. They being Google. Yeah, man. Okay. So what if that, like, I wonder how far Magellan had to travel. You know what I mean? Like, Magellan probably had to travel way more than that, right? So, man, that would be crazy. Just on a fucking boat with a bunch of dudes for like funky ass dudes. Cause like they ain't take baths in Europe. Like, you don't take baths? You don't take baths? Like, y'all are weird, man. No wonder y'all thought everybody else was a savage or weird or queer because y'all don't take baths and you ain't never even smelled somebody because you have shit all on your face, shit smell all on your breath. Like, you know, they wasn't brushing their teeth. Was it even toothbrushes back then? I don't know. I ain't never seen no like ancient toothbrush of like King George the Seventh or anything like that. So I don't know. I have to assume there is no toothbrush from back then. So that's weird. Let's see here. Some comments. Like, hey, all y'all got to do is comment. We respond to comments. And if you're in Twitter commenting, if you're on Twitter commenting, I will have to get back to you because I can't see the Twitter comments from right here. I'm gonna just plug up this charger to this laptop real quick. Y'all give me a second. Don't let me spill nothing. Let me know if you see me spilling something. Let me know. No, I'm joking. You ain't gonna see it. So yeah, I'll be checking on the Twitter. If you guys want to keep commenting, let me know. Rachel V says also there's a huge amount of overlap between Catholic Church sending out missionaries and more egalitarian societies either becoming more classist, sexist, racist, or getting killed off. Absolutely. Fun fact about bathing. Norse people who invaded England were known for seducing away English wives because they bathed weekly. Yes, because you got to clean that turtleneck. You know what I'm saying? Guys out there know what I'm talking about? You got to clean that turtleneck, okay?
Clean that turtleneck, baby.
Welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. It's Nine Nerd Yards.
Gotta switch the branding on the back here.
Oh no, yeah, I had it.
That was from the stream I just did.
Right.
With the leak.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all go check that out later, man. That was a good interview. I just was listening to it.
With an author, Shingi Mavima, poet, professor, philanthropist,
rapper. And I usually hate rappers, but I like him. So there you go. That just tells you something, guys. And when I say hate rappers, I really only mean that I hate them as people, not as like as professional artists. Just hate them as people. So just so you know, like I still like the artists, I can like them, but I just hate because I've worked with a lot of rappers, man. It's difficult working with rappers, man.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Can you still hear me? I'll hit the thing.
Yeah, I can hear you. We should be able to. Hey, Rachel. I feel like it's been a while. It's probably just like a week, but I feel like it's been a while.
Yeah, it's probably only been like a week and a half or something like that. But also, I usually, like I was telling everybody, we usually do this on Tuesday, so now it's actually pushed out, so it feels like, oh man, this hadn't happened in a while.
Right.
But yeah, it was my birthday Tuesday, and I didn't change it because it was my birthday, but it just worked out. So I ended up being able to get really wasted.
Happy birthday.
And also, since we got a little pause moment, I want to say shout out to everybody who's subscribed to the 9 Nerd Yards, getting it up to 20K.
Oh yeah, 21.
21. Holler at your
21.
And shout out to all y'all who have helped the Drunk Bantha's channel get to 3,000 subscribers.
Yeah, you guys have been
in the hell. We about to hit 4,000 probably by like the next 2 days.
Love it. Love
also, to see it. Shout out to everybody who went out and got our first short or our first million views on a short. That shit was crazy. So, and that shit should be hitting 2 million. That should be hitting 2 million in the next 10 hours or so.
Yeah.
So shout out to all y'all, because we really can't do any of that shit without y'all. Y'all are ones keeping it going. So yeah, what we see here. Oh yeah, we was talking about cast systems. Man, what do you think about that? Because I don't know if you heard what I was saying.
No, I'm just tuning in.
But like Shogun, you know, we've been talking about it on the podcast on Monday. I noticed that culturally, thousands of miles away, 3,500 miles away, according to Rachel's Google searches. That motherfucker, like people still have the same caste systems, and like women are still treated like doo-doo. Like women don't have no rights
all over the world. Yeah,
all over the world. Like, but you like, you know, they tell us in history that we didn't have no connection to each other. Like, so it's not even a learned behavior we have to assume. It's just like something we all came up with. Like every man across the world just came up with the idea, like, I mean, like, fuck bitches and get money. Like, if your daddy was a carpenter, nigga, you gonna be a carpenter. If your mama was a hoe, nigga, you gonna be a hoe. Like, or a murderer. If you were a man and your mama was a prostitute, you'd probably be a murderer. And if you were a girl and your mama was a prostitute, you'd probably be forced to become a prostitute. Like, this is how it happened back in the day. But how did it happen the exact same way, thousands and thousands of miles away from each other? And these people don't even know that other races or colors of people exist.
Well, right. Yeah, well, you know, it's just kind of the, you know, basis. Like, I mean, just even women having rights is like a modern thing.
Yeah.
You know, across the world. And it could have definitely maybe ended up differently if there was not a, you know, like, let's say men gave birth, right?
Yeah, right. I'm with you.
Then it would probably be, you know, flipped around quite a bit.
Slightly.
You know what I'm saying? But you know, the rights that we do have and the you know, cultural acceptance that we do have with women not being just like property, it is a newfound thing, and we should all be grateful that we've learned or like been able to create a society that doesn't subjugate women or treat them as property anymore. I mean, any person as property, even though that still happens to this day. Like, we have not fixed that as much. But in the case of Shogun, of course, it's like different though, right? It's different over there.
It's different, but it's the same. Like, a woman has no rights. But they do the same things. Like, at least I'm just talking about Europe. Let's just keep it European, Japanese right now. because that's about as far away as two countries can be away from each other, right? Not just culturally, but in actual distance. They have the similarities are like, if I want to have peace with my neighbor, we can trade children as hostages, which wasn't a negative word back in the day for some reason. Like that's not negative. It's it's actually like seen as like an actual like it's saving thousands of lives, right? Hundreds of lives, because now we don't have to go to war and spend a whole bunch of money. But you sending your child off to a nigga who you don't know, or actually you hated up until the moment you gave up your child to them, like. But both cultures practice the same thing, so like I thought that was interesting. Like I said, they have warlords, lords and ladies. Like they call each other my lord and my lady. Those little things, I guess, really stood out to me. Knowing that this guy gets this land, like if you are under me as the warlord, as the lord of this land, like I can distribute land to other people. So basically, they have their own knight system, but they don't call them knights. You know what I mean?
Well, I was because I actually read this book earlier. It's called The Good Earth, and it's more Chinese than
similar.
But it's like really it's turn of the century type of people dealing with like industrialism coming and like farmers, right? So like the good earth represents like that good farmland, like being able to sow crops. And in that book, like people like he's traveling with his daughter, and like basically if you're not a boy, they literally would just call you a slave. Like I don't have a heir, I have a slave now,
right?
With the girl, and like that's her purpose, and that's like super disturbing, right? But but in that book, there's still that element of love. Like he won't do her any wrong, and basically when they're saying like slave, it's kind of like that. We've been practicing eugenics for a while now, with like people just marrying off to the best or the richest person that would be most compatible to them.
I would have killed back in the day because I'm pretty and I'm stronger than a lot of people. I can beat up a lot. Yeah. I can beat up most people. So like I would be fine. I would have been fine. I could just take your female from you. Like,
but have you studied the blade?
I've studied the blade and hand-to-hand combat, staff, and bow fighting. I'm good with all.
When you were studying the blade, I was making YouTube videos. But I want to say, how much of the similarities do you think might be because of the bias involved in the writing and keeping of the stories? Now, that's an interesting thing because I feel like women, more so back in the day, were the keeper of the stories, or like what my camera was flipped. But yeah, I feel like women were the ones that were passing down the legacy of like the great warriors or the people. But again, like that does go from culture to culture of like who is able to even speak up or be chieftains or be the oracles or the keepers of records.
So I think that's well put, because women do give a lot. I mean, we do have a lot of men, obviously, who write down the histories, especially in like Greek culture and stuff like that. But we definitely know that women have contributed a lot to it, even if it was just orators, or even if it was like, we know for a fact that some books were written even like back in those times, like doctrines were written by women that were ghostwritten and they would put a man's name behind it because they didn't want to get their head chopped off.
And this is funny. When Rachel says, "Interesting point. What about the difference between oral histories and written ones?" Me and Chingy were just talking about how has prevalently been this racial indignation towards like African cultures because it is so much of an oral history, right? And so it's like, oh, Europeans are like, oh, we're definitely like, they didn't build this. They don't have a written history that we can understand, and it's all oral and passed down. But it's like a lot of the times that is the woman those are the people that are telling this oral history down to their daughters and sons.
Right.
So I am wondering.
Most of the time they have no reason to embellish, because like, okay, maybe there's some things that get lost in, or exaggerated, but
I feel like
to lie is what I mean. Like, I meant to lie. Basically, when I say embellish, I mean to lie. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like the art of storytelling is always going to be, a bit like bombastic, especially when you're passing down these stories over generations. It may be just some guy like picked up a stone, and then all of a sudden, like generations down, this nigga's Thanos, from like, so like, yeah, it is really. I'm not like Rachel, you're like asking such good questions. I'm not smart enough to answer them.
She had anthropology. She had an anthropology class, so she's a little bit more versed on these things, which is why we ask these kind of questions, right? Like, here at the Bantha Bunch show, we just want to talk and ask questions and have the Bantha.
I actually need to start working on that Photoshop for all of us.
Oh man, that would be
freaking
hilarious.
I need to.
But we talk about these things because we're a community of nerds. You know what I mean? For all y'all who are watching on Twitter, shout out to y'all. Thank you for joining us. Like I said, I can't really see your comments live, but if you make a comment, I should be able to see it on my phone. I'm going back between phone and Instagram on my computer. Like, I got all kind of setups over here. So if y'all want to talk, man, let us know something. You know what I'm saying? Holler at your boy.
My degrees in anthro, my professors would be really disappointed about how much I've forgotten. Yeah, I mean,
well, look, you've forgotten more than we learned. You've forgotten more than we learned. So there you go.
Right. There are knowns, and then there are known unknowns.
Exactly. We want to keep this community going. You know what I'm saying? A community of nerds. And so speaking of communities, got some news for you. We're going to go into a little entertainment news because I signed up for this thing. It's called the Dailies, and they give us a little information, little tidbits. And I just want to share some of these with you because they give you a little information and insight. And I'm going to start doing this on this channel a little bit, on this show a little bit more because they do talk a lot of business, like entertainment business. Things going on behind the scenes, and I'd like to share some of that with y'all because we hear about a lot of the scuttlebutt here in the streets of LA, but we actually got an opportunity to go over the things that are confirmed.
Did you get a new camera or something?
No, I shaved.
Okay. Well, I mean, everything just looks crisp.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's good. It might just be that
it's a little crispier.
My internet might be better today.
Okay.
I had to complain about
out of the house, not taking up the bandwidth right now.
Well, Alex is here actually. I just I called them today and complained a lot, and I think it's just better today. I think let's throttle, let's push this thing up. Yeah. They got. I'm getting some love. I think the Twitter and the internet. I think the internet is giving us love right now. I think that's all it really is. But yeah, some nerd news. Rachel V says, anytime I hear X has forgotten
more than Y has ever learned, all I think is, so we both don't know shit.
No, we both know a little bit about a lot. That's what
we can learn together. We can learn.
Yeah. So, speaking of the community though, nerd community, there's a movie that just got greenlit. That is, I did not know anything about it. Shout out to everybody who's from 9 Nerd Yards and Nerds at Night, because our Atlanta fans might be happy about this one. A movie has been greenlit called Community. The TV show Community is getting a movie. It is official. It's getting made. They just don't have a date yet because of Donald Glover's schedule, but they have confirmed that it is being made. How you feel about that, Nine? You are you here for a Community movie?
I mean, I'm streets ahead for a Community movie. To be honest, I have not actually watched that much of Community.
Right. But did you see the first season?
I've seen episodes of Community. I am not a big Community
here and
fan.
there in between seasons,
in between.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's interesting because they got, I don't know which characters they're going to bring back. I know they're not going to bring back Chevy Chase because Joel McHale has had.
Doesn't everybody hate him?
Well, he hates everybody as well, though, to be fair.
Okay. To be fair.
He hates everyone as much as they hate him. And him and Joel McHale got into a fight on set, 2 fights on set. Now, when I hear a 40-something-year-old white man say he got into a fight with a 70-year-old white man, I do not think that it's a real fight.
That's not a fight. That's a scuffle.
Somebody pushed somebody else and somebody fell.
You're a real jerk off, you know that?
Yeah. Jerk off was used. Jerk off was used in that fight. That was more of a words fight than it was a fist fight. Mm-hmm. But let Joel McHale tell it, and then they got into a fight. But I just can't imagine him hitting a 70-year-old white dude and it not bruising enough to where they can't film the rest of this week. No way in hell. But yeah.
Filmage says, I've been waiting for this since the Yahoo season ended. Also, thank you very much, Filmage. He tuned into the last stream, asked some questions, some very good pertinent questions. And Rachel V says, yeah, turns out all the asshole characters Chevy Chase played were just them rolling a camera and telling him to act natural.
Ooh. Yeah. Chevy Chase is, what do you call it? A former cokehead, dickhead, asshole, scoop ball head ass motherfucker. He is a terrible person. But there's a street called Chevy Chase in Los Angeles.
How can you not be a terrible? Your name is Chevy.
Yeah. Chevy? I would never call myself Chevy. I'll be Chevy. I'm Chevy Chase.
Chevy Chase.
I would be Chevy Chase. I would say my name is Chevrolet, but I changed it to Chevy because my mom was a little off. But we ain't gonna talk about that. Shout out to Ma Dukes. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would say.
Okay, I'm gonna look up why is Chevy Chase disliked in Hollywood. It says here there are countless universal and accepted truths in this world. The sun is hot and the earth revolves around it. Water is tasteless, and Chevy Chase may just be in the running for being the most disliked actor in Hollywood.
Yep.
Interesting.
Actually, I think Brie Larson might have beaten him, but it's not for the same reasons. It's just because she's a woman.
Yeah, I mean, woman bad.
That's all. It's okay. Yeah, that's America.
Alex just walks by and he's like, "Did you just say woman in this house?"
Yeah, we know he hates women.
He says that everything the entire cast of Community has said about Chevy could probably have a separate post altogether, but there are accounts and all the things that have gone out about the show behind the scenes since it wrapped. I'm going to switch to looking over here because it just feels very awkward.
Yeah, you got to bump it up. Yeah.
But their accounts have been bad. There was his feud with showrunner Dan Harmon, which led to Chase walking out on the set during the last day of filming of the show's 3rd season and a volatile exchange of words between the two. He'd also leave Harmon a voicemail laced with profanity, which later on would be leaked. Oh,
Oh yeah, I remember
You
that.
gotta look that up next.
I
Chase
remember that.
put
Yeah, I
up
remember
the
that.
defense that he stormed off because there wasn't a script that day, although other accounts claimed that there was one, but Chase just didn't find it funny.
Yeah,
Okay.
he apparently he would do that a lot. Like that wasn't the only instance that it happened. Apparently, that was just what he did. He would get the scripts and he would go, "This isn't funny," and then they'd be like, "Well, what do you not like about it?" Because like people will work with you. I mean, writers will work with you, especially if you're someone as prolific as Chevy Chase. But he would just be like, "No, it's fucking stupid. I'm not gonna do that." But he never would come up with anything funnier. He would just protest and not learning his lines, and they would have to feed him lines the whole time.
This is crazy. It says all that unfortunately is nothing in comparison to what Donald Glover and Yvette Nicole Brown had to endure during filming. He'd once reportedly told Glover in particular, "People think you're funnier because you're black." This comes on top of reports that he had also used slurs while on set in the presence of both Glover
Now,
and Brown.
when we say slurs, are we talking about the
Like
crazy
the
ones,
ones
or
where
are we
we're
talking about
talking
the funny ones? Are we talking about like, are we saying moon cricket? Or are we talking about jungle bunny? Like, which ones was he saying? Because it also, like, the funnier ones mean you're more racist. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you might
You
just
gotta
say,
learn the funny ones.
you might, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. See, like, you got to be around people who like to say them kind of things, right? Like, you're not gonna hear moon cricket.
Chris, I already have Adobe.
You know what I
Why
mean?
are you showing me this?
You're not gonna hear moon cricket amongst just like regular people. You got to be seeking out them kind of names. When you call a nigga a monkey, that shit, like that's racist. But when you like, if you say a dude has rubber Michelin lips, like what's his name? What was his name? Gruden. John Gruden said in an email talking about the NFLPA's the lawyer. It's like, that's racist. Like, I ain't never heard that. That shit's hilarious. But that's I've never heard nothing like that before. So that's the most. He said rubber what? What the fuck? What?
That's out of control, bro. Like, seriously.
Like, he said he had Michelin lips. I was like, Lord have mercy. That is outside of my lexicon of racist things, racist terms.
Let's see if we can. Yeah, we can. I mean,
yeah.
Can you?
He said he walked out. I mean, when you said text message says your comments are unnecessary, hurtful. I said you reached your contract. You're an asshole. It's good that you left. And then this happened what, a day later or that night? That night.
Why are there beeps in this? Leaks.
So that you can get YouTube clicks. Demonetization.
I hope you're ready to take your medicine, you fat.
And you can sell it to TV.
What the fuck will go on during the week. Second of all, you're goddamn bad writing shit.
Oh, my camera died.
Was an abomination.
What happened?
And your writing is getting worse and worse. So I don't get talked to like that by anybody, certainly not in front of my wife and daughter. You goddamn alcoholic fat shit. You're going to live to be about 57 if you're lucky the way you eat. I got nothing to say to you except you can suck my Is that clear? And I hope you can play that for everybody around you who agrees with you that I should say you in front of all of those people, to me and my family. You think that's the right way to behave? If you were right now, I'd kick your teeth out.
I doubt that.
You're nothing to me.
Okay.
You know who I've worked with before. You're not funny. You're okay.
Hey, you're not funny. You're okay. Now, you know what?
That's okay. That wasn't bad.
But
that wasn't bad.
That was not bad. Actually, that's only bad if you have somebody actually doing it in person. Like on the phone, it's not bad. But like Chevy Chase is he's a big dude. Like he's not a little guy. So him looking down at you, pointing his big ass finger in your face, like that may be a little bit
Prince William fingers, chubby ass.
That might be a little bit more intimidating. You know what I mean? That might be a little bit more intimidating when you're like in that moment. But like him just saying it on the phone, you're just gonna have a bunch of people laughing.
How tall is Chevy Chase? Oh yeah, he's 6'4".
Yeah, and in Los Angeles, he's 7 feet tall, basically.
Right.
He's walking around playing professional basketball out here in Los Angeles. Everybody's short. If you walk down the street, like on the sidewalks, if like in neighborhoods where there's trees and stuff, most of the trees are like this on me. I have to like duck under most of the trees because they cut for like 5'7" people who about 5'7".
I heard that a big, maybe this is like a symptom of like Hollywood, because like I heard that like to be good on camera or like to have the right proportions, you usually have to be like a little bit shorter, a little bit smaller in stature, but with a big head. That's what like looks good on camera.
What? That makes sense. That sells. That works.
Like big head, a little petite, and then with unique features, right? You don't even have to be like.
That's why Selma Hayek
person.
That's why Selma Hayek works so well on TV. And
she's just beautiful.
Yeah, but I'm talking about her shape. You know what I'm saying? She's top heavy, and her head a little big.
I was thinking more like Tom Cruise. You know what I mean?
Tom Cruise as well. Tom Cruise,
he's like a smaller dude just with a giant fucking noggin.
Penelope Cruz, shit, she got a big head. She got a big nose, big head. What's her name from that played Donna on That 70 Show? She got a big head. Master Chief though is the guy who plays Master Chief on Halo. That guy is massive, so we haven't seen him in a lot of stuff because if you're that big and imposing,
helmet on, big head.
Exactly, but he works because he's got a big head.
It just looks good on camera. He's just having a big old noggin. Joe McHale also has a pretty big head too.
Fucking head, yeah, man. He was
like,
on E.
He's got like a
when he was doing the E show, like I forgot the name of that show, but Talk Soup. When he was doing Talk Soup, it was just all head. It's all head.
Joe McHale is also a giant. It's kind of crazy that his head is that big. How old is he?
I think McHale is like 6'3". Like I don't think he's a short guy either.
Joe McHale.
Also, Raven. Rachel says, also, did Drunk Banthas ever cover American Gods? Master Chief plays a leprechaun in it? He plays a leprechaun in American Gods?
Wow.
That's the biggest. Because it's American Gods. He's a god.
6'4".
We never did. We never did. So yeah, they're the same height, him and Chevy. But yeah, we never did American Gods because I think American Gods was on before we had this podcast. Like the channel existed already, but before we did the podcast, I think that was already.
American Gods. I think
Jerry
was an extra on that show.
Oh snap!
Yeah, I'm pretty.
I did not
sure.
know that.
Yeah,
Terry, if you're watching, come on now.
On that show, Skull Crusher.
What up, Skull Crusher?
Hi.
Welcome to the party, pal.
I love how we're talking about like just little people with big heads, and he's like Skull Crusher's like, I'm here for it. Show me the biggest head you got.
Did somebody say my name?
I am the Skull Crusher.
I do have like a couple of more little stories before I get into this crazy ass documentary. Lindsay Lohan announced that Freaky Friday is getting a reboot, not a reboot, but a sequel, and it's going to have Jamie Lee Curtis in it. So I think that we're going to see a wave of this because Beetlejuice is supposed to come out this year, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, when did we ever not like? Ever since I feel like 2012, we've been just getting the reboots.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've been getting reboots of mainly animated shows. I mean, animated movies and television
or
shows,
like animated movies to live action type.
Action, right. That's what I meant. And television's been doing a lot of remakes as well, but they're all like 70s 60s shows that they're remaking. This one's a little different. I mean, like Beetlejuice is a little different because these are movies that could have had a sequels, and these aren't remakes; these are sequels. You know what I mean? So that's what's interesting to me. They
should name it Freaky Saturday or something then.
Ooh, that would be crazy. I would like that Freaky Saturday.
Well, in the
it's like next Friday or Friday after next. Like, yeah, do a next Saturday.
Because Freaky Friday was a 1976 film, it says, and then 2003 is when this one came out with Lindsay and Jamie. Hi, May.
Lindsay Lohan, one of my old baby mamas.
So when's it supposed to come out? Like 2025 then?
Yeah, I would assume 2025, beginning of 2026, since it just got announced. But it could be sooner because we're just talking about a comedy. Not a bunch of, we ain't going to be using a bunch of CGI or anything like that. So, Beetlejuice got announced last year and now it's about to come out this year. So who knows?
Oh yeah. This movie made a killing too. It says 160 million off of 26 million budget
in 2003. Yeah, man.
We doing that.
Big money, big bank, take little bank over there.
We're gonna.
And it makes so much money that it makes you wonder, like, why did they not make one before this? Like, what took them so long to make the sequel? But yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis was. Just so y'all know, she was the baddie of baddies back in the day. Okay, baddie of the baddies.
Wait, you're saying Jamie Lee Curtis or?
Jamie Lee Curtis. Of course, Lindsay Lohan had her little run, but
I was thinking Halloween, Yeah. Like, are you saying back in the day for Halloween days? Or, I mean, Jamie Lee Curtis is bad here, too.
Exactly. So I was about to say, because she had a resurgence in her baddiness when True Lies came out, and I think that was in 96 or something like that. Ooh, it might have been 94, the best year of movies ever. 1994, y'all. Go ahead and check it out.
That's my year.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I will wait for you to find a better year of movies than 1994, people. But yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis used to be the baddie of all
bad. No, because she probably does Pilates or something. Yeah.
There's somebody who's going to slap those cheeks right now. Right now.
I mean, yeah. Everywhere, everything everywhere all at once, I mean, we're gonna slap them cheeks.
Slap them.
How old is
she?
How old is Jamie Lee Curtis?
I'm gonna guess 60.
60? Okay, let's see here. 65.
Okay,
wow.
Okay. Yeah, so she's my mom's age.
How old is Lindsay Lohan?
33. No, 37. 39.
Oh, you got it. 37.
Yeah, because I knew she was like my age, but I was like, is she my age though? Okay, yeah, 37. Oh, look, I thought I was gonna get famous and marry Lindsay Lohan. She was after Aaliyah. Aaliyah passed away. I had to move on to something else, right? Then I had to move on from Lindsay Lohan because she lost her mind and started doing drugs and whatnot.
Unrecognizable, kind of. Like, I would not say that this is Lindsay Lohan.
Well, she was also 16 at that time.
2000.
So she would have made it in 2002. So she would have been 15, 16 when the movie came out.
Bad at math, 2003. So that is over 20 years ago.
Yeah, 16, 17 years old when it came out. Yeah. So she'd have been 15, maybe even 14 when they filmed it. Like, how movies get made. So. So yeah, she was a baby. She was a baby back then. Now she's a woman. Now she's an older woman and looking great.
She actually does look good. She does look good. She's looking good.
So it makes me wonder, like, is there going to be? This is my theory. There will be a daughter of Lindsay Lohan's, and then all three of them will have.
The Marvel situation, they like swap powers or some shit.
Don't you think? I like that. I just came up with that, but I like that.
I like that too. That's good.
But yeah, enough of Lindsay Lohan. She's hot. She's good. Jamie Lee Curtis. She's hot. She's good. We're gonna go see this. We're gonna see this. Whether we cover it or not,
I don't know, but we're gonna see it, right?
I don't know what like freaky or like what's a synonymous word for freaky that also alliterates with Saturday to like
Thotty.
no,
Gigante.
It's gotta be an F. It's gotta be a FF.
Oh,
but
freaky.
SSSS.
Yeah, no. So
FS.
Thotty Thursdays would be what I'm talking about.
Thotty Thursday. Okay.
Yeah.
Freaky.
Freaky. I
Lindsay
mean,
Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis and Thotty Thursday.
coming to you in 2025.
Screwy Saturday. Okay, Rachel. Screwy Saturday.
Screwy Saturday. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all.
I don't know if I love it. Keep on workshopping that. Let's see.
Yeah. We're gonna put it in the comments, y'all. Give me something. Look, I got one more. It's crazy, boring, but it's easy to get through quick. And it's good. I like to talk about these kind of things because this is important. Nickelodeon animation. The Nickelodeon animation department decided on a really dope agreement today with the Anime Guild or the Animation Guild. They're gonna get some wage increases. They agreed on minimum staffing agreements, and the wages are so good. The deal is so good, benefits and all this other stuff. It got voted 89% approved through the guild, which is like an unprecedented amount of people to agree. I mean, shit, the president elections be like 50-50. So getting anybody to agree on anything at 89%, that is an achievement right there.
Impossible. Right.
Yeah, man. So shout out to all of y'all who got that deal today. Nickelodeon.
Sweet victory for Nickelodeon animation workers as they ratify a groundbreaking new contract.
That's right.
They getting that bag.
But also that means when you have minimum staffing requirements, that means that
more people are going to be getting that bag.
More people are going to be getting the bag, and also we can get better quality content because now they can take more time because there's more people, or they can
either going to be overworked.
Exactly.
Crunch, not as much crunch, but probably still going to be crunch, but not as much crunch.
Not as much, man. Like a little less on people. Maybe there's more crunch, but spread out, right? The same amount of crunch spread out helps people have less on them, but more on the department as a whole, right? So yeah, shout out to them, man, because I know I got a lot of people out here.
Yeah.
I met one lady who was an animator for them. And I know a lot of people who are friends with a lot of animators. So shout out to y'all and all the music supervisors out there too. I know a couple of supervisors that
I'll just read these right here.
Some of the benefits here.
Yeah, some of the benefits are saying here. Enhanced bereavement leave for the first time in TAG history. Employees will now have access to 3 days of bereavement. That's still not enough. Providing crucial support.
But it's that's at least what other people get at work though. Like, think about this. They were not getting 3 days. That means they weren't getting any days.
It's like my son just died. Well, I still need you to get this SpongeBob animation out. Like,
my dad died. We could only take 3 days off. I needed to be in Alabama for a week.
See, that's
my boss was like, well, I mean, it was not my boss's fault. I was about to say my boss was like, fuck that shit. But no, she wasn't. It was just like
they weren't pressing you.
They weren't pressing me, but I only got the 3 days. Like, they can't pay me more than what they can pay me. I had personal time that I could take off, but it was just like, why should I have to use that? Like, I should be able to do what I need to do. You know what I'm saying? And handle my business without worried about
like that is so crazy.
It is, But
we have 3 whole days of bereavement is like them arguing with conductors about having to schedule sick leave in advance. Yeah, being in Chicago with the Amtrak and everything, it is kind of sickening how they
pilots as well.
Have not pilots as well. So they say minimum staffing requirements. The contract establishes minimum staffing requirements, as you mentioned, requiring at least 2 staff writers in addition to supervisor roles. Okay, so more people are going to be at least like that seems like at least double, you know.
Yeah, because we've heard about the writing rooms and animation rooms where it's just one dude and a producer. Like,
yeah, and they're trying to use AI to fix it. Storyboard artists who undertake writing responsibilities will receive a notable 15% increase to their minimum compensation, recognizing the dual nature of their role. And yeah, like that is actually kind of crazy that yeah, like you should be kind of like considered as a writer if you're also storyboarding it and like creating the direction of the show.
right, which because they wouldn't do that in a movie, like a live action movie or a television show, that they would have to give you a writing credit.
But yeah, especially in the world of animation, like I feel like that is definitely like I remember lines from like SpongeBob or like whatever, Hey Arnold, but what I remember really is the imagery.
Right. I mean, it's everything, right? it's everything in those.
Wage increase for production workers, a significant increase in wages for production workers, ensuring that they are appropriately rewarded for their contributions. Okay, we'll see what that means, because there's nothing, they didn't like I'm always wary about this type of wording, just because it just doesn't give anything really concrete.
Yeah, in union agreements, these are the things that they compensated for, like that they just said, all right, we got to compensate on something here. We got to, you got to take something so you can get something. I'm guaranteeing you they got extra people. They had extra staff. They probably gave up that for this. And then what was the other one? The bereavement days. I guarantee you they gave up the more bereavement days for more money.
And then
like I might not, like my daddy might have already died. Like my parents might be dead already. I'm not trying to vote for that. Like bereavement days, like people, so a lot of people don't have big families. So it probably was one thing that you could, because if I'm getting more money, then I can go ahead and take them days off, right? Like,
Right, exactly.
It's a give and take in a lot of these union
compensation for CG supervisors in recognition of their specialized skills and leadership roles. CG supervisors will receive a 15% increase to their minimum compensation. So that seems to be that's long and short of it. Yeah,
that's huge, because what happens is, because like we talked about the staffing agreements where they're going to increase staffing. Before that, you had those producers, basically, or those supervisors, they were doing a lot of the work with the team, not just overseeing it. Like they're in there doing a lot of the work. So this means now that you're going to get compensated for doing all that work. Not that they won't have to do any more work than they were, but like they're going to be compensated at a greater rate than they were being compensated before. Film Age says, yeah, bro, they're making this big move solely because Nickelodeon is about to have docs coming out about Dan Schneider and his era.
Well, we can talk about Dan Schneider.
Let me address that. Let me address that. Yes, we need to talk about that. But also, I do want to say, I think that's a small picture view of what's happening at Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon is through Paramount, for all those who don't know. And Paramount is the lowest traded company studio, like movie studio, television studio in Hollywood. They're the lowest traded one on the market right now.
They're not doing well.
They're not doing well at all. They've been trying to sell BET for the past year, and they've been open to selling off other properties for the last year. And most of it's just because they just don't know how to make money off of this streaming thing. And And, Paramount is also CBS, and CBS is notoriously the old people channel. And the only problem with that is that old people only last so long.
Yeah.
And our, the old people who are only people who are only 10, 20 years older than me or 30 years older than me, they're part of the streaming generation as well. Even boomers are a part of the streaming generation.
Time's up, motherfuckers.
Exactly. So it's they're trying to move to streaming, and they got to sell a lot of properties right now to make a lot of money. And they missed out on, back in the day, they didn't. I don't know if y'all noticed this. They don't. There's no. In
the day, you said.
Back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day.
I don't know if y'all noticed this, but there's no Paramount property that is syndicated to other channels except for Dave Chappelle's show and South Park.
Oh, yeah.
They maintain their properties.
The South Park deal is very muddy, and the Dave Chappelle deal is also very muddy too. Very muddy.
But they got their deals before Comedy Central blew up to be the monster that it is, right? So think about that. Now, that's not by accident. It is by design. I saw this interview with Anders. What's that dude's name? From Workaholics. He was doing an interview on Steve-O's podcast. I can't remember the name of it, but Steve-O from Jackass. If y'all know who I'm talking about, go check that out. Go check out that interview, because it was very eye-opening as to why they ended up canceling their show, why they ended up doing other movies that they ended up doing, and how hard it was for them to get things done, because Paramount does not like doing business and playing nice with other companies, right?
I feel like Anders and Adam Devine from Workaholics fame, they're doing well. But what about the curly-headed buster?
He's doing well too. They did a move. They've done a couple of movies together. They write together, and
Anders was in goddamn Legacy of Monsters, which I hated, but he's still getting the bag.
He's getting that check.
Adam Devine is always popping up in random shit too, so he's getting the bag. I just
write together. The other dude. They write together a lot, and they produce together a lot. And the guy who was the cockeyed drug dealer dude, he's another one of their main writers. The four of them are best friends, and they created their.
They're going to keep it.
And y'all know about them. If you don't know about Workaholics, go look it up. They started on YouTube, got their shit going, and it's dope.
That could be us. That could be us.
It is us.
It could be us if y'all stop playing.
Share it with your grandmama.
Oh yeah, he wasn't dope. But that was just
he was in dope. They did a movie together where they did a Die Hard thing. I can't remember the name of it, but it is freaking hilarious. It's on Netflix, and I think they did another movie together. And just go look at the production and writing notes. I'm pretty positive you're gonna see all their names. Blake is dude with the curly hair.
Bro, I need a Netflix movie. I need a Netflix show or movie, bro.
We can get it, man. We can get it going. We can get the documentary going. Actually, you know what? I got a friend who's friends with Duplass, with the Duplasses, with Mark Duplass. I think the other guy is Michael Duplass. Mark and Michael. Is it Mark and Michael?
Don't know who that is.
Oh, Michael Duplass. I'm so glad that you mentioned it, because Mark Duplass is a producer with his brother. Mark Duplass was on this show called The League, about 10 years ago. He's a producer. He started this production company with his brother, and they do documentaries these days.
Oh, I know this guy. Never mind.
And I've delivered pizzas to his house. One of my first jobs here in Los Angeles when I moved here in 2012 was delivering pizzas, and I delivered one. This dude, him and his wife, I think her name's Katie Duplass. Anyway, that's her right there. Is her name Katie? No, that's Jennifer Aniston. Is that her?
That's Jennifer Aniston down here.
Yeah, that's Jennifer Aniston right there.
Yeah, that's Jennifer Aniston. But here, let me go to all. And it says Katie Essendon.
Yeah,
So not
Katie
Jennifer.
Duplass. So yeah, her name's I mean her last name's actually Katie Duplass, but yeah. But yeah, man, they're really good people. They're really cool, really, really nice. Like I said, friend of the friend, so friend of the show. Maybe we can get him on the show to talk about this. But guess what? He's a producer of. He is a producer of the critically acclaimed, because we're critics and acclaiming, that American Conspiracy, The Octopus Murders.
Octopus Murders. This is one that Filmage was just tweeting about too.
Yes, actually, before that tweet, yesterday, Filmage messaged me on IG, and he was like, you know, I know you be doing the Playboy murders, but this Thursday you should probably look into doing this one.
Check this out.
Oh, and
I was about to play the. You know it's real when you get one of these before you do the YouTube video.
Yes.
When you get one of these.
Yes. Also, by the way, yes. We just want to say, anyone who's having thoughts of harming yourself or thoughts of, you know, you should just. I want you to call somebody. There are
hit me
links.
Hit me up on Twitter.
You can hit us up on Twitter. You can hit us up on IG. You can hit us up right here on YouTube, Discord, or Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Like,
need to chat.
But if you don't feel comfortable talking to us, call somebody. They got hotlines and all that stuff. But I'm not going to say anything else because I don't want to be disrespectful.
You talking about Octopus Murders?
Yes. So, yes, Filmage. By the way, yes, like I said, the homie is Mark Duplass. I think his brother's name's Michael. Is it Michael? I don't know. What up, Morgan? What up? Morgan just got through watching the the State of the Union, and I'll tell you how the State of the Union is.
I wanted to I actually was wanted to check that out. Maybe we can, since we're on the topic of American conspiracies, maybe we could just watch a little highlight reel after
we can talk about
this. After we talk about
we can talk about it. We can talk about it because Morgan's dad was just talking to me earlier today, and he was like, "I want to argue with you about politics," and I just want to say, shout out to his parents and shout out to people who can disagree but still be cordial human beings and be regular human beings and realize we all got to get along to get along. Like, none of us move. Like, if the pandemic didn't teach you nothing, it's that none of us can move unless all of us is moving. Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, that's true. So if you might feel like you don't like niggas, you might feel like you don't like crackers, you might feel like you don't like Gentiles. Okay.
Yeah.
But you still got to get along to get along. Like,
but do I have to like the Nigerians though? As a Zimbabwean, do I have to like the Nigerians?
Yeah, you know what? You ain't gotta like them, right? But you gotta like working with them. That's the whole thing. It's like
every African just talks shit about Nigerians.
Why? Because they bougie.
Yeah, they just kind of bougie.
They bougie. About them. Look, I've been asking because I was assuming they bougie. I'm asking because I know they bougie, and I'm just curious as to if that's the reason. Because I don't know how bougie other countries are in Africa. Like, it might be some, way more bougie,
just like they're rich kids or whatever.
I had a homie who was Ethiopian, and he was low key bougie. But that might just be like his family background. They came from a little money, so maybe that was the situation. But yeah, we're talking about the Octopus Murders, okay? And we're gonna talk about we'll talk about Biden and what he had to say today. The State of the Union, spoiler alert: the State of the Union is drunk. The drunk Banthas. The State of the Union is drunk.
Yeah, right yes, here. Sir. Yes, sir.
Right here. Go get you some of the merch down there at the bottom. And look, we got beanies, we got shawls, we got hoodies. Go get that shit. And go like
It ain't no
Nine
thing.
Yards. Go like, if you're watching from Nerds at Night, give us a like and subscribe. If you're watching from Drunk
Go
Banthas,
ahead.
like and subscribe. And if you're watching from Twitter, please follow. I mean,
There's quite a few people watching from Twitter.
it has been all night. So
that
yeah,
was like just my other stream. I had like 25 people watching from Twitter.
and then you told people to come over here too. So maybe they did. Maybe they came over and kept it going with us. If you have, like I said, don't be a stranger. Go ahead and put it in the comments.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see comments on here on Twitter. I hadn't seen one yet. So if you're not
5 friends to tell 5 friends to tell 5 friends, and we'll get this shit rolling.
I feel like I'm on Sesame Street. 5. But yeah, I got some notes about this
Octopus Murders. Give me the breakdown, because I was going to get into it. I have not checked it out yet. But I did see it trending on my Netflix thing. I was watching the Vince Staples show and wanted to get some thoughts down. So give me the rundown of what the Octopus Murders is before we watch this, a little bit of this.
Let me tell you something, man. This is like going into this, I didn't know exactly what was going to be talked about, but I have been interested in a few of these things that they talked about in this, like a few of these conspiracy theories that they talked about. Turns out a lot of stuff is connected more than we thought. So this documentary series is about a writer who did like tech writing for a magazine. Like he just talked about software and computers and new things that were coming out. And he just did that to kind of pay the bills. He was a fun-loving, loose, happy, attractive Italian white male, right? His name was Danny Casolaro. You can look him up, you guys, if you want to put your YouTube on picture in picture, put your Twitter on picture in picture, and go on and look up Danny Casolaro, Casolaro. This guy right here, like I said, look at him. Not a bad looking guy, right? Like today, if this guy put out a book, right, we would be seeing him all the time, everywhere. Like I said, Casolaro, a family man. He had 2 kids, if I'm not mistaken, or one, maybe just one son, but family man, loved his brother. He had a lot of friends. They said, man, as a matter of fact, everything they said about him kind of reminded me of myself. Go out, if you go out somewhere with me, you're gonna have a good time. We're gonna meet like 25 people. We might go somewhere else and meet some other people. And like, we're gonna have a good time, man. Sometimes they're gonna be cool people. Sometimes they're gonna be really cool people. You know what I mean? So
streets.
So yeah,
streets
that's
love us.
Exactly, baby. You're giving us the love in the streets. And Danny Casolaro.
The streets, I said. Not the street. I said the streets.
Streets. That's when we don't use crayons, we use crayon. You know what I'm saying? Like, we out here, this is the streets, okay? Danny Casolaro was a good dude, man. He, like I said, well loved, but he was found dead in his hotel room in a Sheraton in Martinsburg, West Virginia. Believed to have committed suicide. He was killed right at the precipice of a book/article that he was working on, that he was going to release, that would have shaken the world as we know it. It would have changed history for the last, at that time, it would have changed history for the last 40 years. So now, if at this point, it would have changed history for the last 80 years. And some of the things you're going to hear today, they're going to be a little bit off kilter. You know what I'm saying? Like, we might sound crazy. Also, we might not live till the end of this year. I don't know. Like, this is stuff that even if you go look it up on Google, it's hard to like. They don't make a lot of the connections that they were able to actually confirm in this documentary. This isn't a documentary where people sit and just like speculate on a lot of stuff. They go and get documents. Like,
okay,
when we were joking in the group chat today earlier,
they got the documents to prove it.
Blake and Jeff was talking about they got the documents. They got the documents to prove that the frogs were turning them gay, and they were turning the frogs gay, and they were releasing them out on the property of the American people. And no, they really had the motherfucking documents. There's a fucking photo, like they have a scene where they're just like showing photos of the researcher who is doing this documentary series, and he's like bathing in documents. Like he's literally bathing in legal documents that he's been working on this story for over 10 years. So like I was saying, Danny Casolaro was working on a project that would have shown the cabal of secret government that works not just in the United States, but all across the world.
When you say cabal, I'm already like, that's evil.
Evil, boy. Evil.
Every villain is Lemon's evil. Cabal.
Yes, the director or the filmmakers themselves, can't remember which one's the director. Christian Hansen, he's the researcher. He's the guy who really was working on this whole project for like 10 years. And Zachary Treitz. I should have looked that up. But I can't be guaranteed that Google even knows that. That's crazy. But yeah, those guys did a lot of, man, when I say due diligence, this is probably the most detailed documentary series I've ever seen in my life. This
Can I play a little clip of the
yeah, because I was going to go into how all this started, but yeah, go ahead. This is a perfect place to play a little clip.
Reporter Danny Casolaro was found dead over the weekend in a motel in Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Local authorities quickly ruled his death a suicide.
It just didn't sit right in my mind. I'm thinking they killed him.
Okay. This is a good place to stop before they give us some bullshit. So the guy who was just talking, he said that they killed him. That was his younger brother, Tony. Tony doesn't play a big part of this documentary series, but he had a lot of what do you call it? He is the alibi. You shouldn't have to end up having an alibi when you die. I'll say that much, right? You should not have to have an alibi when you die. But this poor gentleman needed an alibi because he was assumed to have committed suicide. But his brother says that Danny told him, if I have an accident, it's no accident.
Yeah.
And then 3 weeks later,
on some Kendrick Lamar shit, like if I die, know that the government killed me.
Exactly. I have no intentions of committing suicide. Please don't believe them if they say that I did so.
If this happens, right? Okay.
So that right there, I mean, like, this guy has no reason to lie. He only has interest. He only has interest in learning who killed his brother, right? Like, he only has interest in knowing what happened, whether he committed suicide or not. He just needs to know what happened. So the first thing that happens really in this documentary is like the guy who one of the first people they interview. He is what's his name? Hold on, I got everybody's name here. William Bill Hamilton. He was the owner.
I love like how you forgot his name. It's just your name.
Well, I knew his name was Bill, but I didn't want to say just Bill. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want my shit attached to none of this. Boy, I'm gonna tell you right now. When Film Age sent me this shit, Film
Yeah.
A sent me this shit. I watched it damn near immediately. And like I sent him a message like 5 hours later, and it said, "You trying to get me killed? What is wrong with you, boy?" I almost didn't talk about this. I was like, "What is you talking about?" But look, me and Mark Duplass could go out together. Goddamn, let me tell you something. This is a wild road, y'all. This is a wild road. If you want to jump off, just hit mute. Don't turn off the stream. Just hit mute. So yeah, Will Hamilton, he was the owner of this company called Inslaw. I think it means like, I don't know, it has something to do with the internet and law and whatever. He used to work for the DOJ, and he created this software called Promise. It means like prosecutor resource of something information. Like it's a way that the prosecutors, that the Department of Justice could use the computers systems to connect all other networks in law enforcement so that they were able to track criminals.
It's a data center. Basically.
It's a data center, but it was also, at least according to Bill Hamilton, the software had other capabilities that he was not aware of, that their company was not aware of. It also had the ability to spy on people with your researchers. So let's just say I sell you Promise. I created Promise. I'm not even the creator. I'm just selling it to you, right? You get online, you're using the program, but now I can monitor what you're watching.
Okay.
I can monitor what you do now.
I don't like that.
They didn't know that was a capability in their software.
Okay.
But people at NSA and CIA, they were able to figure that out. And they started paying him at the Department of Justice to do these government contracts. So he got this government contract. So Bill Hamilton gets this big government contract. He's like going to be getting millions of dollars to run this operation, right? Well, the government stopped paying him. They started owing him like up to $2 million. And this is like 85, by the way. So
the government started just like, no, we're not paying you.
They got him to do a year worth of work, and then was like, no,
fuck
no, figure that shit out, dog.
Yeah,
like,
and also we're going to tax you for this too.
and now you got to pay the rent, right? You got to pay your employees, like you got to pay whoever you've been getting these loans from to actually pay the people. Like the software is an actual like resource that comes from other countries and shit, like motherboards. You got to pay for all this, dog. So they just left this dude hanging. And then he got some phone calls. He got some phone calls. And they said, "Hey man, we're this company." I can't remember the name of the company. I didn't write that one down, but this company calls him up, asks him, say, "Hey, you want to sell that company? How about you go ahead and sell that company up off of you and we can buy that from you?"
Okay.
Turns out that company owned by the federal government. So he tells them, "No, I don't want to sell my company to y'all. Like I've worked real hard on this, and matter of fact, I wouldn't even be having this conversation with y'all if these niggas would just pay me my money." And so he goes back and forth with them, and they basically tell him, well, they didn't basically tell him, they told him, like, we have ways of making you sell. Now, I do want to point out, this is his word against theirs. Like, we don't have audio recordings of them saying any of this stuff. Maybe he was a jilted contractor who felt like he got screwed over by the federal government? I don't know the answers to those questions. All I know is the evidence that is available to us shows us that he did have a contract with them, that he did not get paid, and that is basically where it sits. And it's also proof that they ended up buying his company, or did they end up buying the company? Yeah, they ended up buying the company so that they could steal his intellectual property. Now, see, that's basically what his argument is. His argument isn't that they need that he should have the company back. His argument is that he should have the intellectual property and be getting paid, consistently, like, throughout perpetuity. So the reason the federal government is interested in this software, like I said, is because you can end up spying on those who have the software, who are using the software. And I won't say spy, but you can monitor the things that they are they're looking at. Because, like, for instance, Facebook does it right now, right? Like, if you're on Facebook, if you're on Twitter, they are monitoring what you are watching.
Yeah, I give them all my data.
And then they are also marketing something to you. They use that research to then control what you see, think, and may do. So that's not the illegal part. They're monitoring. What's illegal is the spying, right? So what they want to do is take the software, and because they have this back door in it, and they know they have this back door in there, they want to sell it, and they do sell it to all of Israel's neighbors, right? They sell it to Israel so that they can sell it, because they tell Israel, like, yo, this is the game we playing. Like, we giving them this software so that they can feel like they being more secure, because you're selling it to security companies, right? I mean, you're selling it to companies that may be working for their governments, right? And you sell it to their intelligence officers. You sell it to their intelligence departments all over the world. Just like we sell weapons, right? We sell weapons all over the world to other companies. Those same people be very interested in the same software. So the problem was, or at least the way this one Israeli operative said it, the problem was the America started monitoring their friendlies as well, their allies. So they start monitoring what Israel is doing. They start monitoring what the UK is doing, until eventually they have this in every one of the countries in the world, basically. Like, they got something somewhere where they can monitor. This is the 80s, dog. We talking about the 80s, dog. So, like, this goes to show y'all that Al Gore didn't create the internet. The military created the internet. Al Gore signed a bill and had a conversation with some other white men about how they was going to allow us to use it on a base level. Who actually created the internet is the government, the military, and
communications. It's all about communications. That's
all about communications.
That's always been the biggest technological advancement in military strategem. Was communication.
Now,
it was communication.
I was talking about how I've heard some of these conspiracies before, and but this isn't a conspiracy. This actually happened. This process did backfire on the United States. There's nothing revealed here in this. This process did backfire on the United States. We ended up having an Iranian asset who ended up double crossing. He did a double agent thing. And gave away, he turncoated and gave away the information to the back door. So then Iran found out that there was a back door in their software, but the United States of America didn't know about it. And it ended up getting a lot of spies killed because they were getting fake information, and then they were taking those assets out. Right. So there's proof of that. Like, that actually happened, and the CIA was using that. But they used it all the way up until like the late 90s. Like, this is something, or early 2000s. Like, this is something that went on through to the Bush administration before people actually found it out. So we know that this took place. All of this comes across the attention of our boy Danny Casolaro, right? Danny Casolaro writes.
Let me. Is it okay if I play this clip?
Yeah.
Little clip right here, because this is when his brother starts saying some shit.
He starts looking into these powerful people and realizes there's something much bigger going on.
These 8 men, they're no longer government officials, but their tentacles can reach into any part of government in almost any country.
Okay, so that like the tentacle part is the octopus, the octopuses. You're muted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing you didn't hear me say was octopuses and
octopuses. Yeah. Okay.
Octopuses. Actually, just let it keep going because I don't want to be
It's like Netflix, and I don't know what the deal is with Netflix. It's just kind of like, well, I mean, now that there has been a pause, but like it is so wild that like Netflix hates when people play their commercials.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Like, why the fuck are you mad that people are, watching your ads? It pisses me off so much.
It's so subjective too, because we see that they don't care if, well, I ain't gonna say nobody's names. Usually I'll be messy on here and say everybody's names, but they say, emergency awesome. They don't let that, heavy spoilers.
Let me say some names actually. Yeah.
Screen Crush.
Like like there's so many channels that get the slide, and probably because of their MCMs or whatever. But for some reason Netflix is always shady about wanting us to play their ads. I was
gonna say all of this comes across, all this information, man. It comes across Danny Casolaro's attention because he writes about software and tech, right? And this is the 80s, so there's not.
Oh, so he's like not even like in the government or like writing specifically about this.
He not even political.
He just kind of like comes across it.
Right. And it actually became a big story because this guy went public with Bill Hamilton went public with this information. Like he was like, yo, the government is fucking up. And not only that, but he was like, I have information that tells me that they're using it to spy on people. Now, back in the day, back in those times, let me tell y'all, nobody would believe anything this motherfucker was saying. Okay, they had just started questioning the JFK murders. Okay, like it was just fashionable to start doing that. Okay, you didn't do that back then. All of this starts with them, but it's alleged that they used all of this. The first application in which it was used is to help get Reagan elected. They stole the election. Now, see, this is another conspiracy theory that I've already been hip to. It's not a conspiracy theory. People in the 80s, news reporters in the 80s, researched this and found out it was true. You just can't go into improving it. So, and they asked questions about it as well to President Reagan, okay, to Vice President Bush. Reagan stole the election. He got up with, I don't know if y'all know this, but Iran, they had like, what was it called? The spring, what is it called? Arab Spring.
The Arab Spring. Are you talking about like
19
New Age?
No, it was the
1984,
82, something like that. So whenever Reagan was running against Jimmy Carter. So Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan are running for president. It's about this time that this shit happens. This is around this time of the year or summertime.
Would have been definitely I want to say like 1979 that they would have been, Jimmy Carter would have been up for office.
Yeah, but no, it would have been like 80 something. He ran in the 70s, won. The last year of his presidency, he's running against Reagan, like all the way, like
Because Jimmy only did the one term,
4
and
years.
then
Yeah,
Reagan
he only
came
did
in,
4 years,
and then the 80s are called the Reagan generation.
Right.
I mean, I could Google it, but why?
Why? No, I mean, yeah, he only had 4 years. This would have been like 82, 84 or something like that, right? Because so I want to say 82, right? But anyway, it doesn't matter. What matters is when he was getting elected. The reason I don't know if anybody here is familiar with politics, but they call it the October surprise. The term October surprise came when so this happened in October. The Iranian people revolted and attacked an American embassy, and they were able to get a few hundred hostages.
Oh, is this what Argo was about? The Ben Affleck shit?
Yes.
Okay.
One thing they didn't talk about in Argo is how millions of dollars, like $50 million, $40 million, was transferred over to the Iranians to not negotiate with Jimmy Carter and or not negotiate with the United States of America until Reagan got into office, which then helped plummet Jimmy Carter's Jimmy Carter's numbers in the race, because his polls went down because they were like, oh, he's weak, he can't get nothing done, and people didn't really like Jimmy Carter.
Right.
The majority of the country didn't like Jimmy Carter because he wanted to legalize weed. He
put them goddamn solar panels on the White House roof.
Exactly. He wanted to have
green energy.
He wanted electric cars by 96. Like he was one of them dudes. They was like, hell no, we got to get him up out of here.
Get that woke bullshit out of here.
And so we all know what happened. Jimmy Carter sent preachers and everything over there, couldn't get it done. Was it Jackson? What was his name? Damn. Anyway, can't remember the dude's name. Goddamn, I've been drinking. But going back to the documentary, that's the first application. That's the first use of this corrupt group, of this corrupt cabal, as it involves in the octopus tentacles. Okay. Please, if you hadn't got caught up, ask questions. You know what I'm saying? If you need to ask questions, there's people in the chat who have watched. And if you have questions, just put it in the chat. We'll get you straight. And me and Nine will answer some questions if you need them answered. But yeah, so we found out about the back doors, right? Bill Hamilton. Sorry, I'm burping. Bill Hamilton lets it be known to Danny Castellaro, our main character here. He lets it be known to Danny, like, hey man, not only are they like, he's like, I'm like, hold on, excuse me. Danny's I'm trying to read and tell y'all this at the same time. Danny is like, yo, Bill, how do you know all this shit? You telling me all this shit? Like, it sounds real crazy. You know, I'm not trying to be a dick, but you sound fucking crazy, dog.
Hail Hydra.
Hail Hydra. You know what I'm talking about? This is what kind of shit is going on.
Hail Hydra.
But he's like, yo, Bill, how you know this shit? Just kind of like how some of y'all are probably saying right now. Nigga, I watched the documentary. What the fuck you talking about?
Like, I'm Bill.
That's how I know. No, but yeah, he was like, Bill, how do you know this stuff? And he was like, well, this dude, Michael Ricana Sato, man, I messed that up so bad.
Here, one more clip break.
Any country. I've come to call this group the Octopus.
Most of us were convinced that he had been hurt for him covering this story.
If the federal government says, we don't know what you're talking about, it's beyond what a couple of local detectives can do.
It all started with the software promise.
These programs allegedly...
Yeah, so that's the software that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Morgan says, I've heard for years Marvel was just releasing classified info under the guide of fiction, so Hail Hydra. Okay, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, no, they're not, but that's funny.
I like that.
It is pretty
He
funny.
allowed the CIA to spy on the intelligence agencies that bought it.
The two of them transferred in excess of $40 million.
This money was used to buy off.
It was a disturbing conspiracy.
A lot of people that reported on it are dead.
All three of them had been shot in the head.
Bang, bang.
Who was involved? No one was ever brought to justice.
We found the body. There was a wire running from around his neck.
Pause it.
His ankles.
So this is what we're getting into right here. Michael Reconnaissado. That's what I'm gonna say. I might
That
be wrong.
sounds like a spy name.
Yeah, it doesn't even sound like a real name.
It sounds like someone that is like into some spycraft, espionage.
I think his
type
name
of
is made up. I
crazy
mean,
shit.
I think it's not only well, it's not made up. Actually, I'm wrong. You can look up his dad. I think his dad's name Mark Reconnaissado. It's RICONOSCIATO. Reconnaissado.
Oh, you want me to look that up?
Casado. Anyway, his dad was a politician. Okay, involved with the building of the CIA, right? Intelligence community. Or was it NSA? One of the alphabet boys. He was like very involved in that as a senator. So there's a senator. We know who his dad was, right? But it's not even on Google. It's not clear as to when this dude was born. I don't believe he's like a real person. Like, you know, they created this dude's persona.
No, that is the real person. Because Reconnaissado just sounds.
Well, his dad, RICONOSCIATO. Feel like I'm on a goddamn spelling bee right now.
Reconnaissado. Okay.
Or maybe I spelled it wrong.
Okay. All right, so I just got no photo.
Oh, there'll be one
I found where's okay.
If you type it in the images, you'll see a photo because of the documentary. It's going to be photos from the doc.
This motherfucker right here.
Yep.
Okay.
He was, according to him, he used to work for the federal government, which I believe because he has a lot of information about things that he shouldn't have information about. He used to work for the CIA and he used to do ops. He was very involved in engineering and like coding. So he was a hacker for the federal government, basically. He was the tech guy. He, by the age of like 18, this dude had already like graduated from college and shit. Like he created his own, at 16 years old, he had created his own like laser for viewing particles.
Okay.
And when the dude called to look up, you know, the professors who he had, like, these people were like, oh yeah, you don't forget about a 16-year-old who comes in with like a particle laser and like,
yeah,
like one that he built on his own. Like, no, you remember a guy like that. So this dude's extremely intelligent, and this is who Bill Hamilton tells Danny Casolaro that this is how I found my information. This gentleman contacted me and told me that he was the one who located the back door in my software, and he was the one who was running it through Promise. He was the one who broke it and gave it to the federal government, right? On orders from the federal government. And which just is helping him prove that the federal government is involved in shutting down his company, right? Like they are trying to shut down my company. Now we know right now at this point in our show right here that they're using they want his software so they can continue to use it and sell it to everyone else around the world. But everybody always get greedy, man. we start spying on our own allies. You know what I mean? Like selling them the software, telling them that it's got back doors in it so they can sell it to somebody else.
Right.
But then ending up goddamn spying on the homie. Like, that is crazy wild. But anyway, Michael was involved in a lot of ops, according to him. One of them being involved with a gentleman named John Philip Nichols. John Philip Nichols was basically, I'm not going to parse any words here. I'm not going into no like PC don't sue me bullshit. Okay, fuck all these niggas. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, John Philip Nichols was what they call an asset. We use a real spy term. We use a real spy term.
That's not what I thought you were going to say here. I was just like, be easy. We just got to 20 watchers. We just got to 20 people watching. On
shout out to all people watching, man. I'm going to keep it sweet. I'm not going to keep it crazy. It's not going to be crazy. No, I'm not going too crazy because I want to keep it fresh. You know what I'm saying? I want to keep it sweet because it's going to be too. It's going to be hard enough to, I'm just saying, we might get like halfway through this. They might take us down. NSA might just take this whole stream down. You never know. Because we talk about crazy shit. But yeah, John Philip Nichols.
It's hard for me to follow, to be honest. But like, I'm getting it, but like, it is getting hard to follow because I'm like, God damn.
Man, let me tell you something. I just watched it yesterday and I had to take notes.
You got no cards.
Cards, baby. I got cards, multiple.
Okay,
because I wouldn't remember all this shit. Like,
your handwriting also looks impeccable. You got good handwriting?
No, not really. It just looks good because it's TV.
Okay.
It's just pretty. It's not. You can't.
It's not great.
You can't read it. You wouldn't be able to read it.
Okay.
But yeah, John Philip Nichols, man, spy. You would call him a spy. But what they don't use that term, they call him an asset, right? Because technically he don't work for the federal government, right? He don't actually exist under the guise of them supplying him with information and or resources and him providing them with information and or resources. That is not official. But this dude is a spy. He worked, they talked to this guy's son, okay? Can't remember his name, but they had an interview with his son. His son named about 52 places that they lived from the time he was born to the time that he was 18 years old. I mean, there's literally how could you live in this many places? And the places that he didn't live with his dad, like his dad would go out of the country to do several things for like 3 to 6 months at a time. He would be in all these crazy countries, which just so happening to be countries that we have crazy conflicts with, like, oh no, that's a different guy.
And his dad do 26 languages.
Like, the guy who knew 26 languages was hold on. That was a different dude. It was Solar Joe. He was the dude who allegedly killed our main character, Danny. But we jumping ahead with that one because it's Cellar, Cuellar, I think. Damn, we got too far. No, so yeah, John Philip Nichols, he was the dude who was basically running these ops all over all over the world. Like anywhere where you can think of that we had conflicts from the 70s into the 80s. This dude had some hand in it because we were there. What he was doing in this part of our documentary, just for the sake of saving time, Jesus Christ, y'all. So yeah, so Filmade says, yeah, you're right. So yeah, it was Cuellar. Anyway, John Philip Nichols' son let us in on the down low about how his dad was in Cabazon, California. Cabazon, California is a small Indian reservation in which John Philip Nichols had his last stay as, operative doing work for the government. And Michael Reconnaissado, we just gonna call him Michael Ree, because I'm tired of saying his name. Jesus Christ. I get nervous every time I say it. Yeah, we're gonna call him Shep. I'm sorry, there's probably nobody on here who's even seen the Three Stooges. How do you even know who Shep is? Anyway.
Well, now when you say the Three Stooges, I know exactly who you're talking about.
This dude is wild looking. But Michael Ree, he was working at Cabazon as well. Okay. And that is when we are also introduced to this to two characters, Paul Maraska and Robert Booth Nichols. Okay, Paul Maraska,
the guy who shot Lincoln.
No, that's Paul Maraska was prolific and in the knowledge of offshore banking and shell companies and stuff like that. He was also working in Cabazon, working with John Philip Nichols. And the other character that I mentioned, Robert Booth Nichols, no relation, was also working down there. And what they were all working on, well, Robert Booth Nichols was in charge. Bobby Nichols, we don't call him Pretty Bobby. Pretty Bobby, he was in charge of assembling weapons and teaching people how to use those weapons. Who are those people that we're talking about? We're talking about the Contras.
Okay. So now we're getting into the Iran-Contra situation.
Yes, sir.
Is that like the motherfuckers like like when the CIA was funding the Contras through like just putting crack into fucking or selling drugs and shit?
Yes, sir. This is the story of Rick. So another conspiracy theory, right? A whole other conspiracy theory. Like I said, these are conspiracy theories that we've all known about, or to a certain degree, but you didn't know that they were all attached to the head of a cabal, or maybe you did, and we just never seen this documentary, right? Like so,
now I might have some questions, but go. Actually, can we take let me just do a little.
Well, yeah, because in this scene right here, before you start, they're talking about Paul Mascara, the guy I was talking about, who's the banking guy. He also was he was the drug dealer who ran drugs for the money to supply the Contras, to fund the Contras. So, this is how they assumed he was killed. Well, not assumed. This is how he was found. He was not just hogtied.
They said that he committed suicide that way.
No, they didn't say he committed suicide. They said he was murdered. Paul was murdered, but he was tortured. The way he's strung up right there, if he lets his feet go, let me play the clip. Well, they're not gonna. I just want to, because of the way that clip.
We found the body.
The part
there was
here.
A wire running from around his neck.
Okay, so you're saying that they found him like this.
They found him like this, but what's important to realize here is he's not just hogtied. If his feet fall, he strangles himself. So you got hours. You could be there for hours.
That glute workout.
Yes. So they tortured this gentleman. And I'll get to why they tortured him in just a second. This is a good pausing point, so I can drink a shot.
Freeway Ricky enters the chat. Morgan says,
"Yeah, this is all about that." Yeah,
to his ankles.
There's just too many people dead in this case.
This former NSA guy says, I don't know how you heard that name, but you can get killed just knowing that name.
Can you turn the camera off?
That's the boy. That's our boy.
Yeah, that's our boy. Michael Reed.
Into the conspiracy verse where all conspiracies are connected. Yeah, like it's all connected.
It's all connected. But it really is. Now, see, I am a big conspiracy theorist. Just for all y'all who know, who are out there.
What's your like favorite conspiracy theory?
Oh, JFK murder.
Oh, JFK. Like, are you more of like a magic bullet or grassy knoll type?
No,
of guy,
JFK.
or?
Everybody knows JFK was killed by a man that is very easy to see. You can even see it in what's considered the Dr. Zapruder film. The one that we see is considered Dr.
Zapruder?
Yeah, the Zapruder film.
How's the Doctor? Because I saw that I could get his head blown off in that.
Yeah, no. There's I think the Chinese actually are the first people who confirmed this. They said that it clearly shows that the driver is the one who shot the killing blow where his head blows off. Now that was out in 2005, 2006, or something like that. That came out in like 2006. But if it's China saying it, then I'm just saying, if it's China saying, you can probably find the article where China said it, and you can probably say Chinese confirms a Zapruder film or something like that. I'm just saying, you can find it, somebody else can find it. Y'all who are watching, you can locate these things.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't lie to you. You know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't lie to you. But there is a weapon out there that is undetectable. The CIA had to admit this in like the early 2000s. They had to admit that they did have a fish bullet pellet, like a weapon that fires a fish oil pellet that dissipates into someone's body so that you would never be able to tell that it was there. Like, you know what I'm saying? You would never. It's a firearm that is undetectable because of the nature of the material made to use the bullet. Anyway, they talk about that in this documentary. They talk about that in this documentary. There's a television show. I'm sorry if I'm going all over the place, but this all fits within what we're talking about right this very second. There's a television show it's a comedy on HBO Max where they're reenacting the breaking in of the DNC with Nixon. So Richard Nixon, for those who don't know, Richard Nixon sent some dudes into the DNC to break in, to put wiretaps in there so that he could get tips on what the hippies were doing. It was so stupid. All they were doing was doing drugs. Little did he know, there was no reason. You already knew what they were doing. They were smoking drugs and they was fucking. There was no reason for you to even do that. You could just figure that out by yourself. But anyway, they got caught. One of the guys who got caught is he's a known part of the octopus. They call the octopus the head of the snake, if you will. It's a bunch of guys. It's like 8 guys, which is why it's 8. It is 8. It's 8 guys, which is why they call it the octopus. He is one of those gentlemen who is on the list. Gentlemen, fuck these motherfuckers. He's one of these cunts. He's one of these cunts who's on here who is known to have been a part of the starting of the CIA, right? These are all cronies who were friends throughout the Civil War, throughout the Cold War, and they were veterans from World War II. One more clip break, because we just got a little bit of an increase. We are talking about the Octopus Murders right now. Right. Before we jump on, because I'm done after this as far. But in the comedy, it's got Woody Harrelson. Woody Harrelson's character is the guy that they're talking about, the guy who was involved in creating the CIA, or the startup of the CIA. He's a part of the 8 tentacles. He says in the comedy on the TV show that he knows where the bodies are buried and he knows who killed Kennedy. He said he was there. He was like, I was on the grassy knoll when that happened.
Yeah. Okay.
So it was very interesting because I took it like jokingly and like whatever, but they basically confirmed that in this.
That like he was there.
They basically confirmed that. Like, yo, Kennedy was killed by a team that coordinated in different ways, and other people didn't even know they was being watched. Like, go ahead and play this rest of this clip right here.
Play the rest of the clip. But yeah, we are talking about the American Conspiracy, the Octopus Murders show. I have not seen it. Bill is breaking it down to me. He's getting me cultured, enlightened.
Welcome to the Bantha Bunch show, baby.
Welcome to the Bantha Bunch when we encourage you to exactly
open your mind.
Talk to certain people, not to raise certain issues.
Danny became obsessed with this story. You have the same curiosity that Danny had.
If you think for a minute that you're going to go expose somebody, you're going to get yourself killed.
Real shit. Get yourself killed, motherfucker.
Real shit. And you know what's crazy? That was a detective telling him that on the phone, knowing that he's a journalist. They were like, look, man, let me tell you something. Your ass gonna die. Like, that's a person who knows the law, knows that they're being recorded. Like, they're in California, so he knows that you have to let somebody know that you're recording them here in the state of California.
Okay.
So he knows that this is being recorded. He still says what he says. That means he don't give a fuck. He's really trying to tell you're gonna die. You're gonna die. Like, this is how this kind of stuff goes down. We were talking about Paul Maraska. Okay. Paul Maraska. Well, first of all, we'll talk about what Morgan said right here. Johnson's wife was on tape saying the same thing essentially back in the day when he's talking about LBJ, Lyndon Blaine Johnson, president who was vice president when JFK was assassinated, and then he became president later on. But yeah, Johnson's wife was on tape saying the same thing essentially back in the day. Let me tell you something. You disloyal ass bitch. Like, let it happen. Let it happen. My wife telling on me at the end, man, Lyndon, you must not have been worth a good goddamn. Either that or she is disloyal as hell. Because if I had anything to do with any people getting assassinated, I damn sure don't want you telling anybody. I don't care if I'm dead. I don't care if I'm dead. I don't care how long I've been dead. Don't tell that. Don't run and tell that. That's kind of cold-blooded.
Don't need none of that.
I didn't know that, Morgan. Thank you for letting us know. And if you got information on this, if you got any conspiracy questions or information, put it in the comments. We here to enlighten each other. You know what I'm saying? We here to all learn. I don't know everything. I just wrote some notes down on a cue card. Okay.
And we're close to 30 people watching right now. 18 of y'all are watching from the Drunk Bantha's Twitter account, which is insane. We'd never get those types of numbers.
Insane.
Shout out to everybody watching from Nerds at Night and the Drunk Bantha's YouTube channel. Leave a comment. Let us know what your thoughts are about the American Conspiracy, the Octopus Murders. But for now, Bill, keep on enlightening me and telling me about this shit.
Paul Maraska. Well, I'm just saying, man. Before I continue, this will put a lot for the new people who are in the chat and the people watching. This put a lot on me yesterday. Okay. It was my off day. I wasn't trying to do no work, but I did some work watching this. It was emotionally draining because this shit really is going on around us. And we think that we're all so separate and individualized. But man, we are a hive. We are all a hive. And they can use that to control us. Not saying we should stop being a hive. I'm not saying we should not be connected. I'm just saying be aware of these things. And read up on stuff, because the more you read, the easier it is to find out that they fucking lying to you and it's bullshit. It's way easier if you do it that way. Hold them accountable, hold their feet to the fire,
How many episodes is this?
4 episodes. So you're talking
4
about like
episodes?
5.5 hours of television, maybe 6 hours of television.
Okay.
Because one of them is like an hour and
Not
40
bad.
something minutes or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, so yeah, back to the point. Like I was saying, vote, read, goddamn, fucking educate yourself, because if you don't, you will fall for any goddamn thing. And these motherfuckers have proven it. They've been getting over on you for fucking at least 48 years just in this story. Just in this documentary series, 48 years of you getting played because you don't vote, because you don't read. You don't even got to vote, just at least read, goddamn. You know what I mean? Read so you can have an opinion. But yeah, Paul Mascara.
Read a book, motherfucker.
Read a fucking book.
You better gang bang them books, motherfucker.
Yeah, man, for real. But yeah, Paul he was that dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, the picture they have of him, so he lived in San Francisco.
Paul Muad'Dib? Paul,
No,
the Lisa
my
Muad'Dib
God.
from Dune?
Oh, God, that's terrible. Just a terrible name for a Messiah. A terrible name for a Messiah. Paul, like I said, he was that dude. He lived in San Francisco. He had one of them handlebars, chops, mustache. They go down here, goatee thing. And he had a cowboy hat on, like I said, and like so what I'm assuming is that he was gay and he sold drugs. So he was like that nigga in San Francisco, okay? Because he had like a very not feminine. He had a gay male dress about him. And I guess that only makes sense if you live in San Francisco or you have spent time in San Francisco. It's very specific. It's a very specific look. So he must have been having all the parties, fucking getting fucked up, doing drugs, got all the bitches, got all the dudes over at the crib, whatever he was into, he was doing it. But this dude, Robert Booth Nichols, he, like I said, was contributing the money that Paul was making to the Iran-Contra effort. So the Contras are getting this money, but also $50 million or $40 million needs to be given to the Contras to pay off the debt that they have, because they're selling them weapons and they selling them. Hold on, so because they're selling them weapons, Iran, and they're selling the Contras weapons. And they selling Iraq weapons. We can't get into all of that because that just goes into just history. But just know that Paul was supplying the money.
It's Producer T.
What up, though?
It's Producer T.
What's going on? What have I missed in the United States?
I mean, a lot, apparently. I've been catching up myself, man.
Like, I've seen there was like 2 mass shootings or something like that happen.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't hear about that. I've been stuck in
I mean, that's just every other day, though.
Yeah.
You know,
I just been stuck in my hole watching this.
You said only 2?
2 that I know, that I've been.
Only 2?
Yeah, I would have took the over on that one. If you just said over under 2 shootings in the last 7 days, I'd have said
would have went for the over.
Morgan says, sorry, got cut up racing. Oh, he loves them racing games. We know that. Probably playing Forza. The interview with his widow was on the documentary JFK to 9/11. It's all a rich man's game. Bush Sr. was CIA director at the time. It's shadier than you ever knew. Okay.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Age Studios. I mean, shadier than I ever knew. Film Age Studios says, bro, the rabbit hole I fell down after this and the insomniatic fear of the dots I connected on my own. Shaking my head. I'm deleting my tweets. He's like, they're out to get me. Rachel V says, no lie. When you said only 2, I genuinely thought you meant today, not this entire week. Yeah, when we're talking about the but what were you saying, Terry?
I was saying, so we're talking about that new conspiracy movie that's on Netflix. I haven't checked it out.
Series,
yes, sir.
Well, yeah. How many episodes did you say it was again?
It
Bill?
is 4 episodes.
An hour long a piece.
Yeah, about an hour, or a little over an hour for a couple of them. But yeah.
Check that out.
I haven't got a chance to use this shit yet, so I just want to get. We're gonna have to do this every time we go back in. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Locked in.
We're locked in, y'all. We locked in. Appreciate y'all for joining us. Shout out to anybody who's on Twitter, Nerds at Night, and Drunk Banthas.
Twitter going hard. We got 26 people watching right now. Yeah, let us know in the comments. We always appreciate anybody that's listening to just ask some questions. I haven't seen the show. Terry hasn't seen the show. So Bill is just here enlightening us all about it. And
we all just sitting here on the couch, right? We all just sitting on the couch, right?
We're having some fun.
Yeah, share that shit with your friends and let's get on this couch together. You know what I'm saying?
Load up a bowl.
Everybody load up a bowl, roll up a blunt, do what you gotta do. I'm doing what I gotta do right here. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I'm about to pour another shot. So look, check it out. John Philip Nichols is running a company through Whack and Hunt. Whack and Hunt is a company that used to run special ops missions for the United States government.
Like
they are current
Blackwater?
before Blackwater.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like before Blackwater was Blackwater.
But a little bit different. Like we talking about the dark shit. Not just like we're gonna send troops to do this kind of shit. No, we talking about they use Terry to do this and this and this. You know what I'm saying? Like these are the guys who are unassuming. These are people who you would never think are actually out here committing crimes. Nobody with military background. We talking about regular
Terry a while ago. Terry's the head of the clone program.
Wouldn't it be funny if like this connection just all suddenly dropped because y'all kept telling too much about me?
Hey, we've been telling everybody, let us know if we get cut off, though, goddamn it, because we might get kicked off today.
Just reached 31 people watching right now. So
that's right. Hey, shout out to y'all. I know y'all sharing.
American Conspiracy, the Octopus Murders.
Yeah. So John Philip Nichols, as I mentioned, is working for Whack and Hunt. He's running all this shit down in Cabazon, California. Cabazon, California is an Indian reservation, and there's only about 27 of them. So why is he even going down there, right? Like he's going down there to take advantage of these people. Okay. He opened up a Indian reservation smoke shop / casino.
Okay. I thought only Native Americans can open right.
What you can do is you can open one there on behalf of the company. I mean, the Native Americans, right? Like, so the tribe might they only have 27 people there, so they're not going to be able to build up enough equity to open up their own casino.
So as long as he like pays them out like the regular casinos do.
Exactly. He right. So. Problem is, he was never giving them no money. He wasn't doing shit. He was just like, I'm working for the government. Fuck you. Like I'm CIA, nigga. Like I'm killing niggas all over the world. Like I don't give a fuck about what the fuck you talking about. It's 26 of y'all. Like, so this dude, his name's Fred. I don't remember his last name. Maybe it was Alvarez, but I don't want to sound racist. But look, his name's Fred. Fred and his homies find out that this dude is being trifling, and they trying to get a lawyer. They go and get a lawyer to try to figure out a way to get this dude, John Philip Nichols, off their land. Right. According to Michael Riconoscito,
our boy,
according to him, Philip Arthur Thomas and Robert Booth Nichols had something to do with killing Fred. got rid of his ass because he was out here trying to find too much out. He was out here trying to get, take the cat out of the bag. But the problem is, my issue with it was like, not issue, but it was just sad to me because Fred don't even know what he's getting into. He's just trying to make sure his grandmama ain't getting cheated over, right? He's just trying to make sure his people is taken care of. He ended up walking over a landmine. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't realize that
he was disturbing a hornet's nest.
Exactly. A hornet's nest bigger than anything he could imagine. Because we're talking about billions of dollars that's being generated when we talk about crack, cocaine. We got to remember what era we're talking about still here. A lot of drugs being made, delivered, and sold, along with guns that's being made, delivered.
See, on my part, that's the hornet's nest, right? Because, like, billions of dollars are being generated, but like, what's the economic output in the long run, and the effect that's
the hornet's nest.
The Contra program, or establishing a drug network in the United States, or introducing it to low income Black neighborhoods or whatever, like that. That's got to cost more than billions of dollars.
And also, methamphetamine was popular at this time. People don't talk about that, but these guys were in charge of making a lot of methamphetamine as well.
I'm talking about that,
which Michael Riconosado, because he got spooked on all of this stuff, he basically said, I don't want to do this shit no more. And they said, boy, stop. And he was like, no, for real, I don't want to do this. And they said, okay, go on about your business. And so he leaves, and him and Paul Murasaka, I can't remember his name. Anyway, Paul and him leave together one day, driving down the street, and they get arrested by the DEA. And Paul doesn't do any time, but Michael does 11 years in prison with no drugs on him. They ain't find him with drugs. There was no big investigation or anything. Like, he's white. And he's white. And his daddy was a senator. Let's not forget now. His daddy was a senator, but also involved in the creation of the CIA. So let's also not forget that. Hold on, I dropped a cue card.
Like, damn, your daddy was your man.
Like, if you
damn, they gave you 11 years and your daddy is senator. Like,
which means
wrong people.
Which means more than you supposed to know, and you didn't know enough, because if you knew enough, you need to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, if you knew better, you'd do better.
Because I ain't telling nobody nothing. I'm not even gonna tell them I don't want to do it no more. I'm gonna just disappear. So they end up killing this dude. Like I said, Fred ended up dying. Now it's assumed that he was killed by Philip Arthur Thomas. Now, Philip Arthur Thomas is his real name, but the name that they keep hearing floated around is Jason. Jason did this. Jason did that. Finally, the FBI is able to locate this dude's name. And they're like, oh, Philip Arthur Thomas, he did this. They pick him up. It's not even the FBI. It was actually the local police. They get him, or state troopers, whatever. They get him in there. They asking him questions. This dude's got a rap sheet a mile long. This dude is a rapist. He's robbed people. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, he's a vapist. He's a vapist. YouTube. That's vaping.
He vapes.
We really can't say that, man. That's ridiculous.
You don't know what I don't know what you could say. I don't know what you
don't. We don't like taking chances.
They gotta. They ain't never said nothing about this. They ain't never said nothing about this, but they say stuff about other stuff.
I'm pretty sure we got shadow banned a little bit because of that, but a little bit shadow banned.
Go check out Boss Nigger on YouTube because it's an actual movie you can rent on YouTube.
That's my unchangeable PlayStation name. You know how everybody got that gamer tag, or it's like, I should probably change it. That's mine. I had to spell it with NIGAA. Was how I got away with it.
I'm surprised that they even
That's
allowed
amazing.
that on the PlayStation Network.
Yeah, that's kind of like when they was letting the when they had the Yin Yang Twin song, and they from the window to the wall, and they the edit for it was
just was more
like how do you think that is better? But yeah, Philip Arthur Thomas is basically an assassin for the United States government. I'm not, like I told y'all earlier, I'm not parsing words like they did in the documentary. They trying to say, oh, this dude did this and he was that. No, this nigga was a killer. He killed multiple people that he was caught and arrested for, and he got off. He would always get out of prison. They found this out. Look, man, look, how does this nigga keep getting out of jail? They call the FBI. FBI like, oh yeah, he's an informant of ours. I know who he is. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. His real name is Philip Arthur Thomas. Yeah, we know him. He cool. Like, no, he's not cool. I got him on murder charges. Then they like, boom.
Well, that's
he gets
why
out.
he cool, man. He good at his job, you know.
Yeah,
so
man,
he just be doing extra murders. We call that practice. Our man needs is that how they defend him? Like that? I guess if I needed a killer, I would go for somebody.
Jack of all trades.
Those people already is like, oh, you already did a couple murders.
A master of some.
He's in the weird shit, and he's considered. So what we find out in this documentary is that John Michael Phillips, Philip Arthur Thomas, and Robert Booth Nichols, no relation to John Nichols. Now, remember, I mentioned him earlier. Robert Booth Nichols.
John Wilkes Booth.
You know what? Could be related to him. Because this nigga crazy. Let me tell you something. If you can find this dude, Robert Booth Nichols, if you can find him, this dude is fucking scary. Robert Booth Nichols is a guy I told you that was working in Cabazon who was helping them develop the weapon, not develop weapons, but put the weapons together. The way gun running works is you have to move in. Now, I used to help do this kind of stuff.
There's nothing on this motherfucker.
Oh, it's not? Oh, man, that's amazing. Because so anyway.
I am wilding out at this story because you're basically telling me that Task Force X, the Suicide Squad, was real.
To a certain degree.
To a certain degree. It's got Task Force X, Amanda Waller.
Is this him? This isn't him, is it?
No. Look up Ronald Reagan, Robert Booth Nichols, because I believe he was friends with I'm pretty positive he was friends with Ronald Reagan, and he worked in the administration in California, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that's Ollie North. Ollie North.
Bro,
Yeah. Have y'all seen that American Dad?
Actually, you know what? I might be wrong. I think I might be conflating two stories with one another. Maybe type in his name with the Octopus Murders. But anyway,
like when I typed in Robert Booth Nichols, and that was actually the only thing that came up was images from the Octopus. So like I never see this type of thing. This is kind of crazy because like I never see
he's been scrubbed.
He's
been scrubbed. This is none of these is him.
Like it's so
he's been scrubbed. No, none of I'm saying none of these people are him. He's been scrubbed from the internet. And I'm glad that's what I'm trying to get to him because he's the most interesting character to me in this entire documentary. And I'm trying to like ease my way to him because it's so dense, right? Like there's so much to go into. Like I said, they had the documents. And we have the documents to prove that there was niggers.
We got the documents.
And let's see here. So John Philip Nichols, Philip Arthur Thomas, and Robert Booth Nichols all meet at a restaurant. I think that's him.
That's probably like the only picture.
That's him. That's him.
Okay. That's the only picture that they're showing here.
And you know what? I don't know if he was like Latino, but he had a lot of connections down in Nicaragua. He was their contact down there. And he had a lot of connections in the Middle East. So I don't know if the United States like to use him because he was a little brown, but also white. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people in like more like Southern America are like you would consider white if they were
here in
America.
America.
If you
they didn't like open their mouth at you and you just saw them passing on the street, you'd be like, that's
you would be like, oh, that's a white person. Yeah.
But like for people who know about the Freeway Ricky Ross story, Danilo Cardone, Danilo Cardone was basically this guy for this purpose of this story. Danilo Cardone he sold drugs, he sold guns to the Nicaraguans, the Contras, to help overthrow their government.
We just got to 40 people watching, by the way. So
shout out to y'all, man. Watching. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate y'all. Welcome to the Bantha Bunch. Booth.
Free Ray Ricky.
Say what?
Free Ray Ricky enters the chat.
Yeah, right when he said that, like I gotta remember
when you mentioned it. I was like, oh my god.
See, this is the thing. Like, we got 40 people watching right now. Why aren't y'all leaving some comments or talking about
I really
show some love.
Like, the worst breakout ever from coming back from Japan because I didn't have my face washed with me the whole time while I was out there. Stop zooming in on me.
Dude, I'm a bully. I will bully the fuck out you, Terry. Sorry.
I didn't have my face washed with me in Japan, bro.
Check it out. We're not gonna bully him anymore.
Terry just came back from Japan too.
Man, I got so many.
Can't believe I bought
Japan jumps. But look, what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep it moving.
Asshole, and I bought you candy.
Keep it moving.
We're gonna keep it moving because I want to talk about Robert Booth Nichols because I'm gonna just move on past this stuff now. They do meet. John Philip Nichols, Philip Arthur Thomas, and Robert Booth Nichols meet at a restaurant. I can't remember the name of it. Is it Film Age? Can you remember the name of it? Is it Vinny's or Valerie's or Vessels or something like that? It starts with a V. It's in San Francisco, and they all met there to talk about the killing of Paul Maraska. We have to assume that because Paul ends up dead like the next day. And the view from the window at the restaurant looks right up to Paul Maraska's house. We have to assume that Paul was fucking up in some kind of way, right? Like he either was talking too much, pillow talking, maybe. He's a very sociable dude. He's selling drugs. He knows about all the offshore accounts. So somehow, some way, they needed to burn this dude. That's the assumption because they did end up murdering him, even though he was their bank and their bread, right? Like,
so it's not the guy that they found hogtied, though.
Yes, that's the guy they found hogtied.
Oh, that's the same guy. Okay,
yes, that gentleman was hogtied in a way that if his legs fell down, he would choke himself to death, which ended up happening. So that means that he was tortured. And why else would he be tortured? To get the information. He had all of the bank accounts. He had all of the knowledge of the safe houses for the drugs. He had all of the codes and stuff in his brain. Like, didn't have it written down anywhere. It's against the rules. They tortured him to get the information. And guess what? When he died, the FBI found up all this information. Like, oh, they found that he had bank accounts and all this stuff, but all of it was wiped out. Everything that he had was wiped out.
Teddy. He's talking about Teddy.
Says that Paul was definitely fucking up. I think he was the white CIA guy from Snowfall.
That was
yes.
Teddy. Yeah.
Yes, I think so as well. That was basically his role. Very good comp here.
Oh, I still need to watch that show.
What?
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, people have been trying
You can read.
Left us
over it.
I would suggest reading Freeway Ricky Ross's book before watching Snowfall, considering
Snowfall is just very exaggerated, dramatized, perfectly made for TV, but it does.
And it's also his story. It's also Freeway Ricky Ross's story. So
I'm so glad I just starred.
But I think it does a pretty good job. I watched that show out of boredom during the pandemic, like a couple episodes, and I was like hooked.
It does a good job. Like you said, it over exaggerates things for television, and they film it. They film a lot of it here in my neighborhood, to be honest. But I saw D.
You ain't walk on extra.
No, I saw D-Ray, and I just yelled at him.
Yeah, Terry, this is perfect. Because I actually, just a little sidebar here. We were just talking about, I mean, not just, but
an hour and a half
talking
ago.
about American Gods. Is that the show that you were an extra on? Oh, what show were you an extra on?
I did American Crime.
American Crime.
You're on American Crime. Okay, sorry, Rachel.
I did American Crime and The Leftovers.
Then The Leftovers. Okay, that's probably what, like, maybe, I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, and Walker Texas Ranger was the last thing I did. It was Walker before I moved.
Walker Texas Ranger?
Uh-huh.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I was in the scene when, like, I don't know. I have to, like, try and find it because I'm not sure what episode it was. They were all.
You would have been a child.
No. The new one. Jared Padalecki.
Well, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I was like,
I was like, what in the absolute fuck were you doing on goddamn?
When did that one come out? That was what, 20,
like 2 years
21?
ago? Because they're still making that show. I just saw another poster for the casting, but I don't know what episode it is. I think it might be season 2.
Oh, it's just called Walker?
Yeah. It's whenever he's in the bar and they're doing a close-up of him talking to him and the other detective lady. You'll see me literally right behind him playing fake pool with those balls that don't make any noise because they're rubber.
Those are heads. Oh no, sorry. My balls don't make noise either.
Okay, so yeah, Walker on the CW if you want to see Terry.
Yeah.
But that sounds like every scene in Walker or Walker Texas Ranger, like a guy walking into a bar and there's people playing pool.
Yeah,
like,
that was like the main top hangout was this bar set they made.
Okay.
Some episode you'll see me in the background playing pool.
It was on the CW. Jesus Christ! Fucking
still on the CW, by the way, not just on it. It's still
on.
It's still getting seasons, bro.
Yeah, I don't know how fucking the CW.
Check out our podcast on Walker Texas Ranger every Monday.
I never watched it. I'm not about to
We'll eventually maybe find Terry, but I'm not going to watch the show.
I'm not going to try and find him. Jared Paladecki's a nice dude. He talked to me while we were on.
He seems like
shout out to him, friend of the show, obviely, but hold on, my notes are being blocked by my thermos. So we got through Whack and Hunt. We talked about Paul's murder. He got whacked because he knew too much or he was doing too much, and that's usually what you get whacked for in the federal government. We're talking about the world of spies. I can't remember the name of this show. It's a podcast. It's about CIA operations that took place that are declassified now. That's how I knew about the Iran thing with the promise backdoor. That's how I know about a lot of these conspiracies, what are considered conspiracies, but there's actual factual documents that describe what took place. You just have to read it because since the CIA does data dumps where they just dump all the information, they dump like 700 pages or something, and they know you're American and you won't read it. So you have to read, y'all. Y'all got to read. But anyway, Robert Booth Nichols.
Read a book.
I want to talk about Robert Booth Nichols because that motherfucker you just showed is the scariest person in this show. Film Age, let me know if you agree, because Film Age is the only person who's actually here who actually saw the show.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna send Film Age a link right now. I am, because I know for a fact
Film Age is a honorary guest of the show.
He is. He's been on the show before, and I might be getting some things wrong, and he might not even want to get on. But I'm gonna send it to him. It's up to him if he jumps on. But let me know if I'm getting anything wrong. Robert Booth Nichols was the scariest motherfucker that I seen on this fucking documentary. Danny ends up getting in touch. Danny Casolaro gets in touch with Robert Booth Nichols because Michael Sato Michael Reconnaissado tells Danny Casolaro to go contact Robert Booth Nichols. Robert Booth Nichols, like I told you, is involved with the Contras and all that stuff. He's a CIA killer. He's a fucking killer. You understand what I'm saying?
This is Danny Casolaro.
This is Danny Casolaro, the guy who wrote
then
all the research that was
op-ed or whatever, right? And then you're saying that he confronts who?
He ends up getting in touch or put in touch with Robert Booth Nichols. We don't get a lot of the people who he had as sources because they were giving him information with, what do they call it? Anyway, you don't give away your sources, right? So it was anonymously given to him. Not anonymous. He doesn't put their names down in his notes, is what I'm trying to say. So Danny gets in touch with Robert Booth Nichols through other CIA contacts, and they tell him, look, the fact that you even know his name and you've picked it up on the lexicon makes you, a target. Like, it's very dangerous to even know this gentleman's name in their circles. So, but Robert gives him a lot of information. He's working with him, telling him stuff, but not telling him stuff, and giving him information, but not giving him information, giving him little tidbits of who he should look into and who he should talk to. Let me tell you something, man. When you start dealing with these people, when it comes to the CIA or any other intelligence organizations in the United States of America, I can't speak to about nobody else. I'm just talking about here. You are dealing with misinformation as well. The CIA's job, the NSA's job is to provide misinformation, disinformation, to create and cause confusion amongst the masses. You can only do that by providing the truth with a lie and the lie with some truth. Okay. This is how you end up confusing people. This is how conspiracy theorists are made to look stupid and crazy. This is how I can destabilize an entire government, which is what the practice is of the CIA, right? They go in and they destabilize the government. The only way you can do that is by knowing you having a goal. I have a goal. And to reach this goal, I know that I need to get this and this to happen. But the only way I can get it to happen is by lying to this nigga and telling this nigga that this nigga don't like him, and that this nigga don't like him, but this nigga do like you. But he don't actually like you. He just telling you he like you, and then guess what? You get fucked over. Now, I know that was a lot.
Spycraft on the front of misinformation, but also just like spycraft on the what would you call that? It's it is fuck. I can't think of it. Go on.
No, I just don't know what spycraft is, but because I would have tried to help you out right there, but I don't know what that is. But yeah, basically mind games, and that's what Danny Casolaro ended up finding himself in. This is a gentleman just looking for the truth in a world where the truth doesn't exist, right? Like, most of these people are just doing what they're told to do. Most of these people are just taking orders and acting on them and making a fuck ton of money. The amount of money that was being changed hands, like one of the dudes said he got $2 million to basically be security liaison or give information. Like, these guys are making like $20 million to just be like over here in this area. Like, as far as what we can tell, they're just in this country making $20 million to give advice on this and this and this. But man, we know shit like that don't happen. You doing more than what they say for that kind of money. You know, it's actors work harder than what we're led to believe that these dudes do. Like,
yeah,
the consultants for $20 million, some information that costs 10. Like, hell no, man. I can get a Google search and get this information for $25 a month.
I've been consulted this whole thing. I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Exactly.
Oh shit. Someone answered the call.
Somebody answered the call because
he's like, hold on.
Let me get my mind right.
Like, don't add me yet.
Let me get my mind right because this shit right here.
This motherfucker trying to deep throat.
You're right. Like this motherfucker is
got some secrets to tell you guys.
He's just like,
I got strap in.
I got some things I need to say.
Yeah, I'm so freaked out. It's not even funny, man.
Seriously, I feel you, dude. Like, I feel you. I told everybody.
Hey, like, I feel like you should have a voice modulator on.
I was looking for my fedora. That's what was taking. I couldn't find it. I was so pissed.
I'm true.
I found out about this documentary when I was
What happens when you comment and we really like your perspective? We might just send you a link to get you on the goddamn show.
Yeah, and it's really fun, guys. It's really fun. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Phil Mage? Now, first, before you go on, I want you to go. I'm gonna let you rock because I gotta do the same thing. I gotta calm down. This shit is heavy. Have I been misleading anybody? Have I? Is there anything that I have missed or hadn't gotten on point yet or gotten incorrect?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Bill. Like, your like breakdown of it is about as best as you could possibly get. I mean, because the show itself is convoluted as fuck. People have similar names. You can't really. It's like jumping between the actual guy and the new guy that's coming out, so you don't know where in time certain scenes are taking place. You don't know if it's him or this new guy, which I think was made to be done on purpose. But yeah, man, it's I don't know. I don't know what part y'all are on. Did you guys get to the JFK footage?
I briefly talked about that because because it just came up naturally. But yeah, it just speaks to that part. Speaks to a lot of the conspiracies that it's attached to. Like that was the hardest thing to stay on track with in this documentary.
Oh shit, he's dead.
Oh shit!
He got taken out. He got taken out for some reason.
He got taken out.
What the fuck was that?
What's crazy is that actually happens in the documentary. They're talking to an NSA director and the filmmakers. They're talking to this.
Oh, he's back.
Hold on, I'm gonna bring him back because I want. So remember that happened in the documentary, right? Where they're talking to the NSA guy, and he gets a phone call. You can hear him get a phone call, and he's like, "Hold on, guys, hold on 1 second." And he answers, and he goes, "Let me call you guys back. Let me call you back."
Yeah, he's like,
"I'll call you right
I got
back."
some pizza roll in the oven, guy. I'll be back. Hold on 1 sec.
Never called them back. Never. They never heard from him again. So where we are right now is about Robert Booth Nichols. Now, because I think Robert Booth Nichols is the scariest person on this show. Because they had that deposition, because I told you guys, a lot of this stuff was made public at the time. Like throughout time, this stuff has been made public little by little, but we don't put them together because we have so much going on. And journalism is kind of dead today. We have so much going on. Robert Booth Nichols has been deposed on this situation, and these situations, we don't know about it. Why? Because 9/11, because Ukraine,
Building
because
hold on a second.
I'm just saying, because we have a lot of
okay.
No, I'm just saying, like, those things don't necessarily have anything to do with each other.
Okay,
but let me tell you something. If you're paying attention, they do. If you pay attention, they do. But I'm just saying, like, they may not have anything to do with each other. But the fact of the matter is, things happen. Like we were just talking about, mass shootings happen here.
And I'm just kind of like, how many did I miss?
Right.
I only heard about 2. I wasn't saying that there were only 2. I said I
only heard about
2.
And so, because of that, we get lost in it. This gets lost in the sauce, right? These things aren't known about. But Robert Booth Nichols has a deposition where he's talking about all these things, and they ask him who he worked for. Did he do contracts for the United States of America? He's like, yes, blah, blah, blah. But he was scary, dog. He would look. I ain't never seen this at a deposition. You saw what's his name? Jeffrey Weinstein. What was it? Jeffrey Epstein. You seen his shit? He had a deposition. He was not looking at the camera. This nigga did this. He doing his little deposition. He talking to the lady. He said, yes, and I did work for the federal government, and I was told that I would never have to deal with these types of situations due to the importance and secret nature of the classified operations that I worked on. Then he did this. I ain't never seen that before. He literally looked dead at the camera and was like, bitch, I'll fucking kill you. I wish your motherfucking ass would.
You really want to know?
How about this?
What I've seen?
This dude was Danny's basically number one guy he talked to for like a year later. Like he would talk to Michael Reconnaissado, but Michael, like I told you, he got arrested though, right? He got arrested and put in prison. So, so Robert Booth Nichols was the guy that Danny talked to the most. So I want to ask you, Film Age, how did you feel about Robert Booth Nichols' character? I mean, character, it's not like a motherfucking fictional show. How did you feel about Robert Booth Nichols in this documentary?
First off, Rob Booth Nichols, when you look at him, I've never been afraid of a fat bastard before in my life, fat white dude before ever. This dude is fucking spooky because he blends. You don't know who I wouldn't know that he was in different countries. This guy just looks like some jack off at a bingo hall or something, and he just blends in with this, with you see these pictures and like, oh my God, it annoys me of like, my biggest annoyance was like how he got involved with like the Native Americans and like how he had a footing with that and how.
No, that's still, wait, you're talking about,
wait, hold on.
You're talking about John Philip Nichols. And yes,
Jesus God.
But same thing, except Robert wasn't fat and John was fat. So
these people are not related, right?
No, they're not related. Those two guys are.
But they're just both like Mr. Nichols, right?
I think those are op names, in my opinion. I think those are op names. We'll give them Nichols.
Yeah, they got to be. Yeah, okay. But no, okay, yeah, I think I am getting them confused. But I do agree that I just like. Oh man, dude, it's so weird. I don't know why this documentary like got under my skin so much. Like, I'm be honest, like when it comes to docs, it's very hit or miss for me. I don't I go into ones that I'm vaguely interested in, and this one was just like, all right, this is gonna be another conspiracy, just gonna pick, oh, I see Reagan, okay, let's see where this goes. And Jesus, where it goes, where it's yet to go now, like we haven't even gotten into some of the crazier shit, but like I do think that Bill is right in saying that he is probably the scariest, only with like this other guy that will happen later at the end that I mentioned earlier with the 26 languages and stuff like that. Like he's my scary guy.
So yes, I'm gonna jump ahead to him because like I was saying, Robert Booth Nichols is the main character, or not the main character. He's the main source that Danny Casolaro was talking to get a lot of this information. Because, like I said, Michael Ricasinato, he is still. I feel like I'm talking about the mob. Wait, you know what? That actually is a good segue. Robert Booth Nichols was his only contact, Danny's only contact, but Robert Booth Nichols was he was the liaison for the mob for the federal government. He was the liaison for all the assassins and he was attached to the Gotti family.
Yep.
So this dude is like intense. Well, we have this one journalist, and I can't believe I forgot to get her name. She was working on a separate story that connected to Danny Casolaro's story. She was trying to figure out how drugs was getting into the United States and, being so prevalent in Northern California, mid to Northern California. Like, drugs were just everywhere. LSD, somas, quaaludes, marijuana, heroin, cocaine. All of it is blowing up in late 1970s, early 1980s. And I know free love and all that stuff was happening, but we're talking about really that era is really bad weed and quaaludes. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. Like, cocaine was too expensive for those kids to have.
All the vaping.
Yeah, cocaine was not the thing then for those groups of people. You know what I'm saying? So just moving right along, Robert Booth Nichols and Danny Casolaro develop a relationship of information, but this journalist that I can't remember her name, she also meets Robert Booth Nichols. She meets him, if I'm not mistaken, after Danny's death.
You outside, Film Age?
Yeah, that's not background that's not oh, he is dipped. Man, I hope
so
Robert
crazy. It's conspiracy shit.
It's conspiracy shit, and he keeps
We
dipping.
gotta start a different channel. We gotta start a different conspiracy channel. Exactly.
We just gotta start one. But okay, so check this out. Robert Booth Nichols meets this lady, and he meets her at what she says is his house, which she's told is his house. His wife opens the door, and Robert Booth Nichols sitting there smoking a cigarette, like Dave Chappelle in the wife swap episode on Chappelle.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
He said that smoking a cigarette. Like, now, thing is, how do we know a lot of these things? Some people probably think
I figured out is white people don't use a washcloth.
Yeah, found your lightsaber under your found your lightsaber in the drawer. No. So he's sitting there chilling. Tells her a lot of things. Now she assumes that this is a safe house. The guy who gets her in charge, the guy who puts her in contact with Robert Booth, tells her, like, look, when you get there, there's gonna be a stuffed lion on the couch. Oh, the impersonations are A+. Hey, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, we know that we got the documents to find out if the impersonations are not on point, and so we will find out if they're not on point, and we will let them be known that they're turning frogs gay.
From Jacqueline
Provenzola.
Love ya.
Love ya, girl. Love ya. What was I about to say? So anyway.
And we just reached 50 people watching across all platforms.
Shout out to everybody on Twitter. Y'all keeping it going.
talking about it and region. And if you're watching from Nerds at Night, or if you're watching from Drunk Banthas, or you're watching from Twitter, we appreciate you, because we've we've been streaming, and maybe this is also a symptom of us actually starting earlier too, because we would be trashed by now typically.
Facts. And also,
typically trashed.
Also, I just want to say, please like, subscribe. We do this show every Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. Welcome to the Bantha Bunch Show. We getting it in with these documentaries today. We do it every motherfucking Thursday. Let me tell you something, man. This lady had information that Robert Booth Nichols was going to have a lion, a stuffed lion, like a stuffed animal lion, on the couch where she was going to sit. And it was going to have a recorder in it, and it would be recording everything that she's saying. So just know that. So she's like, whatever, okay, whatever. That sounds crazy. She get there. It's a motherfucking stuffed lion on the couch. She goes on to talk about how this man showed her. He basically told, I'm not going to go too deep into it. Y'all should really still watch this shit. Even though I'm giving you the game, you should still watch it. He tells,
my phone was about to die. I was like,
so she says that Robert Booth Smith, Pretty Bobby, she said that he told her that she needed to just let everything go. This ain't no fake shit. Like, this is shit that will get you killed. Danny was careless because I told Danny to be careful. And he tells her, well, she asks, like, did you give Danny all this information? He's like, yeah. She's like, did you think that he killed himself? He's like, nah, I don't think Danny killed himself. He was like, the evidence would show that Danny didn't kill himself. But like I said, his death is ruled a suicide at this point, right? So she said that it got a little bit more weird. What she begins to describe after this point is so crazy, y'all. She said that this nigga showed her what do you call it? A reel-to-reel projector screen video. And it was a Zaputer film video. And she's
all right, I'm gonna actually like see if I can just get a screenshot of the Zaputer film. But
actually, that'd be good. That'd be cool. So the Zaputer film video, for those who don't know, the Zaputer film is the first.
It's messed up. When you see like the full thing, it is messed up.
Yeah. No, I've seen it a million times. When I was growing up in middle school, they would show this. They show it to you in school. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
the full thing?
Yeah, the full thing. Like, people, it's all PC now. It's PC these days, but like
I can't even watch the full.
Look, man,
like,
life happens.
Gag.
Life
I
happens.
I gag when I see the Zaputer film.
I feel you. It's not for the weak at heart. It's not for the weak at heart.
Yeah.
And it's also a terrible fucking thing to have happened. Like, let's just talk about it.
Pretty crazy.
I don't care if you don't like Donald Trump. That is not the kind of thing that people should have happen to them because you disagree with them. You know what I mean? And but JFK was trying to stop all these guys that we're talking about. JFK was literally trying to end what they were doing. He was going to dismantle what they was doing, right? So they killed this dude. Now, this guy, Robert Booth Nichols, Pretty Bobby, he's showing this journalist the Zaputer film, except it's different than what she's seen before. And he slows it down. Like she said, he slowed it down to the point where you could see the wind blowing in people's hair. Like you could, it was very slow. Yeah. And it was zoomed in. So basically we're talking about a different type of Zaputer film that we have never seen. She said that you could clearly see the driver turn around. Well, actually, it would be this way: turn around and shoot the president, and that's when you see his head.
This fella right here.
Go back.
This fella.
I guarantee you won't be able to find a clear picture of him. I guarantee you won't find a clear picture of him. Not on the internet like
that. That's hilarious because like
not on the internet.
Yeah, like even
you have to go to like microfiche
like,
or the actual video maybe to find it. And even in the actual video, it's not really there. Look,
that is so funny. Like every single picture that I see, it's just like where is he?
Yep. His head is basically in the steering wheel on the one you just passed.
That's
Freeway was telling you. Look right there. His head
yeah, can't see him.
Can't see this guy, and you won't see this guy. Yeah, there's a fish pellet bullet gun. A fish pellet bullet gun that exists out there. Morgan knows what I'm talking about. I don't know why he ain't even saying nothing. He probably fell asleep or he playing the goddamn game.
He's playing the game.
But Morgan knows all this shit because I used to make Morgan listen to me talk about all this shit before. We're basically having the same conversation me and him had 13 years ago. Yeah, so this president was killed by his own people, killed by the nigga in the seat next to him. For a matter of fact, why did the mayor who's in the passenger side not say nothing about it, or was he the governor? Anyway, why did he not say nothing? Why didn't he go out and say, "Look, I think that the driver killed him because he got shot and he just saw the president get shot"? I'm not trying to tell nobody nothing, right? You're trying to avoid all these situations for people who are probably thinking like, "Yo, how is this possible? How would a conspiracy like this take place?" I'm just trying to tell you. Is this the Chinese video?
No, I have no idea.
I think it is because it's got the frames. But anyway,
it says how come JFK has an immediate reaction to being shot while Zapruder film frame 230 appears to show that Connolly was not hit by CE 390.
Right, because the theory is that both of them were hit with the same bullet, but JFK has a reaction to being shot, and he does not. But how could they be shot by the same bullet if they both of them have separate reactions?
Morgan is like, I heard you. I can verify you're right, but I also can't add much without typing my fingers off. Also, I'm about half asleep. Okay.
Roll Tide.
That's stunning endorsement for the podcast. I'm about half asleep.
Shout out to everybody on the East Coast. Shout out to everybody on Central Time, Mountain Time. And, I'm talking about y'all out here in LA too. You know what I'm saying? West Coast is the best coast right now. Right now.
All right.
What's going to happen in like 5 years? I don't know.
On that note, let's start doing some closing arguments and like.
Okay. Okay. So this is a great point to segue. I'm gonna throw it to you, Film Age. This is a great point to segue because who killed Danny Casolaro? That is the question. Who killed my Italian brother? There's two suspects. There's two. Joe Carullo. Damn, what was his name? I don't know, man. He was a Latin brother. Okay, Joe something. It's Currlu, I think. LOU. Anyway, it was him and it was Robert Booth Nichols. Or Robert Booth Nichols, in my opinion. I think it was both of them. Okay. Now, because a little bit of backstory, Robert Booth Nichols, after all of this comes out and all this shit, he does his deposition. He goes to Sweden and he is killed and is determined he was murdered, and his body was burned and incinerated in the same day. So it is alleged in the film or the documentary series, that he's still alive, that he's out there just still doing stuff, and that he's been in the United States several times since his alleged death. Now, then there's this other guy, Joe Corollo. We're just going to call him Army Joe. Danny Casolaro meets Army Joe at a bar with a friend of his who confirms this story. And Army Joe, hangs out with them and they're just talking. And he's like telling him about the story he's working on. Danny's telling him, Joe, about the story that he's working on. And then Army Joe, he's just like, oh, yeah, I know all about that. He's like, what? You know all about that? Like, because he's like, yeah, I work in, intelligence, and I work with the Marines, and I didn't mention this at the top, and maybe everybody who's watching knows this already, but this is taking place in Virginia, right outside of like where this is right where the NSA takes place, right outside of where the CIA has their
country road. Okay.
They have a Langley, excuse me, all of the central intelligence agents, all the intelligence agencies have, I don't want to call them safe houses, but like basically if you work for the government, you mostly live in Virginia, right? You don't live in Washington, D.C., right? If you work for an intelligence community,
maybe Maryland too. Maybe Maryland.
Yeah, Maryland as well, but not Maryland. Let me tell you why it's not Maryland. Let me tell you why Maryland is not where you find it, because they actually have a city in Virginia where it's like mostly people who work there work for Langley, like work for NSA. It's just how it is. Like everybody there knows it. And that's where they were when they were in the bar drinking. And so just so you know, it's not like it wouldn't be weird for you to run into an intelligence
somebody
officer. Right. Like it just wouldn't be weird.
Yeah.
So Army Joe gets all this information from him basically to find out whether or not he knows enough to be, waxed. Does he know too much? Now, how do I come to that conclusion? Or how do we come to that conclusion? It's because his son is interviewed in this documentary, and his son is just like, yeah, he was probably fucking with his mind. That was what he specialized in. And I'm just telling you, he loved his dad, and he thought his dad was a hero, and feels like his dad was a hero. So I just throw it over to Film Age at this point, because I want you to elaborate on that. I want you to tell me what you feel. Do you feel, because I think you might be on the Joe side of who could be the killer, but if you are, I want you to tell everybody why.
Okay. I'm definitely on the Joe side of being the killer, but before that, I just want to say one thing about the JFK thing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spoil anything because I want people to see this. All I'm going to say is that there is no Zapruder film on YouTube that is older than 15 years old. Okay, now, thing about what was going down in the 90s with the JFK was popping, and something else was popping.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your question?
How long has YouTube been around?
About 15 years.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
But no, to his point though, back in the day in the internet, you could get the Zapruder film anywhere.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, like, okay.
There's only one unaltered, unslow mode Zapruder film that's out there that's 15 years old. That's what I found. But JFK was popping in the 90s. There were documentaries all over the place in the 90s. But what was also popping in the 90s was Jurassic Park. Now, CGI was looking pretty damn good in Jurassic Park. And if you watch the doc and see that section, watch the different versions, even the older one to the newer.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
You can kind of see that there's some fuckery afoot, is all I'm gonna say.
The tree.
Yes, the tree. The floating tree. that was in the original Zapruder film that was spliced. That's one of the things that in the true Zapruder film, or in the one that we saw, there was a floating tree, but
Yeah,
that
the one we
tree is
grew up
not.
with.
Yeah, the tree is not floating anymore. The tree looks like CGI at a certain point at the base of it, and it's like, whoa, dude, that's crazy. And then the more you look at it, the more you're like, wait a minute, it looks like the whole thing is kind of like, I don't know. But to get back to yeah, I do think he did it. Why do I think he did it? Because
Army Joe, by the way, Army Joe.
Sorry, Army Joe. Yeah, because he showed up in the bar in the fatigues, which is not crazy to happen, but that's playing on my boy's emotion. You know, he's a very empathetic person. So if he says, "Oh, I just came from Desert Storm," you know, then it's like, "Oh man, this guy was in the shit, man. This guy was like, all right, let's talk. This guy's know stuff, you know." And at that point, you know, he was trying to get answers wherever he could, and what Joe was telling him kind of fell in line to, you know, what he was already speculating to begin with. And it's just, I don't know, it's too easy to,
well,
and then the whole, you know, and then the whole like police department that just on their own good merit was like, oh, the government doesn't want us to release all this evidence to you. That's already, you know, but the case is closed. You know, it's been 30 years, so we don't see any reason why y'all can't see this. So on behalf of the U.S. government, we're going to give you these files. And then that's when it's like, man, you see eyewitness accounts, sketches, and they all
composite
look like
sketches.
Yes. Oh God. It's
so
nuts.
Let me back you up on that now, because I don't believe it was Joe, but I will give you some of the reasons that I found on Reddit why people consider Joe was the killer. Number one, wait, do we have a bell or something? Do we have a
yeah, here, 1 second here.
Where is it at?
I can find it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. Number one, he met with Danny beforehand to see if he knew too much, which is what we're talking about in the hotel. You can hit the ding ding ding. Number two, damning composite sketch from eyewitness. Number three, back of head description from eyewitness number two. They had so the hotel, there was this girl who was staying with her mom and right next to his hotel, and they saw a dude matching the description of Army Joe going into his hotel room. Okay. Number four, entering room with room key. It is obvious to me he was tied up at that point, probably calling someone from payphone. Okay, so just to explain that, Joe, they're saying Army Joe would have left to go call somebody on the payphone to confirm that he had Danny in his possession, basically, and was ready to act with their discretion, you know, and would have been coming back to the hotel with the room key because he had already either killed Danny or, you know, was getting ready to kill Danny. So number five, conflicting alibis, locations. Okay, Panama was was the first location that he told everybody he was in, but then in the same FBI statement, they said that he also said he was in DC. Now, from where he was, that's only about an hour away from where Danny was killed to DC. So he could have easily killed Danny. He could have killed Danny 4 times.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He could have killed Danny 4 times.
Right.
In that shorter distance is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I can drive back and forth 4 times and doesn't kill you. Okay. He can chop his body up in different times, you know what I'm saying, and take it at different times. Like I'm just saying, like that's plenty of time to do a lot of dirty shit.
Yeah.
Number 6.
Oh shit! Hold on. There it is. There it is.
He was in proximity, which that was. Look, this isn't my list, so don't judge me. That's basically the same as number 5 and number 7. His statement to FBI volunteer. Yeah, his statement to FBI volunteered overwhelming amount of reasons to reiterate Danny unveiling self. Introduce suicide motive. So numerous personal reasons that you likely wouldn't ascertain from the first interaction with the stranger. Meaning, whoever wrote this has some thoughts, man. Let me tell you something. Basically, this person is saying Joe was that dude because he was extracting information from this person. This person has a lot of redundancies in this list. This really is just the top 5 because they're saying his number 8 reason. I'm skipping around here. His number 8 reason was he was CIA special officer, special forces officer for counterterrorism and intelligence analysis. That is exactly the guys NSA would send. Now,
damn, they'll throw the book at him, man. He's locked up. He's fried, dude.
26. This is the guy who Film Age was talking about that speaks 26 languages. Okay.
Okay.
Now, this dude doesn't need. I don't think is there 26 places to send a nigga? Like that's crazy.
yeah. 26 languages is just you're just bragging. You're just showing
for
off.
real. There's 3. Look, there's 15 of those you don't use. There's 26
because like really
15,
realistically
15.
You probably need Russian, Mandarin, maybe some
Japanese,
some Arab, Japanese, and Portuguese, Spanish. Well, that's 6. Okay, and then
damn, we only had 6. I felt like
maybe Greek. Maybe like I'm already
you're forgetting all
right now.
Well, he would have known all the brown ones because he was brown, so he would have known all the brown languages.
Well, I'm just saying we said Portuguese, Spanish.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. So you're forgetting some African countries, Jordanian. He spent a lot of time in the Middle East. And he was in the military during he was in the military during Desert Storm.
Yeah.
So you're talking about Desert Storm is a war that was fought that people think no gun. Desert Storm is a war that was fought that people think that no guns were involved. Nobody actually shot off.
Find out that this nigga just what
actually happened is a lot of
a few different words. He learned how to say where's the bathroom, where's the library in like a few different languages, and he's adding that to the list because 26 is
I told you, look, he only used there's 15 of those he don't use. There's 15 of those he just don't use, dog. Like it's just too many. Look, anyway, I know how to do a lot of things. I can play a lot of instruments. I play 3 of them most of the time. I can play like 15 of them, but I play 3 of them.
Right.
Mainly.
But how many have you played? Yeah,
exactly. That's just he's just bragging. He just bragging.
20 of them.
Let me see what let me see what this crazy ass nigga was talking about with this list. Oh, can't slash both of your own risks. So the way we haven't talked much about Danny's suicide, right? So Danny, when he was found dead, I just wanted to put this at the end because I don't know how well YouTube is going to take to this part. When Danny was found dead in the hotel, he was found in the tub full of water with his arms slashed, with his wrists cut. The person who found him, he came in, he looked around, like he was asked to come up. I think he worked like security or he worked in maintenance in the hotel. He was asked to come up and check everything out because the housekeeping lady was like, yo, this is wild, come up here. And he goes all the way into the hotel. He looks around and he said he saw blood on like the walls in the bathroom and blood everywhere, just blood, handprints with blood. And he was just like, man, I looked into the bathroom.
Whole lot of red.
Yeah, he's like, I looked into the bathroom. And let me just explain something before I go on. This nigga was scared. You could hear him talking about it.
It still haunts his dreams and shit.
This is 44 years later. This motherfucker's still talking about this. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's still scared about this. He getting emotional right there while you're watching it. And he talks about how he came in and he saw all the blood and walked into he was afraid to look into the tub. Like, he was afraid to turn the corner of the door and look into the bathroom, look into the tub. So he looked through the corner of the door to see
what did he see?
Crack, and to see the body and confirm that was Danny's body. Not confirm it was Danny's body, but he confirmed that he saw the dead body.
Yeah.
And so then they called an ambulance and they called the police. So the first responder shows up and he says he notices that the deceased has, now mind you, they don't know who he is, right? They have no idea that he's this investigative reporter. They don't know nothing about that. So he just notices that the deceased has 12 cuts on both arms. Well, like between the two of the arms, he's got 12 cuts, right? His arms are cut in a way that the tendons was cut. So it's like, how could he cut both his wrists if he, like, because you can only, like, you cut one, then how you go over to cut the other one?
Couldn't do the other one with your other hand.
Because once you cut it, your arm is limp. I mean, your wrist is limp. So once you cut the tendons, your wrist is completely limp.
I mean,
you know so
we could say maybe he put the razor in his teeth, and then
damn it! I was gonna say I know how he did it.
Hold on,
right.
I've seen One Piece. This is how he did it, right here.
Right? Yes.
This is how he did that shit.
Well, hold on, because there's more. There's more. Okay. But wait, there's more. Why would then he put? Because there's splashes of blood everywhere in the tub, like splashes. So he wasn't in there just doing this. And he wasn't, and there's like handprints on the wall. So it's like, why are there handprints all on the wall? And one detail that they snuck in there, but they kind of didn't want to talk too much about, he had a plastic bag wrapped around his head. So there's no way he had the ability to cut his wrist with his mouth and then put the plastic bag on his head and suffocate himself. Because how could you because either that or he cut his wrist with the plastic bag on his head already. I don't know how you do that either. Also, they never even said nothing about finding no weapon or any. They didn't say anything that he had that cut his wrist. They never found anything that actually cut his wrist. So, like, how is this actually a suicide?
Right, yeah, because I mean, the razor blade would be right next to him with any of the examples I used.
This is like the worst hitman cleanup ever. He's just like, all right, I'm gonna cut his wrist, or I forgot the blood. Hold on, let me just splatter. Okay, all right,
right.
Handprints. Yeah. Oh, let me put a plastic bag.
No, yeah, because
Okay.
you know what? I forgot
He
another
looks like
thing.
a suicide.
Exactly.
Oh,
I
sorry.
forgot another
Looks
thing.
like
No,
a-
I forgot another thing. There was towels that were bloody that were left because they didn't find that out until they got the Freedom of Information Act request. By the way, guys, if you really want to know something, get you a Freedom of Information Act request, send it in to the federal government, and you will get that shit. Now it'll take you a long ass time because it's bureaucracy, baby, but you'll get it. The Freedom of Information Act gave them access to these records for the case, and they were able to find out that there were bloody towels on the scene at the scene of the crime. So what did he do? He cut his wrist, and he was like, "Oh, I don't want the housekeeper to have to come in here and clean up all this blood. Let me wipe it down real quick." Like, no, bro. But also my wrist is floppy like this. Like, I'm gonna just go in there and just clean up the blood, nigga. Come on, bro. You know that's not what's happening. So look, this is what's making you might have changed my mind about Robert Booth Nichols being the killer. Now, what I think is they were both there because Robert Booth Nichols is who he went to go meet,
right,
in Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Yes.
So I think he met him there, and Joe, because one thing that I noticed, Danny Casolaro was not a little dude, and he was in shape. You know what I mean? Like, he was actually in shape.
Yeah.
So I don't think one dude would have just been
that's
able to.
horrible, man. That's horrible.
I don't.
I mean, like, he's just like, oh God damn it!
I feel like
I
that's
really
what he was
screwed
doing.
this one up.
I think that's what happened. And I think Robert Booth Nichols was there, and he was like, "You gonna have to handle this shit on your own because you fucked up." Like, so because it's a sloppy job, like you said, it's like the worst assassin ever. And this dude just let's just say some of his story is true, right? Because like that's a part of this game, telling lies with the truth. So Joe said that he had just gotten out from Desert Storm. This is probably his first case on domestic soil. So he probably did do this, and he was really sloppy because it was his first outing.
Oh my God.
And that's why I think Robert Booth Nichols would have been involved, because Robert Booth Nichols did this for years and years and years before Joe is 20 years his senior or is younger, whatever. So yeah, I think that you might be right about Joe being the killer, because at first I was thinking maybe he just got the information. You know, he was just the guy who going in here to confirm, like, yes, the target is green. Target is green. Let's go.
Yeah.
He knows too much. Y'all send the cleaner in here, because send the wolf. God. Send the wolf.
Oh, nice. You're really gonna make the algorithm mad here.
Okay, Twitter apparently doesn't give a fuck because we got a bunch of people. It says 52 people are watching right now, and the majority are coming from Twitter.
And how many of you guys are the ops, huh? Be honest, guys, huh?
Yeah.
How many of y'all?
Like, it's kind of crazy that's how many people are watching right now.
Shout out to all of the federal government who's watching right now.
Yeah,
like, I really hope
all of the secret agents.
I really hope that 25 of the 45 are agents. Because well, no, I'm gonna tell you why. Because we haven't said anything. We haven't said anything. We haven't said anything that's not in the documentary, right?
Okay.
So it's like out there. It's not like it's hidden. Like I feel like sorry, I'm trying not to burp. I feel like if they watch him right now, the best thing I can say, the only thing I can say is like and subscribe. Yeah, like and subscribe. Like, look, we here for you.
Everybody that's watching right now should definitely be subscribing or following the Drunk Banthas. Yeah, y'all are watching from the Drunk Banthas Twitter. We should be getting that up to 45 new subscribers or followers or whatever the fuck you do on Twitter nowadays.
Look, CIA, NSA, they nerds too. So look, welcome,
Super
welcome,
nerds.
welcome, welcome.
Big nerd.
They're actually the nerdiest nerds, and some
Yeah.
of them actually kind of cool. I wouldn't know.
Super dumb nerds.
But like a lot of these people in the let's just keep that going, right? Let's just keep that going, that narrative going. People in intelligence watching this, a lot of them don't agree with this shit. A lot of them would rather some of this shit go away, right? Like they want to fight for something right. There's cases that they've been, or intelligence that they've been trying to get to the president's desk that don't get there because, you know, the powers that be keep it away from there. There's people in the FBI in this documentary series that can't get their cases closed because they got people like, what's his name, Philip Thomas. Why do these niggas got names like they was in Disney shows? Philip Arthur Thomas, you know what I'm saying? Like, Philip Arthur Thomas was killing people. Like he's killing people, killing women, vaping women. You know,
oh God,
this is the kind of stuff that's going on, man. And
fucking amateur hour out here, fellas.
It's gotta be the government. I lost my train of thought when it was dead nigga storage over there with the
oh God.
Yeah, this one killed Marvin. Y'all got niggas up Marvin.
Why'd you do Marvin like that, bro? They gotta call he's like, I can't call in the wolf on this one.
Yeah, but that's the same. That's what I'm saying. He called the wolf. He called the wolf, but the wolf was like, "Nah, you fucked this up. You gonna have to clean up on your old dog. You shouldn't have shot Marvin like that."
The wolf just went home.
The wolf went home. He was like, "Nah, this ain't none of my business. Actually, I'm just gonna go back to where I was at.
I'm blocking your number."
What's Morgan saying here about JFK? They hired more than 20 actual assassins along the route. No way JFK would have made it either. Mad either would have
made it either. He's Morgan is super tired right now.
Yeah, no, but I just read text. I read how people would say it. That's actually a big problem with script read scripts. Well, I can talk to y'all about that at a different date.
Yeah,
about the scripts and whatnot.
Behind the scenes.
But yeah, man, the point of this whole story is like the literal point of the story, like the moral of the story is don't get caught up in conspiracy theories.
Some bullshit.
Because if you end up getting into the actual lexicon of these people, when you actually end up interacting with these people, they gonna put you in a situation where you gonna think you fucking crazy because you aren't playing the game. It's a game to them. They are playing a game. Even so, like Michael Riconosado, he was like
Riconosado, still the craziest name ever.
He was lying about a lot of stuff. Like a lot of his information proved to be extremely true. Let's just say
you're doing some recon.
Let's say 80% of his information ended up being true, but 20% of it was a good goddamn lie. So where do you fall in line with that? But also we know that Bobby Nichols lied to him as well because he was supposed to meet him in Martinsburg, West Virginia. That was the contact he was getting ready to meet. They were getting ready to go overseas and meet other people that he was telling them about. They had all these meetings planned all over the fucking world. But he goes up there to meet him and he dies. Nobody questions him. Actually, they want to question Pretty Bobby, but Pretty Bobby, like I said, quote unquote, dies. He was killed in Switzerland. and his body was cremated the first night. Danny's body is found, and they embalmed his body that night without even asking his brother. Didn't ask any of his next of kin if it was okay. They just embalmed his old body so that nobody could examine the body. But luckily, we had one guy who was there, and he actually saw the body, and he was able to report on it because he was the first responder. That didn't matter. His death is still marked as a suicide. And what I'm saying, the moral of this documentary series is, don't get caught up in it. The tentacles will wrap you up, suffocate you, and ruin your life. Because when you get in touch with these people, their job is misinformation and disinformation. That's what the CIA does. That's what the NSA does. They are there to destabilize the truth. So to get you to a zenith, to get you to a point of where you think you got it figured out, but now you're actually wrong. And guess what? All they got to do is use all that against you. You could be moving their narratives along, pushing yourself to get the information out, get the truth out, but doing their work, their dirty work at the same time. And all it is like, hey, I make this one person look crazy. Now none of this shit seems true. So when I go to talk to producer T about it, when I go to talk to Nine about it, when I go to talk to Film Age about it, I look fucking crazy, and I'm just a conspiracy theorist. And so that's why you see so many real crazy conspiracy theories these days that got nothing to do with nothing, like Beyonce being in the Illuminati and stupid ass fucking shit.
The new one I found out is the wildfires in Texas that were caused by the green laser. Because remember, in Hawaii, it was a blue laser that did that. But now they got a green laser, and that burned up all the top of Texas, so that Texas now has to do what the federal government says about the migrants that are coming in, that are invading us from the south, because now they have to beg for money. So in order for them to get that money, they won't have to open up their borders, and that's how they're coming in.
Oh my God. Let me tell you something. I'm so glad that you just said that, because I know that what you just said is true. And also, I know for a fact that is exactly what I'm talking about. That is a government planet story, y'all. You got to be able to tell the difference. Just don't read that bullshit. Read the news. Like, watch the news, read the news. Guess what? The news has things in there to try to trick you as well. But you gotta, like, that's why we ask questions. You can't ask questions though.
Planted story, because Marjorie Taylor Greene has been going off about the Jewish space lasers or whatever for so goddamn long.
And they come in colors.
And just recently, like, a reporter was like, okay, so what do you think about the Jewish space lasers now? And she said, fuck off. I'm like, what, like,
no, that's my
why
point.
Aren't you owning up to the crazy, Marjorie?
Well, no, because
MGT.
The fact of the matter is,
Marjorie
Taylor Greene is a victim of what we're talking about. Marjorie Taylor Greene
is
has been manipulated by the disinformation, the misinformation.
Mm-hmm.
She has bit the worm and got caught by the hook.
Ooh, that worm.
because what they do, like back in the day, at the beginning of the internet, you could find all this stuff out and you wouldn't have to like parse if somebody was trying to tell you the truth or a lie, really, because at that time it really was no reason to be lying. You know what I'm saying? Like, people who were getting on the internet back then, you just had some information and you was throwing it up. Let me tell you how big of a fucking nerd you had to be back then to start a fucking website to just put some shit up. It ain't about lying at that point. I'm trying to get this shit off. You know what I'm saying? Like, Zaputer film just being out there on the internet just because somebody's putting it out there, right? That's somebody who feels like this needs to be out there in history so people understand, because people don't have that information, right? I'm saying all that to say, now what you got to do is you got to read and ask questions. Read and ask questions, because when you read, you have knowledge of what they telling you, right? And some of that is built up in truth. But when certain things don't make sense, ask questions. Because what they'll do is they have to answer the question, but they got no reasons that make sense. They got no answers that actually make sense. And that's when you can discern what other questions to ask that can lead you down a path to find more information and read further and further educate yourself, and then know that there's a lie, because these niggas is lying to y'all. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a victim.
It's
not
interesting how now that we have less physical media, we are more easily manipulated. I mean, in the age of AI. Let me play this clip real quick.
The news agents in from London. What do you think the message should be to Nikki Haley tonight?
Well, we've been encouraging her to drop out and support President Trump, and I think tonight is the clear message that President Trump is the clear front runner. He's the winner in our Republican primary, and it's time for Nikki Haley to drop out and support him.
Do you think President Trump, Mr. Trump, is closer to picking his VP, and should you be on that list?
Oh, that's the question everyone asks. And no, I don't think Nikki Haley should be on the list. But of course, President Trump will choose who he wants for VP.
Would you want to be on the list?
He's got a long list. I support President Trump in any way he'd ask me. But I can assure you it won't be Nikki Haley.
And can you tell me why so many people that support Donald Trump love conspiracy theories, including yourself? He seems to attract lots of conspiracy theorists.
Well, let me tell you, you're a conspiracy theorist, and the left and the media spreads more conspiracy theories. We like the truth. We like supporting our Constitution, our freedoms, and America first. So,
what about Jewish space lasers? Tell us about Jewish space lasers.
Why don't you go talk about Jewish space lasers? And really, why don't you off? How about that?
Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
But like, she is literally the one. That's the spin right there. That is the fucking classic spin of like crazy shit. Because
back
like
in the day, though, people.
It's only. Let me just get this one thought off.
Yeah.
Because she was literally like, well, you guys seem to have like all the QAnon people and all of the like really weird out there conspiracy theorists. Is basically what she said.
And then are there.
And then hold on. And she goes, no, actually, it's the other side that has the. But what about that Jewish space laser thing that you were talking about? You know what? Go fuck yourself. Like, it's so transparent. It's so transparent. The spin is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
It's. I would say it was spin if this was the 90s, if this was the early 2000s. But what it is, what it is I mean,
I just can't get on team. She's a victim. She's a willing participant.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Yeah. Listen to what I'm saying when I say victim. Like, there's a young white boy who don't know nothing about nothing, who got his parents telling him about how niggas ain't shit.
And that child is a victim.
Yes, but listen, so listen to what I'm saying. She dealing with the same shit. These people are victims because
she a grown adult and she cashing checks from these people.
Yes, but that's not what I'm talking about. That's how she got elected. She got elected by let me show you exactly how she's a victim. She's just lucky. Because there's that lady who got shot in the fucking face on the insurrection on fucking January 6th. Mm-hmm. People forget about that. People forget that this lady lost her whole goddamn life.
She is a victim.
I have not forgotten.
Hold on.
Manipulated all the way through.
Hold on. All right. Marjorie Taylor Greene got elected off the same mindset that woman got killed over.
Yeah.
So she's just lucky. Marjorie Taylor Greene is just lucky. Yes, she's stupid. Yeah. Guilty. She is ignorant. Guilty. I can guarantee you she's read 0 books in the last 6 years. guilty.
Well, she actually published a book, and
I bet you she ain't even read it.
It's trash. People are saying like it's trash, and also like it was ghostwritten.
Yep,
but like if you haven't read it,
I bet you she hadn't read her own book. I'd put 50 G's on that right now.
Yeah,
if I had it. Somebody send me 50 G's right now. Go for me. 50 G's to bet on Marjorie Taylor Greene. But no, I'm just saying that's what I'm talking about, victims. Because you have to right now. Because we have to bring it back to what we're talking about now. Because the reason I say she is a victim is because there is a cabal of people making sure people like this rise to the top. What did I say earlier? It's about misinformation and destabilization. I'm trying to destabilize a government. I make sure that people like this rise to the top. You create fanatics with propaganda.
I want to hear Terry. I'm going to play this clip one more time, and then I want to hear Terry's commentary on it.
And can you tell me why so many people that support Donald Trump love conspiracy theories, including yourself? He seems to attract lots of conspiracy theorists.
Well, let me tell you, you're a conspiracy theorist, and the left and the media spreads more conspiracy theories. We like the truth. We like supporting our Constitution, our freedoms, and America first. So,
what about Jewish space lasers? Tell us about Jewish space.
No, lasers. Why don't you go talk about Jewish space lasers? And really, why don't you off? How about that?
Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Am I the only one that would fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Oh man, you too. I hate you niggas. First of all,
I'm not saying that. I mean, Team Bober. No, I'm not counting out.
No, I hate you. I hate my brother who tells me that all the time.
Also,
hold on.
It's a hate fuck.
It's not. No, Bober's a hate fuck. At least you'd enjoy it. And she be giving out handies at the show. Like, come on, Bober. She a guilt. She a guilt. Like, come on, Team Bober all the way.
But like, you know,
Colorado.
MTG's got the, he said for Colorado for the city. But no, MTG's got that Joker mouth though. You know, I know she is that sloppy toppy.
No, we have to. All
right, hold on. But I did want to just hear Terry, because you were going off about something.
But okay, just that whole thing is just like the whole GOP of just deflectors and narcissists and willing participants in this evil system of what she did. They accuse you of something. Oh hell no! It's you that be doing that shit. We got pedophiles. No, you're a fucking pedophile. And then you use coarse language, you know, on the vulgarity, because that's what we love now, because that's telling the truth. Oh, you're really in a curse about this issue? Oh, you must be serious then. And it's just their whole thing. Just she was like, why don't you know? It's like, why don't you tell me about that?
Yeah,
like,
that is spin.
That is what. Well, no, it's not.
Whole stratagem right there.
Spin.
That is spin.
No.
So I can't see how she's a victim, because it comes to a point where it's just like, you know what they're doing. You could piece two and two together by now. You're in it, and you just still want to do it. Have some integrity. You don't want to have the integrity. You are no longer a victim at this point. I don't believe she's being held hostage to where she would die.
I'm not saying about hostage. That is two different things. Nobody's talking about hostages. I'm talking. This ain't Shogun.
I don't understand your definition. How victim?
You can be a victim. You can be a victim in all kinds of ways. Like, you don't have to be held hostage to be a victim of stuff. You could be a crackhead, and guess what? You're a victim of a system. That don't mean.
And I understand that, and I agree.
But
with
that's
that,
the same. That's the same. This is her drug
victim.
of choice. But this is her drug of choice. This is her DOC. Now that don't make her stupid or absolved from the responsibility of her actions. But you got to understand what I'm saying. She is a victim in the sense of she is fallen into the trap of misinformation and the rabbit hole that is the internet. Now
she also provides her own misinformation. She's contributing to it.
No, hold on. I'm getting there. I grew up in the state of Alabama. When you are arguing with people who lose their argument based on all the information that they had to bring to the table, when you argue with people like that and they lose their argument, the first thing they do is tell you to go fuck yourself. Like, that's just what happens. So that is what happens.
Or they swing on you. I'm from Texas.
It is the arbiter, yeah, but it's the arbiter of embarrassment, not the fact that they don't believe what they saying or they acting in a malicious way. They really believe what they saying. Now, to that point, she has taken advantage of that to become a politician and win races and make money, because she figured out, just like any TikToker, just like any Instagram or Instagram hoe, or
just like when we figured out
influencer
shows, we get the most viewers.
Right, niggas figured out that they could get views, and that's what they try to do, and they exploit it to a degree that they would have never done in a regular life or never do in a regular life, and we call that cooning in some certain areas of the world.
Areas,
but
yeah. Okay.
But I'm just saying, some people do that to make a buck. What she's doing is the white version of cooning, but that doesn't mean that she's not getting information that's making her say this stupid shit, believe this stupid shit, because it's the information she's getting. Now, I'm not saying she's right, and I'm not saying she's not dumb.
Still spinning, though. She is still spinning. I don't think you're like. I agree with what you're saying, Bill. But we gotta remember spinning.
What we're talking about here. We're talking about American conspiracy, the Octopus Murders. You can be caught up in this cabal and not know it. This is what I'm talking about. We are all victims of this same thing, because the things that you believe about. So look, this is another example. Hold on. There's things that people believe about. There's things that people believe about the South. There's things that people believe about, like Chicago and Detroit. There's things that people believe about Los Angeles, and all of them are negative. How can every place be negative, but all the people think that everywhere they live is positive? So what I'm trying to say is this disinformation. This is what people do. This is because when you create division, you can create this. You can destabilize a government, and when you when you make a government a wobbly or weeble wobble, it don't have to crumble. It don't have to fall down. Everybody nobody's got their shit together.
I'm saying I understand your point. You've already led us on like a 3-hour journey about this thing right here, but I'm just trying to pass the floor down to Phil Page. Let me get your points on this.
Okay, so I see Bill's point. Now, at this point, the head of the octopus, majority of those guys are going to be gone. So they have to appoint other people to continue whatever this is. What she is I think an idiotic puppet that knows about the octopus, is aware, and she decided to play ball because she likes the money, she likes whatever, and all this other shit. So I don't think that she is a victim. I think that when she was first introduced to like again, hold on, wait. But to connect it back, I do agree with Bill to some degree that at some point I would believe that her drive to do whatever this is, to be a politician and whatever thing, I think it went away after a certain point. Once you get up to a certain level, you know, if they see you as a moron and they feel that that because of how she looks, she's blonde hair, apparently she's fuckable according to 9, but
goddamn shame.
Do not fucking quote me.
This is a perfect like puppet to throw out, like to tell him to. She probably knows way more stuff, and she's just like, and she's just like, wait, are you telling me that there are Jewish space lasers? Yeah, they're Jewish space lasers. Get the fuck out. After being told all this other crazy shit that was true, she's
she's the one that like actually.
Hold on. No.
Like she's
no. Hold on. See, this is where we listen. She is talking about QAnon posted theories, conspiracy theories. She didn't make anything up. This bitch is not smart enough to fucking make any of this up.
But
hold on.
I'm not saying
finish.
that she made it up. I'm saying she is the main one that propagated it.
No, listen. That is how you feel because we are in our bubbles of progression. That is not actually. Hold on. That's not actually what happened. That was a popular thing amongst Republicans before she said it. What she did,
but she brought it nationwide.
No, she brought it to you. She brought it to your lexicon. That's what I'm trying to explain. This is why Democrats lose elections. I'm just trying to explain to you this right here because we don't go in. You don't know what they talking about. You got to go listen. You gotta go listen to how fucking
she is
stupid.
Literally the one
But she wasn't.
that like
she's
propagated
the most
a
famous
lot of
person
that,
that you heard. She's the most famous voice that you heard.
Okay, yeah, and she has the biggest platform.
No, but there's other
she's
people.
The one that's talking
there's
about
TikTokers with bigger platforms, and that's how it gets pop. I'm just
like I'm gonna have to really disagree with you on that one. Though.
Only
because she is
less than a quarter of this. Less of a quarter of this population of this country voted for the president of the United States election last time. And let me just explain to you, that was the highest population of people that ever voted. So let me explain that. That means that less people actually. No, that means that more people have. No, that means that TikTokers have more fucking fans, more views, more likes than any president of the United States has even got voters. That is actually facts. Those are actual facts. So you can't judge what she said as far as posting it and making it national. No, what she did, people don't even really watch the news no more. What she did is she got it to people who don't know nothing about that. She got it to people outside of her bubble. We're all in bubbles. There's a progressive bubble
called influence, motherfucker. Like, what are you?
But no, you're not. There's people that gave it to her. There's people who gave it to her. I understand
what
your
point is. Let me interject. All right, I'm on Bill's side. I know what Bill's saying, and as someone who also sees the dark side of TikTok. I would say no. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene does not have that big of an influence. She's just followed by major news networks that are just going to put it out in better places to where people see. But people who are deep into this shit are all on their different social medias like TikTok and Twitter, and that's where this shit was started. I've been knowing about the Jewish space places. That's been out.
But how is that not influence though?
No, we're not saying she doesn't have influence. We're saying that she didn't. No,
she didn't start it.
She has.
That's what I'm saying.
No. Listen. That's like, listen. Phil Knight started Nike, right?
Okay.
Then Michael Jordan made Nike, right? We can all agree on that, right?
Right.
So everybody else who come after him selling shoes, they not making that brand. They not actually. No, you are actually just considering something. Hold on, let me finish the analogy. You're only perpetuating something that already got started. So if you are Kyrie, you only perpetuating something, like you only moving something forward that was already started. LeBron, you doing something that was already started. The first person who did it is the one who really got it popping. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is Kevin Durant. She is LeBron James. She is taking the brand of something else that was already defined and moving it to something that now your white grandmama.
She's Michael Jordan.
No, she's not.
Jewish
No,
space
she's
lasers.
not. No, she's not.
For Jewish space lasers.
There's Republican Twitter.
Who is
there's
the Jewish
Republican
space laser? Okay. Who is the Jewish space laser? Republican.
QAnon. QAnon.
But no, that's not one person.
It really was. They did a documentary on it on HBO. We'll talk about it next Thursday on the Drunk Panthers. Panther Bunch.
Okay.
I'm telling you, it's a documentary. We will talk about it next week.
But I'm saying, do you know their name?
Yeah, I don't know it offhand, but it's on the documentary on HBO original
name, and that's called influence.
No, nobody says she didn't have influence. It's just that she is not the source. You know about it because of her, but that don't mean that.
Okay, but like
everybody knows about it.
With your Phil Knight, Michael Jordan analogy, I'm saying that she is the Michael Jordan for the.
No, you didn't let me finish the analogy because your grandmama know about some white grandmama know about Nikes because of Jordan.
Okay.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie
Spread
Taylor
that shit
Greene
out
is
that the wide.
no. She let
She
let the nigga who let the nigga who wear fucking
All right. Hold.
No, she let the nigga who wear fucking FUBU shoes and Saucony's. She let that nigga know because you weren't in on it. Don't
I got
mean
a better
that.
analogy.
I've been sitting on an analogy this entire time.
Let's go, Chris.
Imagine there's a top of the mountain. This is what Bill's saying. Okay, the water runs down the mountain. The water started with QAnon and built up during TikTok. As the information spread and went down, it started to affect different people. In this case, her. She told that information to spread it out to those people that follow that stuff. Who knows where the other water is going to end up from all the other information? It's going to pop up somewhere else. Some other person's going to do it. But in this case, we're just talking about the lasers. The laser started up here and it trickled down through the backwoods of TikTok, apparently, and other places, and other people started to talk about it. And then she got on board with that. And I don't know, maybe someone behind the scenes was like, look, we want you to attach your name to this shit right here. Jewish space lasers? Okay. Yeah. And then you're right. Like, with what Nine's saying, like Nine, she did
after that.
She influenced.
She influenced the bigger pool of it.
A bigger pool. Yes.
I don't think it's
I'm not saying she's the source.
I'm not saying it's a bigger pool either because the analogy is it starts from a big source of water. So for it to roll down, the big source is here. She got it to those who didn't know, like us. Who progressives, because this is what it does. Hold on. Let me finish. Just truly listen to me, really, for real. This is politics. This is politics. What happens is she was taking the keys from Trump. We keep forgetting, we keep acting like Trump was not a thing before this. No, Trump gave her the blueprint. What you do as a Republican today is you don't say anything to contribute to your party. You say things that will make the other party mad. Republicans just say shit to make you mad as a progressive, as a Democrat, right? To say, now you get mad and you're going to say all this crazy shit, but guess what? That just makes my base get mad because they already fucking pissed off at you. So it ain't for them. They already know what I'm talking about. It's for you to get mad and then make these niggas want to give me more money. And that's what I'm talking about. She figured out the game. Hold on. She figured out the game, but I think she really believes what she's saying, which is the victim part. She really believes what she's saying.
Because I agree with you, but you're just not agreeing with. You're just not agreeing with me.
No, I'm saying
I agree with you. You're just not agreeing with me.
I said I agree that she is an influence. I just don't feel like she's the bigger pool of the influence.
I agree.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's
the only place we not agreeing.
The word victim elicits pity from me.
Right. It don't have to elicit.
There's no
pit. I can't.
There's no pit.
It doesn't have to elicit right. It doesn't have to
be able to see it from
I'm gonna grab another drink really quick, but after I come back, I have just a short clip of the State of the Union.
I was gonna say, did anybody watch it?
It's
$1.50. It's $1.50. State of the Union.
Man, you should play that now. You should play that now because I'm gonna grab.
Well, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, yo. But I wanna see it.
Well, while you do that, I will do some housekeeping. Please do not fucking disconnect your YouTube or your Twitter or your whatever because we are still going. We do this every Thursday, 7:00 p.m. Pacific time. If you're watching on Twitter, hit the follow button. We will keep it going. You will find out. I will make sure I post it. And I will also say funny stuff to you. If you're following us on the Drunk Banthas channel, please like and subscribe. Big shout out to you and everybody over at Nerds at Night watching. Big shout out to you. Again, we do this every Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. This is the Bantha Bunch Show, and I am your boy Bill. And this is like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. We talk about something, you know what I'm saying? We might educate you. It might just be fun. And every once in a while, some of your favorite people drop by, and they say, hey, like the mailman or producer T.
Mr. Furley.
Or Mr. Furley.
Yeah, I want to use it. And like those watching right now, and I know some of y'all are I know. Okay, and I just want to say, are you happy? Do you see what you did? You see what this octopus shit started, huh? You got us losing our minds about Jewish space lasers. You stupid bastards. You know what I mean? Like, what is this? What are we living in here, man?
It's crazy.
This still isn't as bad as how everyone kept making us watch The Idol because we kept getting so many views that we're just like, we got.
Oh my, yeah.
No, yeah,
The
that's
Idol.
true.
Oh, that was terrible.
That's the best thing that's ever happened to me.
I'm heartbroken. There's no season 2 now, just because.
I did rewatch it.
Nerds at Night announcement before we start. We'll be bringing back the Terry Bring Me Something Back competition because Terry went to Japan and he brought like a whole bunch of stuff back.
We got 55 people watching right now.
I got
this is actually probably our most 56 people.
No, this is definitely the most.
I'll bring back that competition, so definitely like and subscribe.
Live right
no, yeah, this is the most watched live that we've had on the Bantha Bunch.
Almost.
It
might actually have to sign up for like Twitter Blue or something after this because this is ridiculous.
You think it's a bunch of bots?
No, I told you what it is.
I don't know
it's
what it
20,
is.
I said 25 of them is, or 24 of them is
their
from
agents trying to make sure that we.
Yeah. And I
shout out to them. They're the biggest nerds. They gonna be the most faithful.
Man, I'm the easiest one to get rid of because I'm always like outside of the country. They can just get me.
Terry
they could get you and then get cloned. You could be a clone. You could be an agent right now.
Hold on, guys. I have to make up something. I have to do some. We're gonna do some house cleaning right now. With nine, you had some interviews an interview today, and I just want to get some house cleaning so I can go grab a blunt real quick.
Yeah, so I did have a interview with a Professor Shingi Mavima. He had a new book coming out. He is a professor of African studies on for Toledo University, and he has a new book. He's one of the biggest creative influences of my life. If you know the 9 Nerd Yards channel, if you know Nerds at Night, if you checked out the Atlanta content, please go watch that on Nerds at Night. And there's actually 5 people watching from Nerds at Night right now. So definitely want to say like what's up and say hey. But at this moment, we're going to continue with our political discourse.
Yep.
Maybe we can get to 60 people watching. I don't know. Share this around.
Just change it
retweet it or something. Even if it's a bunch of bots. Fuck it.
We're gonna be talking about.
I don't.
We're gonna be talking today. We'll talk about the State of the Union.
Are you, Mr. Biden? Are you okay, Mr. Biden? are you falling asleep, Mr.?
I had a long day. Had a long time. I used to spend time in these same walls, walk these halls.
Can you tell me a story about the old times, Mr. Biden?
Time.
No women.
People ask me about time. Time is a flat circle. Funny thing about it is,
Mr. Biden, can you tell me
family.
about corn pop?
Can you repeat that? I can't hear. I can't hear you.
Can you tell me about your times with corn pop? Your old buddy corn pop?
Corn pop
and the malarkey that you guys used to.
Corn pop used to sell bubble gum.
Oh, I thought he used
for 5 cents.
Corn pops.
You sell bubble gum for 5 cents, and you can get a cigarette for 25 cents.
Okay, let's. All right, we're good. We're gonna move on. I have these. I have the State of the Union. Like it's just $1.
I mean, because
honestly, it's better than the alternative that we're about to get. Jesus fucking Christ, this country.
That at least gives me another 4 years of shit, maybe not going to hell to where I need to escape to Japan.
This is the reason why I drink.
Oh man,
right
the
here.
reason I drink is because this is the Drunk Banthas and it's Nerds at Night. So shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all.
Okay, yeah. I never got to vote for Obama.
Really?
So yeah,
man, I voted for him twice. This is the first president I got to vote for.
I never got to vote for him. I never got to vote for him. But I did vote for Biden.
Oh shit! Sorry, y'all. We can't hear it. I can't hear it.
My bad.
I was like, I don't know if somebody else can hear it. Shit, I can't hear it. I can't hear it. I don't know if that's because
I'm going to turn it up to 11.
Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now.
Oh man, hold on. I almost.
I need that. I'm gonna clip that. I'm gonna clip that and just like use it, just like randomly in my video. Just in my
beginning of our podcast.
That is literally
no.
I
almost jumped out the fucking window right now. That niggas. I didn't look. I am going to toot my own horn. I was killing his impersonation just a
that
minute
was
ago.
Actually.
I was
Mr.
fucking his shit up
Mr.
right
President?
then. He said, "Good evening." He said, "I just want."
He said, "Good evening. I'm about to fuck this shit up.
I'm about to tell the truth. Fuck
good
shit
evening."
Up. Oh man, yeah, just go ahead and roll.
I came to ES and chew bubblegum.
and I'm all out of bubblegum. Shout out to Pookie Randers. Used to give me bubblegum back in the day.
I'm about to spit the malarkey. Okay.
I used to,
yeah, and also, yeah, the tortured poet. Don't is that Taylor Swift? Slay.
Tortured
Slay.
Poet. Thank you, tortured
yes, we
poet.
Are slaying. We are going
and
with the
I got more impersonations.
The impressions are A+. I would even say that they're S tier at this point.
Thank you so much.
Because he didn't even listen to this beforehand. He just dropped that shit.
You know, you gotta have a Biden in your back pocket.
But all right.
Just like the Russians. No,
this video is really just it's $1.50 of it says jokes and jabs at his rival. Biden goes on the attack on the State of the Union.
Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now.
The President of the United States.
If I were smart, I'd go home now.
That's the start of every podcast.
Yeah, I should do that. I can just do it every podcast.
And getting stronger.
Look at Kamala. Look at Kamala just be like, bitch, I like my job. I don't gotta do shit.
Man, Kamala know in like 2 years it's gonna be her job. I'm sorry, but I don't think he's gonna make it.
The state of our union is strong and getting stronger.
Nah, my grandfather was like 90 something before he lost it.
Back up.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really rule out he has like the best healthcare any motherfucker can really get.
Yeah, exactly. And my grandfather had the VA, so that just like my grandfather had the VA, so you know that was bullshit. Like, come on,
Well, if the
My
Octopus
grandfather was
people
a
don't want
sharecropper.
him, then they ain't gonna help him. But as long as he's beneficial to the
Do
Octopus people,
y'all understand that? Do y'all understand that? My grandfather
on.
was a sharecropper. Like
that.
Yeah, that's some old nigga shit. Okay, he's seen presidents that said nigger before. He's seen presidential candidates that said nigger before.
I'm pretty sure he was called nigga without any white people batting an eye, probably just being like, "Yeah, you sure are."
Oh yeah.
My grandfather fought the British.
There you go.
And
Look,
it wasn't that long ago.
No, I was about to say, yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's real. I fought a British dude one time in a bar. But not the British.
It was
I didn't fight
close.
the British.
Yeah. All right. Before we go too hard on just this $1.50 right here.
Go! That's America.
That's America.
Unlike my predecessor, now my predecessor, a former Republican president tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want."
That is crazy.
I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. The American people are writing the greatest comeback story.
Can you pause it?
Told. My team began.
This is no. I hate when people say the toughest period in American history.
Yeah.
Like, no, nigga. How about toughest period for rich white people? Maybe, I don't know. Like billionaire white people.
Oh, they've had it pretty easy.
Like,
actually,
no, I'm just saying. Like, who is it tough for? I'm just saying, who is it tough for more than it has been in the past? Because when you say it's the toughest moment in American history, you know, we went through COVID.
Yeah, American history is fucking disturbing.
Let's just start with the last 5 years. Let's just start with the last 10 years. Look, we had COVID, didn't we?
Did he say one of the toughest or
no? He said the toughest.
One of the toughest.
Oh, he said one of the toughest.
I would agree.
I don't even agree with that.
I would agree.
I don't agree with that.
One of the toughest. I would agree.
I don't
with that
agree with that at all. You know why? When you talk about one of the toughest,
like, because has it been easy for you? Like, who has it been easy for then?
When you say one of the toughest,
because like when you say one of the toughest, it could be like top 20, top 25. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't really mean anything. He didn't say
that, and exactly, and that's what when he says one of the toughest, I can't even really include this year.
Yeah, it's like
because we actually because what he's doing is diminishing himself to make it seem like gloom and doom, so we don't need to vote for the opponent, right? Because that motherfucker is the bad guy. I mean, now, I'm not saying that hold on.
He did get elected into a shitstorm.
I'm not saying he didn't. I'm not saying he didn't. Now, my point is, what he should be running on is the actual fact that our government recovered from COVID before anybody else did, and bigger and better than anybody.
This is just $1.50 of the like whatever the whole you know.
Definitely, I'm just talking about how he shouldn't be bringing this up. That's all I'm saying. This shouldn't be the play. The play is not. Obama won 2 times in a row because he refused to talk shit about anybody else. He was like, I'm just gonna ignore this nigga because I'm actually
that many people to talk shit about. Like if it was Obama versus Trump. That would make sense.
No. You're forgetting what John. No. You're forgetting what John McCain was actually out here doing. You're forgetting that Sarah Palin was his vice president, and that was when the bullshit started.
Yeah, but it wasn't that
the Tea Party.
It wasn't as crazy as it is now.
Oh no,
it was
It was not as crazy.
They ain't even American.
These are the same people. You're forgetting that these are the same people. These are the same people.
Not as crazy as Trump, though.
Ted Cruz got elected into the Senate. Ted Cruz got elected into the Senate 2 years before Obama
still
became
not as crazy as Trump.
Yeah,
still not as crazy as Trump.
Trump is.
No, they
Trump,
built They built the platform for him to stand up on and become.
We're just going to agree to disagree on this point because, like, you're not going to like. you're not going to convince me that like any of that shit was as crazy as the truth.
I'll take you back. We can go through it.
We can go back and you can say that it's crazy.
I'm talking
like
about
that
I'm
shit
talking
is not as crazy.
No, I'm talking about
on
pod.
Trump.
I can show you. I'm just saying it's the same.
Show me.
I'm talking about it's the same.
It's not as crazy. It's not as crazy.
We can go back and revisit it. Go ahead.
We're going to just have to agree to disagree because it's not as crazy.
No,
I'm saying crazy, but it's part of the same iceberg.
It's part of the same iceberg, but like that shit, it just got way crazier.
They said Obama.
Crazier.
They said
Obama.
They had Vince McMahon as a president. That's what we had. We've never had Vince McMahon as a president before Trump.
No, but they Trump has been running for president since 2012, man.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, since the 90s.
Absolutely.
Since
I mean, he was a
but I'm talking about really. I'm talking about real. I know he
Trump
was.
was
No,
a
he
big part
started
of
the
it.
birther thing.
He was a big part of it.
He started it. He started the birther thing.
And people
So
don't
actually
remember. People don't remember that Hillary tried to
you know
say
what?
that shit too.
This is almost
you know what? No, hold on. I do have to correct myself.
Yeah,
because I said that he's been running for president since 2012. That's not true.
90.
He was running for president in
2002.
2000 and no, hold on. I'm talking about really actually have his name on a ballot. He was running in the 2007-2008 election with Obama and McCain, which is why that rumor came out that he was not born in the U.S. He also is the one who talked shit about McCain's love child, we'll say. And that shit came out. And then the Bush administration ran it because they didn't want him to run against
Trump
any
talking
Republican.
about a love child. That's crazy.
Yes. Like, I'm just saying, like, there are a lot of other stories that are deeper than what we're talking about. And that's what I'm trying to talk about. When I'm talking about the foundations of all this stuff and like how things were not worse. No, I'd say worse. There were things that were worse because that's what gave us what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like if the devil had a baby, you can't say that the baby's worse than the devil. Like the devil was the motherfucker who gave you the baby. And that's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying in that sense. In that sense.
Reagan's a devil is what you're saying. I got
exactly.
You. I see what you're saying.
Exactly. Reagan is the real motherfucking devil. He set up the platform. The Reagan's press secretary is on tape saying that we need to get rid of niggers. Like I'm just saying, like there's people who set up this shit to be exactly what it is right now.
Oh man, this is fucked up.
Like it's playing out. It's playing out exactly how people want it to play out. And look, I'm just trying to bring it back to what we were talking about at the beginning.
I'm trying, I'm just trying to finish this clip. It's just $1.50. Can I please just fucking finish this clip?
One more thing. Okay. It's about the Obama birthday thing, and that it wasn't actually Trump. Trump brought that up in 2011. It was back in 2008 at a John McCain rally when a woman said, Obama is an Arab.
That didn't. But no, that didn't what started it. But
I'll give you the article I was reading.
Hold on. That came because Kelly. What was the girl who was in it? Damn,
Kellyanne Conway.
Kellyanne Conway. She started the Republic. What we know now.
Check the chat. I put my source in the chat.
Thank you. Okay. What we talk. I'm not saying the article where you didn't get the article is wrong. What I'm saying is that where things like that started from are email chains, Republican email chains. Kellyanne Conway and her husband, which is now her ex-husband, if I'm not mistaken, because he hated Trump so much that he was like, "Bitch, how you gonna keep going with this nigga?" But anyway, Kellyanne Conway started the email chain. They used to be faxes actually in 1991 because there were no emails, but once they used to send these propaganda lies to Republicans through chain mail. And anybody who remembers chain mail, you have to send it to somebody after somebody send it to you, which is what creates the chain.
During the election, it spread through far right fringe camps.
Yeah, no, I'm not. What I'm saying is, again, just like the Marjorie Taylor Greene thing, it started from a bigger pool.
Okay.
I'm just saying it started from a bigger pool. and then leaked out spilled out over into that. I'm just trying to give our viewers more depth into what we're saying, because we not just jumping off at the handle, jumping off at the hip. We not just reading articles. We got
I'm actually convinced that they're all bots right now, because how are they not fucking saying anything at this?
How many people are there right now?
We're at 57.
Because
we
almost because there's nothing going on right now in America, and all the NSA agents are just passing our shit around.
Dude, there ain't even nothing on TV right now.
Anyway,
everybody ain't even got no shows
State
on
of the
right
Union.
That's what I'm talking about, dog.
Okay. Anyway,
yes, let's finish this. Let's finish this.
Yeah, this was $1.50. God damn it. Okay, let's go.
I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. The American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told. My team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh?
Okay. All right. Let's get that. Let's get that one, Bill. Let's go. Can we get that one?
Oh, you want? Oh,
yeah. Can we get that one?
Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, do you? How about? You guys wrote the bill. You wrote the damn bill. Huh?
Right, yeah.
Seriously,
the seriously, face on that is so fucking funny.
How about? Look how happy he is. He's like,
oh, motherfucker.
Got him.
He's like, yeah, just like, oh my god.
It looks like someone. It looks in paused right there. It looked like he was like someone had just flashed him, and he's just like,
you know,
Bill, because literally the bill he's talking about, a Republican and Republicans drafted it. And
wait, Bill.
Well, I'm just saying that's
the bill that I'm talking about right now. Just needs to let me play this goddamn quick more.
I'm just saying that was the context.
Toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh?
What we saw was the performance of a permanent politician who has actually been in
look at that cross
longer than I've been alive.
Look at that cross just showing on her.
Border
look at the beige on beige on beige in the background.
Can I?
Why the fuck is she?
Can I say something? Because to the context of what she actually is saying, and I don't know if y'all know anything about this, but every State of the Union is followed by a Republican response. She was chosen this year because she's pretty to a certain segment of America. But speaking of what she was saying,
Lauren Boebert, her, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene, just so like my
right,
just so for my ranking.
Speaking to what she's saying though, she's talking about how Biden has been in the government since before she was alive. This bitch is not old enough to run for president. So, like, everybody has been in office longer than you've been alive, bitch.
Right.
Like that really doesn't make any sense.
We're the same age, and I could probably,
You sound
stupid.
stupid.
YouTube channel.
You sound stupid, bitch. You didn't even look. Hey, hold on, hold on.
YouTube channel.
Nine. She didn't even get to vote for Obama, bitch. Like that's what I wanted to say right there.
I bet she. Okay, Katie Britt. It was Katie Britt, right?
Yeah, I think that was her name.
YouTube. I bet I have more subscribers than her.
I bet you she's got a YouTube, which is actually the goddamn shame. Like, what do you need with a YouTube when you're a publicly elected official. You need to be working.
Bitch, you're nothing.
Oh my
900
God.
yards, drunk Banthas, nerds at night. We all got more subscribers than you, motherfucker.
Dang.
This better be her original too.
I get more pussy than you, Kate. That's what it felt like when you just said that. That's what it felt like.
That I was like, come on, Katie.
This is hilarious.
What you talking about?
You ain't even got no Riz, Kate.
Katie Britt.
Katie Britt. Katie Brittany.
Nope, that's her YouTube.
Yeah, that's hers.
That's
for
garbage.
Alabama Senate. Oh yeah, and yeah, you have this is your girl. This is your Alabama honey, Bill.
Nah, she's not my girl.
Yeah.
That's your.
I gotta claim both, bro. You gotta claim her, bro.
She's finer than Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Okay, but like you know who I got. So. You know who I got because I'm claiming Michigan because she 42. She can run for president actually. She can.
Yeah, because I was like saying, there's no way she's younger than me because she look old as fuck.
What I said is funnier than anything that y'all have gave is the truth. So that therefore it was
because I got Gretchen. I got Gretchen, and she's always wearing that fucking. Black
she ain't better than she ain't better than.
She ain't better, but like she is liberal, and she is putting on for.
She's on the right side.
She swung it.
I'll say she's on the right side, not liberal.
She swung. She swung.
You know why I won't say liberal? Because it still ain't no clean water in Flint. That's why I ain't gonna say liberal. Because you know what? I ain't giving nobody no pass. Hold your politician to the fire because you vote for him. That's your job.
Yeah. That's true. That's
your job. Hold them to the fire, y'all, because ain't none of these niggas shit.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
and they not even allowed to be. They not even allowed to be because they spend all their time asking niggas for money. So
this is who she was going against in the latest election. That was the Republicans. The Republicans are just like, let's just put the
finest bitch we can find.
The finest bitch that we can find.
Don't care if she can talk.
The finest, dumbest bitch that we can find. And
that's what they did with. That's what I'm talking
imagine
about. That's what they did with what's her name?
Her name is
Alaska,
Tudor.
From Alaska.
Her name is Tudor Dixon.
Palin. Oh yeah, we can't forget about Palin. Palin definitely in the top.
She started.
I'm saying she's the original Bantha. Yeah, she's the original Bantha.
I'm just saying, like, what type of name is Tudor Dixon?
That's a porn name.
That is like the most Republican.
That's a porn name. That's a porn name
you could ever.
Yeah.
No, that's a porn name. Tudor Dixon.
It is literally.
She toots and she takes dicks. That's Tudor Dixon. That's a porn
name. She was born under the Confederate flag for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Here, let me see.
Name like that. Good Lord.
I just think too.
All right, we still have like 20 seconds to go.
Well, y'all asked me to interrupt on this one. Y'all stopped. Yeah, you did. You said talk about this one. Now you did stop me on this one.
I love a good back turn yelling as he's leaving the room. I love when people do that. So I don't know why.
You did not.
You did not.
Oh hi, Mark.
Mark. Oh hi, Mark. All right.
Let's see what this psycho said.
Was the performance of a permanent politician who has actually been in office for longer than I've been alive. President Biden's border policies.
What are you talking?
Why are you doing like that?
Hold on. Can I just, I'm gonna say one. I'm gonna say two words. I'm gonna say two words. Madam Web. Y'all can have the rest of
it. Yeah, that was the Madam Web reading right there.
Yeah.
But why the fuck did she say it like that? That was so
Why
weird.
did she say it like that? That was
and also we all have more subscribers than her.
We got more views, right? We got more viewers on this live right now.
Her most. Yeah, like her most.
How many viewers did she have? I mean, how many subscribers did she have?
It was
741.
It was sub
741. 741. Well, I'm gonna say we have more viewers right now, just for people who are watching later. I don't know. There'll be people watching later, and I'll be like, "Yeah, we got more viewers live right now."
Let's see, her most popular one too, 56K. Yeah,
I'm gonna just start lying like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Ridiculous. It's
This
ridiculous.
is number one show in late night right here. Number one show on YouTube right here. It's the Bantha Bunch show with your boy Bill Urquhart.
She can't even get monetized. And then look at this.
Well, she probably get demonetized.
Why the fuck is she got Batista? Like who the fuck
No.
Big ass wrestling.
That's what dudes look like in Alabama.
In Alabama, yeah. Okay, I feel you on that. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I promise to God, we're just gonna get through this last 20 seconds. God damn it, birther conspiracy shit.
Pray to me.
God damn it. Yeah, why is he the Undertaker?
No, that dude. Yeah, that dude's Kane.
What we saw was the performance of a permanent politician who has actually been in office for longer than I've been alive. President Biden's border policies are a disgrace. This crisis is despicable.
Like she sounds like she has a goddamn like vibrator, like one of
That's
those.
what she's
like,
holding down there. That's what her left hand is down for.
Like,
her left hand's
like,
down. You see what she's doing?
Like one of those things that
Big man.
You can control like the frequency or whatever.
Yeah.
Like every time you say President Biden, I'm gonna turn the intensity.
The speed go up
on this motherfucker. I'm sorry. One more time.
Hold on.
Was the performance of
I got
a
you.
prominent politician who has actually been in office for longer than I've been alive. President This crisis is despicable. And the truth is, it is almost entirely preventable.
We are the United States of America, and there is nothing beyond our
He's holding his cane. How does he doing that? Okay.
That Colonel Sanders.
Entirely preventable.
We are the United States of America, and there is nothing beyond our capacity.
Well, these are all the Republicans, by the way, that are sitting down.
Good evening.
Okay. Yep. Well, that was the $1.50 of the. I kind of wish I can. I don't know. I can. The fact is that every time I guess we go, earlier, we we
shout out to the
up
people
going
watching
longer.
on Nerds at Night, baby. Y'all out here really giving us a lot of love.
5 people watching on Nerds at Night.
Shout out to everybody watching on Twitter.
There's
You know what I'm
nobody
saying?
doing anything. I feel like people just
Well, the Drunk Banthas audience is early AF.
Slay. The one slay that was like that was 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, Rachel V's been asleep for quite a while. Morgan's been asleep for quite a while, so they gonna
And then Phil Mage is here.
Yeah. So then they died off. But shout out
Yeah.
to Jacqueline, and shout out to Tortured Poet, and shout out to Crushed Skullfire. What was his name? Crushed.
Crime Roomba was in the chat. God damn it.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Skull Crusher.
Skull Crusher. Can you put it? I can't find it. There it is. Skull Crusher says hi.
Bonesaw is ready. Well, because there are 56 CIA agents watching right now, I just want to, I said 24. It's probably jumped up to 27. Since there is 27 CIA agents or intelligence officers watching right now, I just want to say right now that this documentary literally gave me a panic attack. I had to take medication for this. It was stupid. it was stupid that the fact that like y'all have to like, man, y'all have to deal with a lot of shit. I mean, like, I see what the fuck the problem is, man. I see what the problem is. I'm not gonna talk about it on here. I'm just saying I see what the problem is, and I feel for a lot of y'all who have to deal with that shit, who have opposing viewpoints from the way that everything is moved in that direction. Like,
okay.
Like, I'm just saying. So
are you guys willing to do a because just an hour ago Trump dropped his rebuttal too.
Oh shit. Well, hold on. Let me do my house cleaning. Because that's all I was doing. All I'm doing is my house cleaning.
We're about to go on 5 hours of streaming.
Oh my God.
Look, this is the goddamn.
This is like my 7th hour of streaming, to be honest. But
it's yeah, because I watched you for a whole hour before this. I'm just saying, shout out to everybody who's watching still. We only gonna keep going for you. We're gonna go for like another 10-15 minutes because we're gonna talk about this damn Trump shit real quick. This is how it goes down. You learn stuff over here at Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. You know, this is Bantha bunch.
And if anybody can drop a time code of when we started talking about this shit, just so I can break it up on the time codes.
I can tell you,
we kind of like merged into.
We're gonna do this. This is the Trump. Since we're gonna talk about Trump.
Yeah.
Oh man, I didn't put the time code in there. I just said Trump.
Just Trump. Okay. Just Trump at the, that does not help. Okay. But yeah, this is about an hour ago. Trump has been he's probably in Florida or some shit.
Slapping cheeks with some,
slapping cheeks, Melania's like in bed. He's watching the shit on YouTube like this in bed. Like the same.
Yeah, he's watching. He's probably one of the people watching right now.
And Melania is just like, don't.
Melania, isn't she in New York? Like
Melania,
she's in New York, right?
Well, I'm pretty sure they're separated. Yeah.
Melania.
Yeah.
Can you hand me a fish sandwich out of the refrigerator? There's a fish sandwich in the refrigerator. I left it. I left it in. Best fish sandwiches ever. Best. I've made better, but they've got.
Hey, Donald. What do you think about your steaks?
Best steaks ever. Let me tell you, Trump steaks. Get them. Go get them.
Get the Trump steaks. Okay. What about your university?
No comment. I never taught at the school. They asked me, they said, hey, Trump, can you start a school, a university? I said, I can show up, but only one time. Inspirational stuff, not too much. Other people tried. I did it better, but I had to pay other people to do that. I wasn't involved.
Donald, every time recently at your rallies you've been mistaking Biden for Obama. Why is it that you keep on saying Obama when you're running against Biden?
He doesn't like me very much. It's false narrative.
Okay.
When have you seen me say that? I mean, you just
tell
me when you've told me. When have you seen me? When have you seen me say that?
Trump, President Trump, Mr. 45, hopefully Mr. 40.
Jewish lasers, go fuck yourself.
What do you? Would you hit Marjorie if you had the chance, like just one time? Have you hit Marjorie?
I have never hit Marjorie.
All right, cool.
Never.
All right. Let's play this thing.
Can't hear it.
I can't hear it.
I'm Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, do you want to just voice the whole thing, bro?
Everything you've heard from your president, Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe. No, Joe, go ahead. You can play it. Go ahead, play it.
Joe Biden is on the run from his and allows to try and escape accountability for the horrific devastation he and his party have created. All the while, they continue the very policies that are causing this horror show to go. We cannot take it any longer as a country.
Damn, he sounds older.
Bad excuse for a State of the Union address aside.
Dude, he's going broke
facts.
right now.
When I left office, we gave Joe Biden.
He's fighting for his fucking life right now.
We gave him.
Nigga put a shoe line out there.
Got it. State third agreements, the asylum ban, Title 42,
Title 42,
miles of border wall, rapid deportations, and much more. We had the safest.
He said that shit like it was a sale at the furniture store.
He got in.
Right.
Crooked Joe and his radical left lunatics deliberately
Crooked
dismantled
Joe.
each and every one of those policies that were so good that gave us this best border, according to Tom Homan.
Isn't he? Is he yelling?
He's yelling. The top people,
He's yelling,
they
but
said
it,
was
like
the single
it's
best
still
border
like the
we-
mic.
Oh wait, we get
far
different
away
angles
or something. Yeah.
Hey, old girl didn't have two different angles.
Yeah, it was full frontal.
Full frontal.
Gave us this best border, according to Tom Homan, according to Brandon Judd, the top people. They said it was a single.
top
best
people. I don't know
border
who the
ever had
motherfuckers are.
in recorded history. What's happened now?
I do think it's weird. I do think it's weird he's wearing a blue tie.
It's the top
It is
people,
weird.
but they're
Yeah,
not
that
as
is
good as
weird.
me. The best people, but not as good
Yeah.
as me.
Why
I can do
is he
better.
wearing a blue tie? He usually
Right, I
doesn't.
always,
wear a
always
blue
likes to
tie.
look what they're wearing because it's always so.
He always
he's wearing a blue
he typically
tie.
does wear a red tie with these
It's probably
types
because
of
they
stuff,
found
so-
out that a lot of black males are choosing to vote for Trump this year right now, polled.
Oh, they're doing Crips.
So no, they're trying to like appease, like, soften their image to, other black males to maybe get, they're trying to get Biden voters. This is what their ploy is this year. It's not to put any good policies out there or actually say that they're going to do anything. I don't know if anybody's noticed that, but nobody's actually mentioned any policies. It's just that this guy's worse than this guy.
Is a horror show. The country, our country, is being laughed at all over the world. Over the past 3 years, Biden has actively
laughing at you,
aided
bro.
and abetted the importation of millions and millions of illegal alien money.
There's
Biden
literally
has actually deported way more people than Trump has. Like he's
But
actually
not
caught
as-
more people at the border than anybody else.
Nope.
And
Not more than Obama. Obama is called the deporter in chief.
the border in chief. Okay. But I mean, at least like.
But I understand what you're saying. Yes,
apples to oranges.
Yes,
Then the
He is
apples are
definitely.
you know,
He's definitely
corn pop. Mr. Malarkey is outnumbering him.
Absolutely.
And resettle them into your communities. At any time during the past 2 years, crooked Joe Biden, and he is
And they're literally
And
the ones
resettle
that are,
them into your community.
They're literally the party that is like, shipping off like migrants to
They're
different parts of the
taking
country.
Mexicans from your homes and putting them into your community.
And it's like, yeah, okay.
crooked as you can be and the most incompetent president
Crooked as you
we've
could
ever
be.
had, could have called off the invasion, but to this day he is keeping the hordes of illegal migrants and illegal aliens pouring into the country. By the time his term is up,
His whole argument right now is like, y'all hate Mexicans, right?
First off, didn't this jackoff try to send U.S. troops to fight the cartels? And the cartels were
Yeah.
like, yo, you come over here, we're fucking your ass up. And he was like, oh, you know what, guys, never mind. We're not going to do that after all. And also, like, they're talking about Biden getting made fun of. Didn't some guy make a statue of this guy with a micro penis and put it
Yeah.
out everywhere on the world? So, like,
That is
come on,
not
man.
my penis. Many have said that is my penis. It's not
As
my
big as the Trump Tower.
It's not my penis.
I can fuck the
If
world
you-
for 72 hours, as Kendrick Lamar has once said.
Believe me, if you saw my penis, there'd be no question as to how big my penis is. You would see it. How could I keep a woman like Melania around if I had a small penis? No one believes that my hands are tiny and my penis is small.
Joe Biden.
Joe
She
Biden.
She wishes. Okay.
We can have close to 20 million people in our country, and we have no idea from where they come. We have no idea who they are. They have no identification. Many come from mental institutions. Many come from
Many
No, son,
of
that's
the 20
wild.
million people
Yo, son, that is
are coming
wild.
from mental institutions. What are you talking about?
That's wild.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't even know if I can
20
say that.
million people, many of them are coming from mental
20 million people
That
coming
must
into
mean-
our country. You don't know who they are. Coming from mental institutions.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
Having
don't
sex
know who
with
they are.
grandparents. Stealing people's money.
Dude, he is
Having
literally
sex with
describing
goats.
Gotham
This-
Asylum right now. He's talking about
Leaving
Gotham
letters with
Asylum.
quizzes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
all
talking
all
about Arkham. Like,
Yeah, Mexican Joker. It's Mexican Joker.
Yeah, Arkham Asylum.
Yeah,
right.
Mexican
Yeah,
Joker.
Mexican Joker.
Making serums of fear.
Dude, that quote is actually insane right there.
Oh my God.
20 million people, many of which are coming from mental asylums.
20 million people, many of which are coming
That's
from
a new
Mars.
one. I didn't know that. I didn't know they.
That is
I knew they were like
crazy.
killers, rapists.
Many of them.
Well, you know, when you go to see
I know that
sometimes.
they're also mental.
But like, what type of mental institutions is Mexico running?
Well, sometimes when you go to
If they have 20 million,
But also, like, let's think about that. Why is that a bad thing? They come from mental institutions. There's lots of reasons why you could be in a mental institution, and a
Right.
lot of them are not because you are a violent, crazy criminal. So why is that saying that phrase triggering?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But what my big thing is like, why is nobody calling about these millions of missing mental institutions? Wouldn't that be everywhere?
Yeah.
Like,
and
wouldn't
how
that-
do we
hey,
not know who they are? If like,
How do you
are you not
know
like
that there are 20
checking
million
names?
people that are just influxing in? Like 20 million? That's a hard. That is
Yeah.
what is that? That's like just adding a 10th to our population. Just right
You're-
there. How would you know? That's crazy.
That is a lot of
You could
like,
not add
mental
20 million people just like that to the United
instability.
States without us like falling the fuck out. That's
Yeah.
no.
It's
I
crazy.
mean, to be honest, though, let's just be honest.
Let's be honest.
Are we sending our best to any other countries? Like, I mean, they keep saying that shit. They're not sending their best. Who do we send? We send.
Hey man, y'all be sending me.
Yeah. We
No,
got producers
I'm talking about.
traveling across the world, baby.
I'm talking about to live, like to stay. You know what I'm saying? Like what was it, a bunch of like hippies, a bunch of
But
like.
who are we sending though? We're not extraditing our prisoners. Our like a lot of our country, runs off of the prisoner industrial complex.
Exactly. No
So,
one
like,
sends
why
their
would we be
prisoners anywhere.
sending-
That's a great
Yeah.
point, Nine. No one sends their prisoners anywhere because guess what?
it's a
Everybody
business.
has prisoners, makes money off of their prisoners.
It's a
That would be
business.
like me trading you my Pokemon
Britain learned their
cards.
lesson from doing
Yeah.
that. That's how we got Australia.
Yeah,
Right,
It'd be like
exactly.
me trading Pokemon cards with you right now.
Yeah.
Like I'm not giving you my Pokemon cards.
Right.
I don't have Pokemon cards, so that'd be unfortunate.
Drop
for
them
you.
off. Have you guys deal about it.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
They have no identification. Many come from mental institutions.
Okay, I just can't get
Many.
over that.
What does that mean though? Why is that a bad
Many means more than so he gave the figure of 20 million, and then many means more than the half, right? So that means over 10 million.
Well,
Because a
well,
few,
people
I would say a
coming
few is
from
less than
many-
that.
now he's saying that now he's bringing the prisons involved. They're terrorists.
Yeah.
He knows they're terrorists too. So now they're
Institutions
sparing prisoners,
but, you know,
mental institutions.
Motherfucker rob a
Good
bank
Lord.
can go to
Yeah,
rob a
so
bank can go to prison. A terrorist? That's a
they're
escalation.
all literally every single one of these motherfuckers have been in prison or are a terrorist or have been in Arkham Asylum.
Yeah.
We're fucked, guys.
Yeah. Or they're aliens.
Calamity, the likes of which we've never seen before. The very first bill Joe Biden.
We've never seen before, dog.
Never. I don't know.
Never
what
seen before,
happened.
homie.
Yeah,
how many
call
school?
Christopher
How many
Columbus.
school shootings? How many mass shootings did you say that you were just like?
That just happened while I was gone. There was just 2.
Man, they had a shooting at a Super Bowl party.
Right.
I mean, a Super Bowl
At the parade,
Super Bowl parade.
At the Super Bowl, at the Super Bowl fucking parade.
Travis Kelce was carrying that Uzi too. Taylor Swift was carrying that Tech 9.
Tech 9's from Kansas City.
That's just what we need. No matter what Crooked Joe says, his actions prove his priority is to import a colossal new illegal alien population and let them all stay. My priority is secure.
This guy needs to get a grill, man.
And sending Crooked Joe's illegal
That would be cool.
back home.
Because it's
Rob the
That's
jury's
on the
show.
side of a feeble Joe Biden talking about shrinkflation.
Shrinkflation.
Is one of the most ridiculous things this country has ever seen.
Dude, no, it's actually not, because I was literally eating pizza rolls earlier today, and I was just like, bro, these pizza rolls are smaller.
No, that's what they're doing. They're doing that.
Conservative, how can you just not know that? Because this is shit that would happen in your daily life. Most of these people
Inflation is real, bro.
Yeah, there's less cereal.
Inflation happens to.
Less cereal,
they're
yeah.
all at Walmart. They're at the Targets and shit. That's where shrinkflation
I'm
is
pretty
happening.
sure they're shorting me on my lighters too.
Can I just point out?
I can't believe that these people just can't be like, no, I know that's real for a fact. I see that in my daily life.
Well,
and guess what?
I think that's why you won't have a lot of Republicans vote for Trump this year. But unfortunately,
Costco,
it's not. It's a
all
lot
of
of
that
it's
shit
a lot of
is
Democrats
not-
that aren't going to vote for Biden this year. So I'm not saying that I'm not saying that Biden is worse than Trump. I'm just saying, the reason they're neck and neck isn't because people are looking at him one's better than the other. There's just that people just don't want to vote for either one of them.
And
Well,
I also feel
ever
like
since COVID,
it doesn't even gonna make any much of a difference. They feel like it's just gonna teeter totter a little bit each way, and it'll.
Ever since COVID, grocery stores have been making record profits. Ever since like people have been rushing to get like toilet paper or whatever, ever since that shit happened, grocery stores have been making record profits.
They always do, because I mean, like, just to your point,
like
I'm just saying to your point,
increases
but I'm just saying, like, to your point, like, think about it. Every disaster, which is in the United States of America, national disasters happen all the time because we have so many different climates. Grocery store shit goes up all the time, like especially in the South, at least like in the Gulf Coast South, there's always hurricanes, and like East Coast, there's a bunch of hurricanes all the time. So people always used to like raid the shit because they would increase this like mania on television and get everybody scared, and it'd be like, a couple of roads flooded and nothing really bad happened, but ain't no goddamn toilet paper at the goddamn Publix no more. You can't go get nothing at the Piggly Wiggly because everybody panicked like it was going to be the end of days. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, I'm just speaking to how the media does perpetuate that stuff a lot as well, because it's like for the economy, it's like a stimulus check, right? Like, get you scared to go out there and buy shit, and now I can increase prices now. You know what I'm saying? Because to the fact of the matter, I'm just saying, to your point, there's now this fake inflation. Like like they're using supply chain and all the 2020 like the COVID pandemic as an excuse to have kept the prices just going up. But I'm just saying, like, they've always used disaster as a reason to increase prices. Now the difference is they're not lowering them. And the shrinkflation, like he's talking about, like he's trying to say it doesn't exist, but it does exist. It's always existed. So to your all's point, I think y'all right. I just don't think that people gonna fall for it. Not say fall for it. I just think that certain people gonna sit at the house and not vote.
I just hope people don't fall for it. Like, how can you still fall for this? It's happening in your face. Like your daily life, you know it's happening.
If I've learned anything over this whole it's like I don't put my faith in the public anymore. It's out the window. There's only few outliers that I'm like, yeah, like y'all, like, yeah. There's not many people that have y'all's mindset that are out there right now. And I'm sure there are like political channels and shit, but at the same time, it's just like, you don't know, man. You don't know what any of this is. If Octopus Murders taught us anything, it's like, fuck, man. Like, fuck. We're fucked.
Octopus Murders is crazy, son. I wouldn't be surprised if both of these niggas is betting on each other in Las Vegas. Who's gonna win?
Oh man.
Talking about shrinkflation, the term he uses, is one of the most ridiculous things this country has ever seen.
I'm sorry, I was just laughing because shrinkflation. This dude's like a rapper. It's like a
shrinkflation.
If you go to a concert,
the miseducation of Lauryn Hill is what I'm talking about. Still,
if you go to a concert, you want to hear the best, like the old shit, right? Like you want to hear the hits. He be hitting his hits, like he be nailing his little hits, but you want to hear the mixtape shit too. And he be hitting you with the mixtape shit and the new shit. Yeah, shrinkflation. That's the new one. That's the new song.
Right. New single. Shrinkflation.
It's my new single, Shrinkflation.
Another way of saying inflation, it means that you're losing a lot of money because these people don't know what they're doing. It was all caused by Crooked Joe Biden and the people that surround him. And they are radical left Marxists and fascists and communists and socialists.
Good Lord.
All these things that do not get along.
Communists and socialists
and Scientologists.
Are these things? Yeah, Scientologists. We got evolutionists.
Radical left Marxists are working with fascists, communists, socialists. Really?
I thought these feminists. Over here.
Can I just say, look, because he's known for going off of,
like,
he's known for going
from
off
Maracas.
He's known for going off prompter. I think that's one of those moments where he just started naming every fucking thing that he could think of. He just started it all.
One of the most insane.
The fascists, the anti-fascists,
the fascists,
polygamists.
They're all radical left at the same time. So it's like
how can any of them have a conversation with one another?
Marxist, right? Like,
oh my god,
it is so hilarious. It's funny.
Left Marxists.
The radical.
Marxists.
Oh man, one more time.
Crooked Joe Biden and the people that
Crooked
surround
Joe
him. And they
Biden.
are radical left Marxists and fascists and communists and socialists.
So I feel like there is a comma between radical left and, like I feel like there's a comma right here, you know what I mean, with radical left, where he's like applying radical left to all of these different things. But I mean, either way, it's dumb. But like, I feel like it's even more dumb when you put the comma right there.
Yeah,
we have people running our country, the likes of which we have never seen before.
The likes of which we have never seen before.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
But you said Obama though.
The likes of which we have never seen before.
We talking about, man. We had people who used to say the N-word in Congress, and this nigga talk about what? Yeah. Let me say this. Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Stop. In closing,
stop it. Please stop
and in
it.
closing,
please end it. Yeah.
The communists and his party looted trillions of dollars from you and spent it on illegal aliens and the Green New Scam.
Wait a minute. They're buying illegal aliens now? They don't.
Also, donate me money so I can play my legal fees.
Wait, hold on.
So wait a minute,
So
wait a
there's
minute.
millions of there's 20 million people coming across, and we're still buying them.
Yeah,
Why can't we just
buy
take some of
immigrants
them?
now? I
What
didn't
the
know we
hell?
were. I didn't know we
Oh.
were buying. I didn't know this was slavery. The Pacific slave
my
trade
God.
never ended. We apparently
Oh,
buy the immigrants who come in here
That's
now.
where the money's going. That's where the
Nah,
money's
did you
going.
know that your parents were purchased and brought over here?
Yeah,
Did
I
you know
did.
that?
I did not know that. I
He did not know that.
I mean, I think they did get a scholarship, so technically.
That's a great joke. That's a great joke. Somebody take that joke and do stand up. Do good tight 2 minutes. You can do tight 2 minutes on that right there.
No, my goal is tight 5. We talked about this before.
Yeah, we
I'm
talked
gonna
about
do tight 5.
Yeah,
That's a good tight 2. You got 2 to set
I'm
that
gonna
up.
I'm gonna at least when I come to LA, watch out for me. Jesus fucking Christ. What did you say, Philmate, about this?
Wouldn't it be fucked up if he's talking about actual aliens though, and we're just and we're the assholes here?
You're right, yeah.
We're on the wrong side of history.
From the 3-body problem.
Everybody been talking about the 3-body problem. Like at first, I
What is
saw
that?
someone like leave a comment about it on Reddit, and then I saw like all the books about it. Now I'm seeing there's like a damn show coming out.
What is it?
I've been talking about the
what are y'all
3-body
talking about?
problem
I don't know
for
what y'all talking
so goddamn long. I actually, Bill, during the foundation period, that's when I was probably doing it, talking
Okay, yeah,
about to Alex.
Yeah.
But like, ask Alex, you would be like, oh yeah.
Right. Yeah. No.
9 is all in on the 3. So the 3-body problem, it's almost like in the same sense of Dune, of like how it's this high concept sci-fi novels. But this is way more like existential and horrifying, I would say. And I really, really cannot wait until the series drops. This month is with Dune and the 3-body problem coming out on Netflix. I think March 20th.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So around that time.
Good. I got it because I need some time in between. Because next week we're gonna be talking about the program on Netflix. So
and then also the Oscars probably, or whatever, or whoever won.
No, I'm talking about Thursday. So yeah, we'll be talking about that on Monday.
Monday
On the Drunk Banthas podcast, 8 p.m. Pacific time every Monday.
Time. But yeah, the 3-body problem is literally amazing. It's 3 books. It's called The Remembrance of Earth's Past series. And it, like, I am not kidding when I say that like it changed my mind.
Open your mind.
Like it is that good. It is very, very good. It's my best. It's my best. It's yeah, like between that and Dune, I can't believe like I'm getting these 2 properties, because like 10 years ago I was reading Dune and I was reading this, and then
you took some spice.
Both. Yeah, I took some spot. Yeah, I'm taking some spice. All right, let's see here. Actually, let me just do.
And socialists, we have people running our country, the likes of which we have never seen before. He and the communists and his party looted trillions of dollars from you and spent it on illegal aliens and the Green New Scam. Inflation in many, many decades.
Just keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going.
Your packages are getting smaller. That's the reason why, under my leadership, there was no inflation. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world.
Speak for yourself, pal. My package ain't getting smaller.
You're fired.
Oh my God! He used this thing.
Oh
He used
my
this thing.
God!
He did. He did.
He
did it.
You're
He said
fired.
the thing. He said the thing. He said the thing.
How is it?
For over.
It is so funny because like,
Cut that bitch out.
dude, you're the one that like.
Actually,
aren't
so
you the
let's
guy
just get
that,
let's just get the facts. He had the worst economy in the history of the fucking world since the Spanish flu, because we had a fucking pandemic under his leadership, because he refused to actually do things that would have like helped prevent people from coming over here and getting
he admitted to
COVID
it.
because
He admitted to that on tape.
So I mean, there's things that he could have did better. If we're just being fair, if we just take out, if this motherfucker isn't Donald Trump, and you just hear that a president made these decisions, you would say, well, he could have did this better. He could have did this better. You know, so so that was a blatant lie. Like
It's a blatant lie.
That's just a blatant lie. Nigga, why did I have to get a $1,600 check every 2 weeks if there was nothing going on? Like if the economy was doing so good goddamn well, then why did you have to pay?
Wait,
me
hold
to
on.
be
You
at
got
the
one
crib?
every 2 weeks?
Yeah, we got one.
Because I'm missing out on some money.
Yeah, bro. I was like, I did not get that.
Every 2
I live
weeks?
in I live in California, so my cost of living had to match up with.
I need that 2 weeks.
Texas wasn't giving us shit, boy.
No, man. Look, it's niggas in Alabama didn't get nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel you, but I live in a very expensive state that requires people to be here to maintain the number one economy in the United States of America. So, you know.
But anyway,
Los Angeles makes a lot of money, so we have to prop up. We're too big to fail.
Watching us right now because there's 51 people watch. I mean, there's 57 people
49
watching.
I'm in the chat.
If you are watching from Nerds at Night, are you in the chat?
I'm in the chat on Twitter, and there's 49 is what it says on here.
Okay, yeah, I'm just getting because it's saying 57 total.
Yeah, it
and
says
then
it all, yeah.
6 from Nerds at Night, and then 51 from the Drunk Banthas.
Yeah, so shout out to everybody watching on Nerds at
And
Night.
I know that I'm one of those people watching from Nerds at Night.
Yeah.
I'm on Nerds at Night.
Okay, so there's 2.
I'm on the Drunk Banthas.
So it's not even
Just
showing that
0.
Yeah.
Or
so-
no, it might be nerds. I don't know. I get confused.
Okay, well, there's 3. So
Yeah.
who are the other motherfuckers then?
People who are very loyal and
Tune
go
in.
to sleep and leave it.
Yeah,
and leave it on.
Yeah, leave it on. Well, like
And
this
one of
is
them,
our-
one of them might be Morgan, and he just left it on there and
Yeah.
he sleep.
Okay, but I feel like you would be on the Drunk Banthas. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, you know what? That's very true.
And then, yeah, so we might reach 60. Who knows? But like at the same time, it's over. I feel like it's over with. We just we had a session here. We're at 5 hours 16 minutes.
Yep. I knew it was not going to be a night where we were going to go like quickly with this. Like this, there was so much material. I mean, this is 1 hour of the 5 hours is just us talking about the State of the Union. So 4 hours or 2.5 hours of all this was dedicated straight up to just this documentary, man. American Conspiracy, the Octopus Murders. I know there's people watching. They say it's bots, but whenever we get to a certain spot, we usually stay there, numbers wise, with people being up in here. Because if it was bots, bots can comment too now. Bots can comment too. So that's why.
Like why isn't anybody commenting?
We never
If
get
it was
anybody
bots,
commenting.
Why aren't they like commenting porn and shit? You know what I mean? Like or like
Exactly.
links
Or
to
their handles and
yeah.
I'm not seeing none of that on the Twitter right now. So,
but like also I'm just not, which is very odd. Especially
it's odd. But you know what? Who on Twitter is not odd? Me.
That's
Us.
right.
Us. But Nine, where can the people find you?
Thank you for asking, my dear boy. You can find me right here on Nerds at Night and also Night Nerd Yards. I want to thank everybody that has helped us get to 1,000 subscribers and beyond, and also helped get to Nine Nerd Yards channel to 21,000 subscribers.
Tedros.
Kind of like I'm still grappling with the fact that like people even like listening to anything that I say. But it's all thanks to everybody here right now, especially Film Age. I like me and Film Age is probably down here when it comes down to it. You know, you guys are helping us get to 100,000 video views for just like one of our video essays that we worked very hard on. And I really appreciate that. Hit me up if you feel like talking about anything like that.
Yeah, and yeah, shout out to everybody who keeps commenting, liking, sharing. It really helps a lot, like Nine said. But Film Age, our guest,
We just
our
touched
special guest.
We just touched 60, by the way.
Yeah, I see that. It's just like, damn, it just keep going up.
Just went to now it's at 58, but yeah, we just touched 60. It's crazy.
And I actually signed off and it touched 60. Ain't that crazy?
Oh, damn. That's well, to the FBI that is and the CIA and y'all fellas that are and women. Okay. Now we're just having a laugh, you know, we're just joshing around. It's clear that it's late and we may
I won't
not
actually make love with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
He said make love.
Yeah.
I won't actually.
Yes. To the FBI agents, please strike that from the record. 9 Nerd Yards does not like that. Now, to that I say, guys, keep up the good fight. You guys are the best. The allies.
Best.
What's up? But yeah, it's all joke, guys. It's all joke. You know, don't watch Octopus Murders, man. Maybe not. I don't know. You know, you never know. You never know. But you can find me on Film Age Studios pretty much everywhere. That's pretty much my label. I'm not really. I'm on there on occasion in between filming stuff, filming a pretty big project at the moment that Nine is doing some voices for, and Bill is doing
that's
some
just dope
music.
too.
So, thanks, man. Thanks. There's going to be more. I'm going to add to it. I forgot to tell you that. So, just whatever you want to read. But, long story short, you can find me at Film Age Studios and lurking around this comment section, just shooting the shit every time any one of these guys goes live. So, come engage.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, we really appreciate you coming through so you could confirm and elaborate on some things that I was saying.
Bill, I'm not confirming or adding anything to this. This is all fictional.
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Allegedly.
So you can come on here and perform a role that was well performed.
Thank you.
Man, dang it. This thing, I hate this thing.
I'll be doing my taxes very soon. I promise, guys. Whoever's watching, I'll be doing my taxes soon.
You don't have to do your taxes because you. No, I'm joking.
He's joking, guys. He's joking.
I was just joking. Look, this is listed under entertainment, comedy. This is all comedy. No things said here. No, fuck that, man. It's on Netflix, man. Look at
it's on Netflix.
It's everywhere.
Shady motherfuckers, all of you.
It's on Netflix.
I'm sorry. I just fucking really love that.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now.
Exactly.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Thank
Put that
you,
on a
Joe.
t-shirt.
Oh, sorry. I'll go home now. Good evening.
Put that on a t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? But producer T, where can the people find you, sir?
You can find me at Nerds at Night, of course. I still got some videos to be pumping out. I've been real lazy and decided to just leave. And then, of course, we're gonna be bringing back the Bring Me Something Back.
Okay, yeah.
I have a lot of things that I have brought back.
And
as need to get rid of that are straight from the fan.
And as a previous
honestly,
winner,
if you are still watching right now,
And of course, you can
something.
definitely hit me up at T-Pens. This is our newest one we just did for a company. This teaches you how to speak Japanese with easy to learn lessons. Nihon 123. Go check them out.
Nihon.
Nihon.
Hi. And some other words that I don't remember from Shogun. But 9.
Yeah, I'll check that out, huh?
Already said.
Oh, I know. I was about to say.
Where can people find you, Bill?
No, well, thank you. I'll ask my question later. You can find me at.
I was gonna do it, but
you can find me at the Drunk Banthas on Instagram. You can find me at Twitter at drunk_Banthas. That's where most of you are watching from right now. You can find me at Nerds at Night, and you can find me at 9 Nerd Yards every once in a while doing some shit, cutting up, yucking up, blah, blah, blah. I do want to, like I said, we do this motherfucking show every Thursday.
We've been going for hours, y'all. So
we do
give
this
us a break.
Exactly. Like we do this show every Thursday. Not normally this long, never this long, actually. This is as long as we've ever gone. But this is most people we've had on here. So we're gonna make sure we keep it to a certain limit next time. But look, shout out to everybody who's watched. Again, this is the Drunk Banthas, Nerds at Night, and
everybody who commented.
Everybody who commented, we appreciate you. Shout out to Morgan, shout out to Rachel V, shout out to the Tourist Poet, shout out to Jacqueline, and shout out to everybody out there. Skullfucker, Skull Crusher. And yeah, shout out to this documentary. Shout out to Mark
Shout out to Film Age. Yeah,
shout out to Film Age.
Duplass brothers.
The Duplass brothers, man, for real, y'all really did it. But yeah, hold on.
FBI agents right here.
Oh yeah, check us out on Monday. Don't forget.
Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now.